Are we on?
Yes.
It's still loading. Yes, now we're on.
Looks like we're on. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. This is going to be a pretty full day of events, and I just would like to welcome all of the students, all of the faculty, and all of the critics for this session, who I will introduce. We have one critic who is working their way in, Thomas Daniel. Everybody else is here this morning. I would also like to thank Mac and Merrill for all of their efforts this year. It's wonderful to have you back again virtually, and thanks so much for taking the time this year and again this morning, as well as just give a shout out to the GAs and Hart Marlowe, all of whom helped to put today's production together. And I know it was a lot of work with the students. I will pull up the Google Plus website momentarily, but I just want to remind all of the critics, you've been given a link and a login to the Google Plus website where there's additional content that you may want to be looking at in parallel with the students' presentations. The students' presentations today. So the first session today, we are looking at the second year of the Master of Architecture program. This is what we call the integrative studio. For the past several years, students and faculty have been looking at a kind of combination of infrastructure and architecture and public space through the lens of a waste to energy and recycling treatment center. This year, they're working in 4 boroughs along the East River. And in each case, the students are looking at ways that energy production and waste management can absorb as many assets along the East River as possible. A lot of students, of course, are looking at the energy component of it, but the angle in the studio is basically how do we live with, around, underneath, and beside waste in a way that contributes back to community, culture, and public space. And so you'll hear some presentations that look at that differently. There are a total of 8 groups and 4 sites. We will start, and there are 8 faculty. We will start with looking at the Brooklyn site, which will contain groups from Dylan Baker Rice's studio. Who are you doing that with, Dylan? I forget. You're doing it with Jonas. That's right. Yeah.
Jonas, course minor.
Apologies. And we will not be right back. Okay. With Jonas, and then the Manhattan site, I have the window blocking me here. The Manhattan site is Alex Barker and Kutan Ayata. That will be the first presentation. We'll talk about those for about 40 minutes after the four students present. And maybe I will just show the Google Plus during the break between the 2 sessions. I'll get that queued up. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Benjamin Smithers, who's the designated driver for this session, to go ahead and start sharing the first video from the Brooklyn site. Oh, sorry, I should introduce the students. We have Carlos Acosta Perez and Celia Maria Concepcion, who are on the Brooklyn site, Ricardo Palacio and Sungwon who are also on the Brooklyn site, Maria Ugarte and Serena, I'm not going to get Serena's last name accurately here, Wutulau Hapan. Not too bad.
No problem. No problem. It's just a story to fun of my life.
Yeah. And then Benjamin Smithers and Ko Fong Sha. Thanks, students, and go ahead and take it away, Benjamin. Are you ready to go? I'll stop sharing now.
Yep, ready to go. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Okay,
There we go.
thank you.
All right. Oh, I see the problem.
I think the audio isn't working.
Yeah, it isn't working yet.
You don't have audio.
No,
Not have audio right now.
Okay, I hear the audio. Does anybody know how I'd broadcast that?
Then it might help if you take out your headphones.
Yeah, that's probably
Okay,
why.
one sec.
You can also choose the audio
Um,
source, I think.
When you share the screen at the bottom, there's going to be an option to activate, like to share the video audio on that screen too.
Yeah.
Okay. Carlos, if you know how to do this, do you want to share your screen? And then okay, I've got it. Sorry, everybody.
All right, here
Let's
we
start
go.
again. Let me know if you can't hear this, please.
The studio confronted the Brooklyn Navy Yard site by understanding nature not only as part of the context, but as a material construct. We were tasked to investigate a new type of hybridized infrastructure, a waste-to-energy and recycling facility, combined with a public program, recognizing 4 particular points: structure, site, material, and sustainability.
Structure played an important role for all of the groups in our studio. The groups constructed systems that would provide a space where nature could partake, from using the ground for water to form as a part of the project, to providing long spans for trees to grow, offering both its functions and abilities for other forms of heating, play, recreation, and education.
The project used the site to provide spaces that recognize the environmental and social conditions, particularly connections to the community, the historical role of Brooklyn Navy Yards, the future floodplains, and views of Brooklyn and Manhattan.
Material studies were used to begin to inform both the relationship between pieces and the form. Some groups partook on exploring the materials, such as the way the facades gradually changed by its exposure to the natural environment, making it a dynamic part of their building.
Some other groups approached sustainability by developing with a small footprint, using natural ventilation, lifting the building, or adding ecological system to the infrastructure. All of this with characteristics with the goal of recognizing infrastructure as necessary and therefore important part of the fabric of the city. We are Carlos and Ceci of Dylan Baker's Rice Studio presenting our project Tus Fábricas. The Brooklyn site can be distinguished by 3 typologies in the context that would directly impact our proposal, while maintaining the usual characteristics that partake in typology of a factory. While investigating on this site, it stood out that flooding would be inevitable in this space, but we saw this as an opportunity to explore the idea of embracing change as a part of the design. We began questioning the very idea of aesthetics and beauty and how this could be found in elements that are commonly disregarded or considered to be unpleasant given in a second life. We wanted to integrate the reality of this waste process and the architectural characteristics that we were interested in.
Dos Fábricas is an industrial structure that incorporates the 2 processes such as recycling and waste-to-energy facility, together with an educational component of a public gallery. The juxtaposition between industrial processes that deal with garbage and art combines high and low culture elements that brings a new perspective to what these facilities can be. Recognizing the future floodplains in the Brooklyn Navy Yards, the project welcomes the water into the site boundaries to create a new urban ecology. The building is also lifted from the ground to allow the various programs in the building to continue uninterrupted in the future. This allows for a continuous public space through a landscape that fronts a ball-field park and access to the water. The waste-to-energy facility and recycling facility are connected in an L shape, and while letting visitors see the Inside, the industrial processes remain uninterrupted as well. Using bioreceptive concrete that grows moss over time and classical architecture elements such as the arch, the project exudes a heavy monolithic exterior and a lighter interior through the use of cross-laminated timber. Thus, Fabrica is a proposal that embraces constant change and anticipates the aesthetics of a ruin by finding a connection between nature and infrastructure, not as a place that needs to be demolished or forgotten, but as a place that brings comfort and beauty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Benjamin, can you just read the students' names when you go between videos so that everybody, I know they're on there.
Yep.
Probably some of them,
Okay.
reiterate them.
Sure.
Great, thank you. And I will introduce the jurors after these presentations.
Okay. This next presentation is Bamboo and Maria.
Hi, my name is Maria,
Hi, I'm Bamboo.
and this is the 4th semester core studio. It is called the Integrative Studio, and we developed our projects with a team that includes our studio instructor plus 3 technical faculty advising on structure, facade, and MEP. We are in Alex Barker's studio, and our program is a waste-to-energy recycling facility that incorporates a public recreational program and a ferry terminal. Waste-to-energy precedents we have studied include the Copenhagen project by Big and a facility in the dense urban fabric of Tokyo. Waste-to-energy has been shown through research to be a more sustainable approach to waste management than landfills. The studio is proposing localizing waste collection to reduce the polluting effects of transportation. There are 8 sections of studios and 4 sites along the East River this semester. We are proposing 4 new stops on the East River ferry system. There's 1 site in each of these 4 boroughs served by the ferry. The community associated with each site is assumed to be the catchment area for the facility. The diagram on the left is a waste-to-energy process. The waste is brought to a tipping hall on the left. It is then dumped into a waste pit. A crane picks it up and deposits it into a boiler which heats up the water and converts it into steam that is then converted to energy. The fumes from the burning material pass through several filters until steam is all that remains, which is then exhausted through the chimney. Fly ash is a byproduct of the process. On the right, you can see the recycling system where it picks up all the recycled waste and separates it through various processes into all its different materials.
Our focus on Manhattan site. Our site is adjacent to the East River Park in Chinatown. East River Park was built on a landfill and was heavily damaged during Hurricane Sandy. This is a view of the site looking toward the west of the edge of the park. We approach the studio as an exercise of exploring a way to approach the hybridizations of human and non-human space within a single building. Here are some examples of the infrastructure buildings for non-human space in the lower Manhattan. For the public human program, we look at alternative sport and recreational programs. Here are some buildings examples for that. The hybrid nature of the project prompts a consideration of how the massing should or should not acknowledge the multiple programs. Here we're thinking about categories of massing in such a way. And we consider the concept of subnature, where we start to embrace the so-called primitive, uncontrollable, undesirable aspect of the building matter in the conceptualization of the project. Finally, the context of Anthropocene, we sought to give equal weight to the design of space for human, machines, animals, and plants. And here's the collections of our project in the studios with axons, plans, in sections view, and elevation view.
Our project focuses on the formal isolation of the interior space, but the building as a whole provides habitats for both human and machine. For the precedent of our building, you can see on the left various examples, and on the right you can see our recreation aspect, which is water park and bungee jumping.
The diagram on the left shows a formal development, while the diagram on the right shows an industrial program assigned to each tower, while the recreational programs occupy in the interstitial space.
Here you can see how our building acts as a pseudo-island that connects to Manhattan via two bridges. The green arrow indicates the barge route, and the red arrow indicates the ferry route. The black arrows indicate the different truck routes around the area.
Here's the ground floor that shows the ferry tunnel that cuts through the building, where it can pick up and drop off waste, fly ash, and bale product. Here's the pole level plan, where you can see the tower start to isolate the machine from the whole area in between. And at the top plan, here shows the organization of the machines locating half on the diagonal space. Meanwhile, the slides act differently as it weaves throughout the whole building.
This section was taken between the cylinders and shows off the pool and the slides and how they interact with the exterior facade of the individual cylinders. Here we can see the highlighting of different waste to energy programming, including recycling, water filtration, and the incinerator program itself. This is the general incinerator process mainly displayed, and it shows how the recreational programming creates different spaces in between and how it weaves through these cylinders.
Diagrams on the left shows how the footprint at the bottom of the building influences the way the incinerators are laid out, while the circle at the top influences how the slides are laid out. And the other two diagrams show the structure and circulation.
Here's a chunk model of our building. And
here's the aerial view of our buildings and the tunnel views of our building.
Here's some interior renders of our massing. And here's the elevation of our building in site context.
Okay, so apologies for the slight change in order. That was, you will have noticed, the first Manhattan site. So we're now going to go to the second Manhattan site before switching back to the second Brooklyn site project. So this presentation is from me, Ben Smithers, and Kay.
Hello, I'm Ben.
Hi, I'm Kay. We are from Futon's studio.
We'd first like to introduce the aesthetic intent of the project, inspired by the symbiotic relationship between the energy from waste plant and the city itself. We wanted to produce a calm, benign presence, guarding the water's edge, but inviting its exploration. A presence that's alive, warm, heavy and slow, evoking that symbiosis with the city. In addition, the formal intent of our project was to produce an aggregation of masses, one that avoids any single gesture, but without dissolving those masses into a field. The first of 4 key ideas explored in this project is the destabilization of the relationship between part and whole in the massing.
Here is the various stages of our project development, starting with a broader field assembly and move towards to an organization through symmetry, and eventually disrupt this symmetry by creating localized conditions. The way we destabilize the separation of masses is through figuring out a formal language of connections. What you see here is the early study of these connections with only 2 simple boxes. We found a couple of ways to achieve our goal in the process. First, by connecting edges and surfaces from different volumes to create a sense of a continuity in the form itself. Second, by applying specific material mapping to create a visual continuity, which you'll see in the next couple of slides. This is the east view of truck entrance. The different materials travel through different masses to define another layer of boundary in order to break down the original one from the physical form. The north elevation speaks to the same concept. Looking at the facade, you don't have an instant response to what surface belongs to which mass, or how they relate to each other in the overall massing.
We also explored organisation of the project across the site and its impact on circulation of people, of trash, and of trucks. Our approach to organisation responded to the need for truck access on the northwest corner of the site and pedestrian access along the waterfront.
From the ground plan, you can clearly see the truck traffic is limited to the northwest corner, separated from the pedestrian path, which is by the water edge. People can access the diving pools from the east side where it connects to the existing river park. The passageways in between masses offer an opportunity to engage the project and the surrounding neighborhood. The long sections show the organization of overall programs. The left-hand side is recycling facility and the incinerator is in the middle part. The waste-to-energy process and on the east side where the produced energy can be used to heat up the diving pool.
Nevertheless, we lifted the masses off the ground to maintain porosity of the site, which you see on the left-hand side, creating passageways for pedestrian access, which you see on the ground floor plan on the right. We also sought to express the industrial nature of the program, but disrupt it with a rural aesthetic. See in profile a reference to the industrial nature of the program. Nevertheless, the secondary program is also interspersed throughout the section. In our material choice, we chose to disrupt the industrial aesthetic by introducing charred wood facade inspired by barns in the UK. Here in this east elevation of the project, we see the two combined to create an ambiguity between the rural and industrial aesthetic. This partial section cut from the east river side of the project illustrates how we sought to avoid any aesthetic signification of the different elements of the program. The recycling centre is on the left-hand side, and the section cut through the recreational freediving training pools on the right-hand side. Finally, in this south elevation, we show how these material choices created a sometimes stable, sometimes unstable relationship between industrial and rural aesthetic. We also sought to further break down the relationship between part and whole through our treatment of the interior of the project.
The new interior figure is formed in the second floor plan, which again tried to break the boundary of overall massing from the inside. New localized conditions emerge internally at the interstitial spaces where two masses meet with each other.
In this section cut from the west edge of the site, we see how the recycling machinery and the internal circulation traverse the masses apparent from an external perspective.
In this partial chunk model, we see the traversing of the trash pit and incinerator, and also the spanning masses along with all the structural system that makes the project work.
And finally, we leave you with a view of the project in its Manhattan context. Thank you for listening. We're both looking forward to some vibrant and interesting discussion about our project and other projects too.
Okay, and then just as a reminder, finally, we're switching back to the Brooklyn site for the last presentation.
Hi, I'm Luz, along with Gabriela, Ricardo, and San Juan.
We can't hear you. Could you talk a little louder? Hello? Could you talk? Could you get closer to your computer?
Sorry, this is a pre-recorded presentation, so
Oh, we can't. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought everybody was live.
Okay. So I'll press play now.
Tricky.
Along with Gabriela, Ricardo, and San Juan, will be representing Genesis Studio on the Museum of the Anthropocene.
This is a plastic glomerate. It is a rock that forms where plastic melts and fills rock cavities. It is a geological artifact that serves as a marker of the Anthropocene. The proposed current geological age in which humans are the primary cause of planetary change. In our projects, we explored how our buildings start to work as geological objects that emerge from the site. Through our massing studies, we explored the synthesis between the organic and the mechanical.
We studied the possible circulation create an interaction between the machinery and the museum human path. And the two systems of the building, one coming from the ground up as a human aspect, and the other as the machinery system processing from waste to energy. As we incorporated the photogrammetry studies, our facade evolved into panelized systems that included a sense of structure and continued use of seemingly geological effects, forming part of the ecosystem of the Navy Yards as a whole.
The design for the Museum of the Anthropocene was driven by the location, user experience, and material expression. Starting with the material expression, we compose a series of material studies that allow us to explore many different tectonic effects, manipulating those effects into architectural spaces, then using the material and the building form to develop a mapping strategy.
The left model inspired us to introduce the ribbon texture effect. The right model shows the complication of the solid base introducing the secondary system. These are the cassette models of our mass, and it's all derived from the material studies that we developed to achieve the expressions that we were looking forward to obtaining. And this is the specific material catalog of our experimentations.
We did a series of studies of the Brooklyn Navy Yards that guide the building shape. Flooding issues allow us to explore in different ways to design the ground by adding exterior elevated public programs. We strive to create a space where program and public circulation connects visually and spatially.
The diagram shows different programs by sectors and the 4 different circulation paths showing the relationship between program, private, and public circulations. Structurally, we use the tree structure concept, which the building has a solid base and expands into the branches consisting of walls and floor plates.
Connecting both programs programmatically and publicly. Elevated ramps orient the public to the museum. The difference between opaque and transparent allowed us to organize an open interior space, adjusting the building shape to create prominent views of the city.
With the close of floor plans, we started to incorporate texture in order to show the public circulation. This section emphasizes the divisions and collaborations of programs. From left, incineration to the common collecting and sorting in the middle to the MRF on the right. The section also tells the interstitial spaces of the museum, showing how users can intimately and spontaneously experience the programs. This section emphasizes the common collecting and sorting area for both programs on the ground level to the user experience space for the museum in relationship with floor plates attached to the solid base. The detail section for chunk models show how the incineration and other machineries are related to the museum interior spaces.
The building envelope showing both zone systems. These are the 4 exterior panels, extruded to show the connection between layers, revealing the relationship between the tectonics of the interior and the machinery, allowing the building to blend with the structural ideas and circulation strategies.
This view emphasizes the relationship between facade and ribbon texture, affiliated to the building envelope with prolongation to the interior properties. This view emphasizes the relationship of the chunk to the ground, but also the various interior properties of the building,
emphasizing educational framework in the user experience. The ribbon effect, showing the relationship between museum circulation and mass form. From the East River, the ground and the building acting as one. Building shape strategies were taken into account to create great views of the city and connections to the site. To close the presentation, I will play an animation of the chunk model. It emphasizes our design concept.
Okay, over to you, David. That closes the final of the 4 presentations.
Right. Can you just stop sharing for a second, and then you
Yeah.
can set up the looping, and I will just pull up the
Okay.
jury again. So those were, I think, pretty amazing presentations. Thank you, students. Sorry, as we work out the kinks to get the order correct. Ben, just correct me if I'm wrong. We saw Ricardo and Sung Won's last, and we saw Carlos
That's right.
and Cecilia's first, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So let me just pull this up for everybody.
How did you not put your face on? It's
Who that is? Like somebody's got kids in the background.
That's our staff.
Sorry, that was me.
Don't we all? Okay, so first of all, thank you to the students. Thanks for being so organized. It was really great to see those presentations. I'm going to let the jury think about them a little bit while I introduce them. This morning, of course, we welcome back Meryl Elam and Max Skogan, who are the critic at large this year. Both of them hold also appointments at Harvard, where Meryl is the John Portman Design Critic, and Mac is the Kajima Professor in Practice at the GSD. We also have several esteemed critics joining us this morning. Mark Breeze, who's the Director of Studies at the University of Cambridge, St. John's College. We have Catherine Ingram, who I see in the room, who's joined us, who's a professor here at Pratt Institute in the GAUD. Deborah Mesa Molina, who's a returning guest with us. You can see her in the cave. I like your virtual backdrop, by the way, Deborah. Is that the Oyster House?
It's Cantera. It's actually an industrial space, so I thought it was very fitting.
Yeah, one of their projects. Deborah was a faculty member with us several years ago, ran one of the Studio of Experiments sections. She's with us for most of the day. Thank you for coming. She's the Venturelette Distinguished Chair at Georgia Tech right now, and also the principal of Ensemble Studio. And Thomas Daniel is here, but having some technical difficulties getting in as a panelist. I know he's watching and we'll figure them out. He's a professor at the University of Kyoto, also returning. He spent some time with us this summer while he was doing a stint up in Montreal at the Center for Architecture. So welcome to the jury. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody who's with us right now. We're looking forward to your comments. I'm going to ask Benjamin to go ahead and queue up the 4 images, the 4 movies again, so that we can look at them. Can you just identify again which sites are where, Benjamin? So that the jury understands it in terms of the panelization of the screen?
Yes, I will. So,
and if you can loop these so they're just kind of playing, that would be helpful.
I will, yeah. So bottom left, we have the Manhattan site. Somebody could confirm which of the studios the Manhattan site. Okay, so we've got Brooklyn top.
Both left are the Manhattan.
The 2
top. Okay, so the left-hand side windows are the Manhattan site, and the right-hand side windows are the Brooklyn site. So I'll put these on loop now.
Thank you. Can the students identify themselves also? Just give us a wave so we know who we're talking to. And say your names and which site you're on.
Hi, I'm Ricardo. I'm in Brooklyn site. I'm with Sean Wan as a partner, and we are on the bottom right.
Yeah.
I'm Ben, and I'm with Kay, who's saying hello now.
Hello.
And we're on the Manhattan side, bottom left.
I'm CC.
Oh, yeah.
And the right side up.
Okay. I'm Maria, and I'm with Bamboo. And we're on the top left.
I should also note that this studio is unique in that there are consultants that work with the students. It's kind of two classes combined into one. Mac and Merrill might remember this, but for the other critics, there is a team of other faculty that are working with the students. On the Manhattan site, on the Brooklyn site, we had Alfonso Olivia, Reed Freeman, and Robert Kearns working with the students. And on the Manhattan site, Corey Walk, Oliver Mead, and Paul LaRoque were working with the students and faculty. And this is interesting. Throughout the semester, the design critics and the students and the faculty kind of charrette together on various issues ranging from structure to MEP to facade and broader environmental issues.
This is Mac. Can I ask one general question about the projects related to the function of the buildings and how do I put this? How much the actual process, the specificity of the process was challenged by the students initially. In other words, the functional program of these buildings are very complex and also very particular. And I'm really struck by the kind of variety that you got out of what would normally be a very straightforward sort of process. Some quite beautiful form making and series of spatial conditions. And it seems to me that at the crux of all that is the understanding of the process itself. So it's kind of a general question. How much of that process was challenged by the group in general?
Or was it taken?
Or was it taken for granted? The reason I'm asking that question, we've spent many years doing factories and process-related industrial buildings that were so tied to issues around efficiency of process, et cetera. And we've always been fascinated actually with the project type because it's kind of fun to challenge those givens in working with the clients around those seemingly almost impenetrable and unmovable programmatic relationships.
Perhaps I can say something about how we approach that in our studio.
Okay.
And that was really, I think, on two levels. So firstly, to try to understand the processes that we were looking at, so specifically in the recycling plant and in the incinerator in particular, and the way the waste was fed into that. Understand it sufficiently that we could understand the steps that needed to be gone through mechanically. And then secondly, to try to challenge how that could be organized spatially as a way to explore the way the architecture itself could engage with those processes.
I would like to add to the same question. Our project is the Brooklyn on the bottom right. We were very fascinated on the sequence of the machines and how they could be related. Both programs can be related using one type of program. And we kind of use this machine sequence to create the Museum of the Anthropocene in circulation throughout the building. in order to connect both programs together?
I think that, let me just jump in for a second. I think that what Mac is saying is, to what extent did the architecture act as an instrument to alter or break into the industrial process or technological process, rather than accommodate it or reflect it or bring it or respond to it in a architectural way? Did the architecture, which is quite extraordinary and in some cases very detailed, beautifully detailed and thoughtful and investigative, did it though have an effect on the givens about the technological process that you were asked to design around and through and so forth? I mean, did something happen naturally that way, or how are you thinking about that? Did you think that was off limits to sort of say, okay, our architecture, once we got in there and started messing with it, began to expand this particular part of the technological piece, which in turn altered the process in this way or something? I mean, I'm just sort of, that's a little bit of a cartoon of what might have happened. But do you see it's a kind of a reversal, that the architecture actually suggests something and then pulls the technology toward that suggestion, and doesn't just keep the suggestive structure sort of around protecting, in a way, a sort of technological process in it, or accommodating it, which is a great thing, of course, but
maybe I can help accelerate this and get the students into it. And Mark, I saw that you wanted to make a comment, so please jump in right after this. But in these 4 projects, and I think we'll probably see this in the next 4, the general assumption of this program is that it's one big block and one tightly sequenced process. The students in each case, I think, have at least broken that up into smaller parts, which is not orthodox or common. And in a number of cases, they've also shifted the gravity of it and started working things sectionally, usually in an effort in those gaps to begin to integrate other modes of interacting with that equipment and those processes, and giving them a heightened degree of publicness, I would say. So none of these, and students correct me if I'm wrong, none of these really represent what you would see if you just went to a straight ahead waste to energy plant that was just strictly engineered for efficiencies. All of them have broken that process, and in some ways that is about exposing it and revealing it in different ways. And maybe the students could talk about that.
So David, that's absolutely right. So we began with an examination of the process so that we could understand spatially where the specific constraints lay within that. So for example, out of the incineration, the flue gas needs to be treated, and there's certain machinery that needs therefore to be located adjacent to the incinerator and on the way to the flue gas chimney. So having identified those specific constraints, we then sought to rearrange those parts that we could move around while maintaining the completeness and the consistency of the process. And then it's at that point that our architectural design influenced how we arrange those processes within, at that stage, within the massing that we'd come up with. So it was an interchange between the two, I think.
Benjamin's project is on the lower left. So
right.
It's broken into 3 or 4 parts in plan. That's not common. A 9-square grid, even though those are cylinders on the upper left, not common for what is otherwise a big box program. Stacking it sectionally, which you see on the lower right, not common. And on the upper right, I'm waiting to see more of this project. I think there's also some vertical and sectional moves here and planimetric that are breaking it down. Mark, did you want to add to this? I know you
Yeah, very much. Well, firstly, just, huge congratulations to the students, because I think we all know how hard it is to present a complex project in 5 minutes, particularly in this new form. So, and when you're in a linear sequence. So thank you very much to all the students for that. I guess picking up on this, and something which I think connects these different projects is the ideas of affect. Each of these programs have very specific, tangible affects of sound, the incredible noise of them, the smells, from the incineration to the trash, that sense of the heat and the cool of that. And even in the sites, where you've got these floodplains. So, a couple of them are talking about, okay, we accommodate the floodplains, but what does that mean when you hear the water come in? There is no water below you. There is a lot of water below you. The sea life that comes with that as well. The trash that comes with that. So I think there's something that's really interesting about, and I think has a lot of potential to be explored to enrich and to explain or kind of intensify the experience of these, and maybe help control the sequencing and the understanding of them, is thinking in terms of how those elements are exploited, how they can guide you around, how they can help educate and elucidate the process to the general public in a way that can be, immediately understood or teased over time. So it draws you back to the site, something that's sort of readable in some sense when you use it as, someone coming in on a ship and delivering the waste. In the more public programs, a visitor coming in, passing through, maybe someone takes it, maybe people start going there for romantic getaways, to look at the seashore, to look at the broader skyline. How can these elements be kind of very productive and very powerful elements to help explain the process, to help elucidate the process, but also help us explore the architecture. So I think, with just quickly, with Carlos and Celia, you talk about the sounds and the smells, but I think, that you could really emphasize those, because there didn't seem to be a sort of harnessing of those in your, in the project where you talk about comfort and beauty, but, the sights, the sounds and the smells could be really key elements of that. With Bamboo and Maria, there's the sense of the steam, feeling it and seeing it. Because you talk about embracing the controllable in the subnature, the human and the machine and the island. But I think, that sense of how you could really feel the heat and the moisture and the humidity of that project, which could maybe help guide it. And with Ben and Kay, these very elegant, ambiguous, shape-shifting forms. I wonder whether the organization and the movement through it could be driven more by some of these affective qualities. And also, it really struck me with your project, it seemed to be a mix of charred wood and concrete. Concrete being possible one of the least sustainable materials you could choose to use. So I was wondering if you could speak to that, given that's a sort of key element of the studio. Or whether it's a deliberate choice to make an expression about that sort of waste of the environment, and that need and that ability to reshape, where the building becomes a sort of transformative tool to educate us about waste. And then finally, with Ricardo and Chung-Won, like you talk about these geological effects and these material studies being expressed. I think if you could define those more and how those relate to the sort of the process, the site, and how they're transforming the site in that process, that would be really helpful. But thank you.
I just want to pick up on I think an important thread to the discussion across these projects and the next ones that we're going to see, before giving the students or other critics an opportunity to respond to that. First of all, Mark, for those of you that don't know, Mark's done some pretty incredible films, and I think narrative and narrative structures are important here. And at least what I see in the student work is a range of interests in using affect either as what's traditionally called a kind of interpretive component, which is about educating and enlightening one about these assets. But each of these students and each of these 4 projects, I think, are a little bit and interestingly weird. They all introduce nature not so much in a pleasant, let's say, consumable way. I think they're all a little bit agitated. And this is where the interest in the Anthropocene that Ricardo and others were talking about is really, again, the kind of uncomfortable situation of living with trash as opposed to the picturesque or even the sublime idea of it that we would see as traditional trajectories and aesthetic constructs that would organize those affects in the Enlightenment period. These are, and I think what you touched upon, Mark, is those sounds, et cetera. But I guess what I'm reading in these is there's a little more anxiousness or fear instilled in that, or a kind of heightened awareness that's not so polite, like I want to learn about it. It's kind of like, you know, I'm in it, I guess, at least as an immersive effect. I think that's some of the aspirations. You know, this image on the upper left, I mean, they are kind of daunting, concrete, and other things could heighten that. But I'd be interested to hear the students reflect upon that.
Mark, perhaps I could respond to your comment about our project, so this the bottom left project. And I think we were throughout, in all the ideas we're exploring with this project, we're interested in questioning things through juxtaposition, so the rural versus the industrial, for example. And with our material choice, I think we also wanted to juxtapose the concrete with the charred wood to bring into the question bring that question to the forefront of our project about whether waste to energy should be next to the city, the relationship between sustainability in the city. So we do that with the material choice by pitching these two different sides of the argument against each other, and then attempting to disrupt it by the way that we've applied it and merged it throughout the project.
In our case, the project, basically, we really wanted it to focus on the idea of how this unifies with the fabric of the city. And by that, we basically open up the whole entire floor and the bottom, and how the water could be welcoming in by creating this public space and pool that would definitely then would be taken up. But we wanted to keep the transparency with the process, and to answer the smells and noises, we kept the program in such a way that basically it'll be framed and you could see the process being happening, but it wouldn't interrupt it. And that's where also our choice of materials comes in. We decided to use bioreceptive concrete because it has a lot of attributes that we believe would emphasize our project in the sense of aging and seeing the moss being produced in like the nature element, given another perspective and to the aesthetic and beauty. And also it serves to clean the pollution smell. It's based on cleaning pollutions and cleaning the smell. So we basically created this big filter with the building by using this material. And that way we try to control as much as possible the smell. And to answer the previous questions about the technology and how this emphasized on the project, we also saw the very important element in a lot of this typologies that is basically they end up being abandoned because the technology comes to be obsolete. And we saw the possibility of how can we create this big spam spaces that later on could provide an opening for technology to be changed and taken out, so the space could still be reused and expand the lifestyle that even nature can partake on it.
Yeah, in a way we wanted to like build a ruin and find beauty in that ruin, and this is a response to, you know, like putting importance into the things that we usually discard. Like, you know, if these machines go obsolete, this building will become abandoned in the future. And we wanted to like bring importance to all these things that we usually think are not important, and that maybe we can find like beauty in them and we can find use for them. So there was this agitation of like creating something monolithic and heavy outside, but creating something more welcoming inside and more educational.
In our case, our project, we originally had the original mass, but in terms of solving out the problems of smell and like noise problems, we kind of carved out the original mass into having more porosity into our mass. And then we kind of built a secondary system with all connecting with the other vectorized systems so that it has the openness of our mass. And also about the ribbon material, we use those because we have the two different programs that is running inside of our building. And then our main program is to build an Anthropocene museum, and we wanted to have those ribbons as the circulatory properties for users where they can experience and like spontaneously journey around the building. And that ribbon, we thought it was the good way to give the direction within the building.
I mean, one thing that's different about this kind of a review is it's helpful to hear all the details from the students, but it's really using, I think, the student work to bring up bigger subjects around the studio. And I think Mark's line of inquiry and some of the earlier comments touch upon this, and maybe I can try to reinforce it. I think what's really being asked here is, can you use a piece of infrastructure and habituate it in a way that it develops a new kind of pleasure ground or a new kind of park, if you will. Deborah, your studio, when you did the Studio of Experiments, was following a similar line of inquiry, but it is the references to the Anthropocene, to David Gisson's Subnatures work that many of you are inciting here is to what extent those become pleasurable or desirable, and they don't reinforce the kind of Enlightenment model of them heightening awareness. They become kind of immersive, habituated atmospheres that really become part of the work of the city, if you will. And I guess the easiest way I can explain that is a new kind of park, where you're living with trash as opposed to living apart from the trash. And so I see a lot of the formal circuitry and technical work in 4 very different ways as trying to bring the proximity of people to those processes much closer, and also curating it in profound ways where it kind of appears in places that I don't expect it to appear, which is almost entrapping us into the nature of these processes as opposed to exposing them transparently. We've talked about this in other reviews, but they're all a little bit sneaky, like you enter under the equipment as opposed to seeing it in a proscenium-like situation. There's weird moves in the schemes that kind of get me around the equipment and I look down at it, or beside, it's beside me. I'm not looking at it from a distance, that I find compelling and promising about the work, and that opens up a discussion about the nature of public space and infrastructure, in the 21st century and in New York.
But I think there's also, sorry.
Please.
Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay. Well, I guess, particularly now, given our current moment, as we're experiencing here, where everything's flattened to the 2D and non-effective, I think the idea that you could go to this thing and have totally new sensual experiences, new olfactory experiences, new sequences of touch and humidity and heat and cold, where you could, you talk about having linear route through these buildings, but there could be multiple routes where you can take those shortcuts to have a kind of purely olfactory routes with these weird other juxtapositions of being under and above the machine, or maybe a more temperate route, which is, in winter, that's where that's the popular route, because you can be out on a brutally cold New York winter's day or night, and then come into this warm, steamy, kind of almost tropical environment. And I think there's a risk of, always trying to neuter the trash and the qualities of trash, or neuter the qualities of the incinerated, or the kind of really loud machinery, where I think David's word is perfect, of curating it. So you modulate it and position it in a certain logic or sequence, which can be experienced logically, but can also be experienced in a more sort of collaged, montaged way, both within the building or within the process, but in the context of the city. So it juxtaposes, you can totally, literally see Manhattan afresh with a really unusual fragrance. I mean, I know in the summer in Manhattan, there's the endlessly stinky sidewalks, but you can have the same view, for example, 4 times, but with a completely different human experience because it's in a different context of affect. So I just, to the students really, like, I think there's a risk of trying to control it and neuter it and create interesting forms, whereas actually, I think our current moment shows us more than ever the importance of, touch and smell and taste and sweating and being cold, and how those can help us create a different form of architecture with these very exciting dynamic programs.
Can I?
Yeah, I'd like to invite a couple final comments before we move on. Yes.
Yeah. I think Mark's remarks are, really interesting, and it's clearly asked for in a way by the projects because of their connection to the human and the non-human and the subnature and so forth. I mean, the question of how you produce calmness, for example, Ben, is a very interesting question, and the other ones are striving for other sorts of settlement of atmospherics, or trying to produce a relation through the relationship to the river or the city or whatever. So I think that there's a lot of effort to capture this question of affect, but I don't think that I'm sort of not quite of the same opinion as Mark about whether it resides in the exposure of the trash as a kind of potentially curated amenity of some sort for the public, and also that the public character of the design, which it is very interesting the way that's handled in these projects, I think is going to be more than a kind of theme park potentially. And part of the reason is that the trash is not inert, and it's not a thing, and it's not a piece of art that you can hang on the wall. What it is a system that reaches back deeply into the city and so forth. And it's somehow, though, that feeder system that I'm missing a little bit. Not that I think it should be technically correct and show all the conduits, but I think all of the projects, that maybe is the chunk model problem, is that it closes the feeder system in a certain sense. It closes off the feeder system and allows for the kind of internal carving, other sorts of amazing things that are exciting. But the feeder system is the way in which these buildings need to be open for the trash system, so to speak, or the trash landscape, is, I think, a little bit in question. I mean, I'm not sure how that seems to be automatically answered by, oh yeah, okay, the trucks and the ways in which the trucks roll in and so forth. We don't have to get into all that. We already know it. But I think that actually the feeder system is what needs to be curated more than anything else, more than this. And I don't mean to go from affect to system. I think they are not mutually exclusive. I think they come into they could be played together in many different ways that would be really super, super powerful and interesting. And that would also then in a way get to the problem of the connectivity between the technological processes, which are always now have become so sociologically isolated, and physically isolated. So just
yeah.
Perhaps I can respond very briefly to that, Catherine. I think that's an interesting point with respect to the way we thought about our project, because I think there are a couple of different ways you can approach the need to address the relationship between the city and the trash. One is to confront people with it, and that's not the route we took, as you can see. We wanted instead to develop the idea of a coexistence with the need to burn trash, so living alongside it rather than a kind of opposition, rather than a kind of confrontation between the pedestrians in the park directly with the trash. So that was the approach that we tried to take.
I know, I really like your project a lot, but I'm thinking that you may not have a good neighbor. What happens when coexistence turns into, death battles and all the rest of it, which it does, so it's like not pushing down against that, but finding calm within it. It would be an exciting, But I like all the projects. I think they're fantastic.
The great.
Yeah, I also.
Oh, sorry. Last comment.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to, support a lot of the comments that have been made. The topic is, I think, super interesting to bring together the industrial, with the idea of infrastructure and public space. How do you combine that? I appreciate that the projects are not naive in that sense of, like David was mentioning, doing everything super transparent and proposing like there are no conflicts. I think the projects succeed in still becoming pretty massive and hiding what they need to hide, but it's trying to open up and to introduce other energies and other flows. So, and I think that's applies to all of the proposals. So I think that's a good thing. I would commend also the beauty of a lot of the drawings and the work done in trying to present a very complex topic. Of course, for us as reviewers, it's very difficult to understand all those complexities. But I would say maybe I would have liked to better understand, from a spatial point of view, what is that experience that is brought, with the opportunity of bringing together public space and the industrial use and program, right? We understand that's not a beautiful contact necessarily or a comfortable contact necessarily. It might be an interesting and important experience, but I think maybe reflecting more on this experiential aspect and, what is the nature of those public spaces, which, in some of the projects, for example, the first one that we saw, there is a play with like different structural typologies and scales that might start to differentiate what is, a structural system that is meant to support the industrial function versus how a structure differentiates itself when it is accommodating some other type of public programs. Some projects address more successfully than others the idea of opaqueness or porosity, which is another way of differentiating the more industrial from the more public space. So I think this it's an important aspect to reflect upon. Not necessarily fully resolved, but addressed in other projects. And then maybe the thing that I find super, super exciting is the idea of material, understanding, that this is a recycling facility that is very close to water. So what's also the role of water as a material? And also I've seen some of you, the last project that we saw is trying to introduce some idea of material experimentation. I didn't fully understand what it was about, but using that as part of the architecture sounds fundamental. Concrete, as it was addressed, is not the most sustainable material, but it's true that also there's a lot of investigation on concrete, how to combine it with recycled materials like crushed tires and ashes, etc. So how maybe this recycling plant can start to also help as a place for experimentation on materiality that becomes part of this experience.
I just wanted to address quickly about how our project's response to the existing between the industrial and the public program. Our project's kind of a juxtaposition of both. At physical form, we actually isolated them that industrials keep as industrial as people usually perceive it, but we are in the same way kind of force people to acknowledge what is happening behind the wall, because in our public program, it's a water park. So how we design the slide is that the slide has a narration. One narration goes through recycling while the other narrations go to incinerator. So in a way, a public would be like a raise awareness that there's actually, you actually like don't see this part that exists in the society, but it is makeup as a whole. So I mean, that's, yeah, on that part of it.
Thanks, Bamboo. Okay, well, thank you to all of the students for all of your work this morning. You know, incredible projects, and thanks to the jurors for getting this discussion going. I'm going to have to ask the next group of students to go ahead and load up their material. I just wanted to invite, welcome, I should say, Thomas Daniel, who's now in the room.
Hello.
And, I believe Sanford Quinter is in or coming in soon. So welcome, Thomas. And Olivia, you can go ahead and, sorry, let me just introduce the students here first. Yeah, before you go ahead and start. So we're gonna look at the Queens site and the Bronx site here. Defu and Hong Xiao are working on the Queens site, as well as Michael and Will. On the Bronx site, we have Natalie and Olivia, David and Taylor. The faculty members who are working on the Queens site are Gisela and Henry, along with Kathleen Culpa, Christina Mealy, and Stuart Bridget. And on the Bronx site, we have Joe McDonald and Stephanie Bayard, who are working also with Cristobal Correa, Amir Pekdamir, and Morgan Reynolds. Okay, take it away, Olivia. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, let me mix that up. Let me know if you can't hear the audio. We're going to start with Day Fu and Han Chow from the Queens site.
Powerhouse Queens' main focus is the negotiation between a large-scale urban envelope that responds to the iconic character of the site and precise program volumes of vastly different designation. The studio explores opportunities to speculate on new environments of different climates and natures for human and machine. The Queens site is located adjacent to the Annabelle Basin in Long Island City. It sits across from the FDR Memorial on Roosevelt Island, as well as the United Nations complex in Manhattan. The studio intends to reflect on the synthesis of city infrastructures and urban nightlife. The project is made up of an incinerator, recycling center, a nightclub, and a ferry station. All programs have different operating schedules and rhythms, creating relationships of overlap and collaboration.
In both aesthetic and programmatic aspect, the project intended to reflect the moment when city infrastructures, nightlife, and nature are happening simultaneously. The project is made up of a waste treatment plant, including both recycling and waste-to-energy programs, a nightclub, and a ferry station. In the delirious relationship of overlapping and collaborations, we attempt to design the building as one of the monuments of the city. In order to minimize the impact of exhaust gas, our scheme is slightly taller than the adjacent residential tower. The tallest point of our scheme, which is the chimney, is 540 feet tall. Our scheme is sitting on the existing brick structure. The first floor is designed unconditioned for the truck routes. The second floor is the ferry terminal, allowing pedestrians to enter the building from either entrance. The nightclub is located in the west above the ferry terminal, facing the East River. The intention of circulation design is to separate pedestrian and trucks. The truck circulation for both waste treatment programs are combined into one single route. Pedestrian circulation is above the truck route, connecting the ferry station and the street. Pedestrians entering the building from the east side directly to the second floor, accessing the ferry station or taking the escalator to the nightclub. After coming up from the escalator, visitors are entering the nightclub. The entrance is located between two 100-feet concrete cylinders that serves as holding areas for the waste. Machinery for both waste to energy and recycling are located behind the concrete cores. Accessing two main dancing floors, visitors will climb a series of stairs built along with the concrete cylinders. The top of the cylinders are designed to be transparent dancing floors, allowing dancers to see the operation of the waste treatments. The nightclub experience and the incinerator are meeting up by the dancing floors. The clubbing experience is enveloped by the industrial atmosphere from the ongoing waste treatment operations. The shell of the ferry station shroud part of the river, enhancing the relationship between interior and the East River. The first two floors of the scheme react to the condition of the existing brick structures, with public programs connecting to the city. Floors above are designed with higher floor heights, enhancing the experience and communication between specific programs. The combination of programs in these projects offers a good chance of a unique clubbing experience. While clubbing is happening, the operating incinerator and the piles of waste in holding area represents the metabolism of a city. The communication between ecstasy and mechanical operation is embracing the paradox of an energetic city. The conflicts creates a sublime identity for the building like a cathedral. Steel ribs as the main structure are designed to support the shell of the building. On top of the building surface, lichen will be grown to help the building reflecting season changes. Blue stained glass on the skylight is designed to enhance the sublime atmosphere of the interior. The two dancing floors echo each other within the hierarchy. The experiences are separated yet consistent. Entering the abyss leads to the ecstasy of the nightclub. Turning left leads to daily commute by ferries. Facing Manhattan, the west elevation of the building provides surface with more vitality in scales in order to stand out by the river coast city view. Oppositely, the east elevation is formed with more fragmented elements. The existing brick structure is more visible, contrasting with the curvature of the scheme.
Roofs of the houses shake on Cavendish shepherd is standing the clouds. You shouldn't have night but night is too strong. Break is its mind. Sweet dreams of those who are going to sleep. Good night. Sweet dreams of those who are going to sleep. Good night.
So the next group is Mike and Will, also in the Queens site.
The site of our studio is Annabelle Basin, Queens. It exists on the East River and has potential to be an important piece of the vibrant life that exists in it. However, many buildings along the river are at risk of flooding. This structure would also stand along other New York City icons such as the United Nations and Fort Freedom's Park. The focus of our studio was to develop schemes that would question what it means to put a large piece of infrastructure on the site. The projects in our studio work to camouflage the beast within its environment behind large piece structure and delicate skins. The first project challenges our human relationship to the machine and explores how industrial counterparts can begin to develop new circumstances in our city. These circumstances are captured behind a beautiful wall of twisted glass panels. The next project focuses on developing a structural system that is able to elevate a factory and natatorium, in which the end result is a huge new environment encapsulated behind huge structure. Finally, this scheme reestablishes the historical topography of the site before extending the program's infrastructural members out into the river and then covering them with a delicate skin.
Welcome to the year 2077. It has been 27 years since the flooding began, and we have barely been able to adapt the ways in which we live in our city to suit the changes in the climate. Here is your mission. Design a structure that will stand for the first of its kind, a place of shelter in a time of crisis. This structure will then eventually catalyze New York City's initiative to prepare for climate change in hopes to prepare New York City for the potential of permanent. But do not be fooled. For man's obsession with perfection and efficiency in nature will only distance you from her dialogue. To find answers, one must be able to alter their perception of beauty and transform disaster into balance. Good luck.
The goal of this project is to establish a precedent for how we can strengthen our relationship to disaster. The entire energy from waste process depends on two sources, trash and water, and we realized that there is an abundance of water on the site, so we began the design process looking for ways to collect water of the site and bring it into the factory. The Hoover Dam was our precedent to develop the concept of a battery. This giant battery uses solar energy to pump up water up the river to be stored above the dam. The flow of the water is converted into energy once it's released back into the river when there is need for more energy. So the first thing we did was completely flood the site and establish large cisterns that would use excess energy from the process to collect and store water as a way to reserve energy, creating an urban battery. The cisterns also function to lift the entire factory off the ground to form a table that would become the primary structure of the factory. Having created such large pieces of industrial infrastructure, we must reconcile the implications of placing an industrial beast within an urban context, where its smokestack stands for a symbol of pollution and sickness. We explored the concept of décolletage as a game between the viewer and the body, in which the parts of the body that are hidden become more desirable to the viewer through the slight revealance of the other counterparts of the body. We dress the beast in an elegant skin, but do not fully cover it, for its skin is comprised of members that open in different directions, so what is being revealed changes as one travels around the building. And the large slit in the skin reveal the internal industrial autonomy of the battery as a strategy to seduce the viewer into engaging building. But during the day, the skin obscures the majority of the program, but at night, the skin disappears and reveals the industrial autonomy of the project. The remaining layers of the building, such as the interior spaces, connections to the site, and skin hang onto the battery, allowing it to be suspended above the site and the projected flood line. In section, you can start to understand the life cycle of the project as water is pumped up into the cisterns and become the centerpiece for the industrial program and the surrounding public spaces. Also, this section shows how the ferry terminal engages the flood line. As you can see, the ferry terminal has been built in multiple tiers, allowing for continued operation if the flood is to reach its potential projected height. The site plan shows how the legs of the building extend into the adjacent parks and wrap around the factory. Flood. In plan, we need the internal autonomy of the waste to energy plan, both the integration and branching off of public spaces. These spaces are designed to be large, accessible, and flexible programmatic spaces that would suit the needs of large-scale gatherings and serve as a place of shelter in a time of crisis. Finally, in these images, you can see the ways that people can start to engage with this type of architecture by operating in the space between the skin and factory.
So now the next project is mine and Natalie's in the Bronx site. Oh, that's the wrong. You know what? We can start here.
I'm Natalie Salk, and my partner is Olivia Seipler. We're from Joe McDonald Studio, and our aim this semester was to question what happens when you combine industrial buildings with public space.
The site is located in University Heights in the Bronx along the Harlem River. There is a subway stop on the west side of the bridge and an Amtrak train stop on the east side of the bridge, and the train tracks and the Major Deegan run parallel with the site.
Our project weaves into the site by elevating the existing park and transforming it into a dynamic roofscape with many points of entrance into the community.
This diagram showcases the private program in blue, which houses all mechanical and energy resources, and the public program, which includes the train station, multipurpose spaces, atrium, wellness center, and private spa. These next diagrams showcase the circulation of the program, including the pedestrian traffic with 5 access points, vehicular traffic for trucks, horizontal circulation, vertical circulation, and green space. Our mechanical program includes a recycling, sorting, and balling machine and an incinerator, both located on the north end of the site.
On the ground floor, the ferry terminal flows into the public pool and atrium adjacent to the tipping floors. The private spa on this floor overlooks the atrium and the waterfront. The North Plaza opens to the bridge and weaves through the industrial machinery to the public programming. The North Plaza welcomes pedestrians from the bridge and introduces them to the machinery inside.
Our longitudinal section cuts through both public and private spaces. Here's a closer look at the incinerator, the atrium, and the ferry terminal.
The facade along the water peels up to allow for an entryway into the atrium.
This cross-section cuts through the recycling center and multi-purpose spaces. Here's a detail of how the glass louvers attach to the curtain wall and a breakdown of our green roof.
Skylights flood the sorting equipment area with light. The public walkway from the North Plaza allows pedestrians to see the inner workings of the machinery.
This section cuts through the atrium and interior circulation bridge.
The ramp over the main Riverside entryway looks over the atrium. The east elevation runs parallel to the train and is clad in a dynamic louver system. The north elevation has a similar louver system opening up to the plaza. The west elevation has 3 different types of glass fins with varying frit patterns and depths according to sunlight.
This exploded axonometric breaks down the facade and structural systems of our project and includes several structural details. The materiality of our project includes glass curtain walls, glass louvers, concrete louvers that absorb pollution, wooden boardwalk, and various types of greenery and grasses.
The chunk model shows the dynamic movement of the public program. Adjacent to these public spaces is the beginning of the incineration process. This is the view as you approach from the bridge. This is the beginning of the walkways onto the roofscape. The dynamic walkway extends to the top of the building adjacent to the base of the stack. And here's an overall view of that upper roofscape. Our project emphasizes weaving on the facade louver systems, the pathways on the roofscape, and the overall way in which we move through public and infrastructural space. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last presentation is Taylor and David, who are also in the Bronx.
My name is David Tucker. My partner is Taylor McConville, and we are presenting for Stephanie Bayard's studio. These images show the formal evolution of our massing strategy. The first set of images experiments with the idea of layering, a language picked up from the site context, of different types of programmatic volumes. The second set of images shows a zoomed-in profile of a machinery piece that was extruded to create different types of interstitial spaces between the massing. The third image set shows the site boundaries coming into play as we start to get more specific about setbacks, the scale of machinery, and the scale of a person. The fourth image set shows our final massing. This massing shows how we played with the existing waterline using cantilevers and began to use the extruded shapes of the massings more intently. In the plans, you can see the language of the site continuing inside the massing through the adjacency of the major Deegan and the apartments behind it. This language continues into the landscape expressed in trees and pathways leading into the park on the southern end of the site. This plan also shows how the trucks will be entering and exiting the site. Our goal is to pull the trucks down the length of the site and back through the center of the building, allowing them to be viewed at various stages of the waste to energy process in order to reinforce the visual connection back to the recycling and incinerator at all times. This plan shows the greenhouse appearing above the two tipping halls intended for the students at Bronx Community College. Circulation from the bridge starts to weave in between the machinery so the public can view the incineration and recycling process as they travel through. The specificity of the machinery was very important to our project as public space starts to appear in between it. The equipment was deconstructed and rearranged linearly in order to reinforce the relationship between industrial infrastructure and extrusion. This diagram shows the floor plates accessible to the public. The front of the building features more dense areas of public circulation that become more sparse as it moves back between the machinery. Here, we wanted to show the connection of our building to the existing neighborhood and how careful attention was paid to acknowledging the urban scale. We realized that this is a large building for this neighborhood, which blocks prime waterfront views, and as a compromise, we ensured our project provided opportunities for the community, such as amenities and ample access to public transportation. The recycling machinery is lifted off the ground to create public space underneath. Two main pathways appear between the recycling machinery and on the edge of the waste holding area, showing views into both processes. A series of green roofs on the top allow people to circulate above while also looking in on the recycling process. This longitudinal section showcases the incineration process as it moves from the tipping hall to the waste holder and is then deposited into the various machinery. This section also provides a glimpse into the greenhouse space located above the two tipping halls. The scale is higher on the north end of the site with the stack and gradually steps down towards the south end until fading into the landscape. This wall section provides a closer detail of the pathway that runs alongside the waste holding area. The perforations in the core tin panels will hopefully allow for plant growth and turn into a natural green wall. Domed skylights bring light in from above, while cylindrical floor apertures provide views to create a visual connection as the trucks move below. This render provided a glimpse into what this space would feel like. This is an important moment in the project that highlights the complex layering of systems. On one hand, you have the layering of contextual speeds of circulation, the highway, the train, the trucks, the pedestrians, and then the machines. On the other hand, you see the layering of material systems, the panels, the iron framing, the glass, the concrete, etc. This is a sectional chunk model showing again how public circulation begins to weave between the machinery. Our primary building materials include cast-in-place concrete, glass, structural steel, and core tin metal panels. We chose these materials because they celebrate the industrial nature of the project. Perforated metal panels along the eastern facade help to control the amount of light entering the space. The public pathway looks down onto the ash collection process. An additional public pathway on the ground runs in between a carved tunnel for departing traffic and the bailing center. This provides additional views to the end of each process. This project embraces the industrial nature of the various programs through a series of layered linear extrusions. Each extrusion ranges in scale from the scale of a large machinery to the scale of a person. The resulting spaces strive to create a community hub that provides a variety of transportation and educational opportunities.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again to all of the students. There was some great points coming up in the last session. If the critics want to pick up on that where they left off, but could the students please just kind of wave to us, Deifu and Hong Chao? Can you give us a wave? And Michael, and say hi, and Michael and Will.
Hello, Michael here.
Hi, Will. We're in the bottom left.
Those are the Queens sites, and Natalie and Olivia, if you guys can both say hi.
Hi.
And David and Taylor, if you can also say hi.
Hello.
Olivia, can you just tell us how the screen's organized, or how you're beginning to organize it right now?
Yeah, so on the left side is the Queen site. So we have Deifu on top, Deifu and Hei Chao, and then Michael and Will on the bottom. And then on the right side is, on the top is Taylor and David, on the bottom is Natalie and I.
Great. Can you loop those for us? And jurors, if you want anything blown up in any of the four schemes, Olivia can help us do that. And also, I put it in the chat, which I hope all of you are following. If any of you have comments or expansions on things that you want to throw into the chat, they'll be memorialized there and broadcast to our YouTube audience. I just want to make everybody aware that we're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to extend this session until 11:15 so that we can make sure and share an equal amount of comments here. Then we'll take a brief break before starting the next subsession. Thank you.
I didn't have a chance to comment on the first group because of some technical problems. Can you hear me now? Okay, yes. So I was going to say, fantastic work, really exciting studio. The reality is a program like this could be handled in a very mundane, nondescript building. So the architectural expression here is literally expressionist, which I would fully support. But then the question is what's being expressed. And I felt, especially in the first group, there was an interest in the aesthetics of decay in the overall form, the way things seem to be kind of at a stage of falling apart, right down to the level of materials and colors and textures. And of course, these are all cycles that somewhere on a point in a cycle, which will ultimately lead to new growth, the emergence of new growth. So I think that projects that dealt with waste treatment that were much more exuberant about this being the breakdown of materials being the stage necessary for new growth and new life to appear could be an interesting way of expressing things. And the obvious extreme example of this is Friedensreich Kunstwasser's waste treatment plant in Osaka. Now the second group, I thought the first project that was the nightclub, I thought had tremendous potential. Of course, industrial spaces combined with a nightclub seems like an exciting idea. But the overall shell, the shell roof kind of felt like a hat on some structures inside, and the plans seemed to be not realizing the potential of nested spaces in the way that they could. And I also thought that from the outside, it sort of looked like 1920s expressionist architecture from, I don't know, Mendelssohn or someone, but if it had actually been generated from the acoustics, you could imagine being created with a kind of a nightclub space in terms of echoes inside the space, but also sound leakage outside the space. If there'd been some kind of acoustic motivation for those forms, it perhaps could have had more geometric rigor and been more convincing as a final sculptural object.
Do the students have any comments about that? None? I mean, maybe I'll try to respond then briefly to it, Thomas. Thanks, and glad your sound and everything works. It's nice to have you in the room. I mean, I actually don't see this as expressionist. I mean, it's kind of 2 or 3 buildings in one. And so if you only evaluate it from the waste to energy facility, you know, you could see it as a kind of decorated shed, black box program. But this came up a little bit in the first session, which I think you were listening into while you were probably struggling with your keyboard and trying to figure out how to log in. Hopefully you got some of it.
Yes.
You know, there has been a lot of effort to intervene in the processes and break them apart and redistribute them sectionally and in other ways that if you will, kind of cracks them open to an infrastructure and architecture composite, which I think you noted as being evident in the first scheme from Gisela's section in terms of the club project. You know, there is a way in either case, and maybe a little bit of a difference between this group and the earlier group, and you kind of started touching upon it in terms of the idea of the sense of decay or entropy. And I think that, and I noted this in the chat, the idea of using the ruinous or even the sublime as a way to treat the obsolete, you know, we see as certainly a central part of the Enlightenment project, Piranesi's work, and an aesthetic that we could associate with post-industrialism of the late 20th century. I think, you know, some of the strengths of these schemes, similar to the last ones, are ways that they're not introducing the content of the incinerator so much as an interpretive act or as something that we see from afar, and again, more as something that you kind of almost accidentally stumble into. You know, I like the Bronx scheme. There's different assets in these schemes. One's over water, one has a bridge and has a lot more topography to it than the Brooklyn or the Manhattan schemes, which are both a bit more flat or have to produce artificial topographies just kind of on their own. And so that's something to talk about. But the roofscape in the park in the Bronx scheme, I think, offers some different opportunities that we're seeing in these two schemes about kind of accidentally dropping into or slipping into the incinerator as opposed to getting under it, a lot of which we saw in the first two. And the Queens site, you know, you really have to crisscross it. It's kind of more of a bridge or pier structure. And those all offer kind of different assets in terms of how you stumble into this. And maybe the students could talk a little bit about some of those differences to draw some of those out and address the issue of, you know, how you're treating the waste and really trying to aggressively engage it that maybe goes beyond the picturesque or maybe aligns with it. You know, I'm projecting from the last discussion. Feel free to speak to either. Handing it off to the students. I saw Will nodding his head, so.
Yeah, I would say to try and relate it to the conversation in the last session, I think for us, we treated it quite differently, where it was less about trying to engage the people with the machinery and more about how do you take the kind of object of the waste to energy facility and treat it in a certain way. And that actually the distinction between the infrastructural program and the public program and is actually kind of the more important question for us, and how drawing that distinction actually makes it a more desirable thing, or how you actually start to how that lets you rethink the infrastructural program.
Yeah, can I add on to that? Because what I think was interesting with the waste to energy factory actually wasn't the kind of processes of efficiency and imperfection that could be studied and could be kind of rearranged in any way. In our IBS class, we kind of went over what it would mean to put such a powerful structure in the city. So I have some like facts here, if that would help kind of bring more to the conversation. So this is a tremendous amount of energy. This is enough energy to lift 70,336 liters of water to a height of 100 meters every second. So this flow rate could fill the entire billion-gallon Central Park reservoir in about 15 hours. So one of the interesting things that we found in like the kind of problem of putting factories in cities wasn't the kind of processes that we could always work around. It was kind of like, what can we do with this extra energy in relationship to the grid? And how are we getting it? And how are we connecting these sources of energy to our climates and our cities?
I'm not sure I understand the last comment. How are you relating?
So in the process of the factory, like in the example of our project, we realized that the whole entire factory of incineration depends on a source of water for the incinerators that would be turned into steam through the process. And that steam is usually sold to Con Ed because it's more profitable to send steam to the companies rather than bringing that energy right to the grid. So by bringing that water from the ocean and the river and bringing it up into the building, rather than sourcing it from and having to buy that water to be pumped into the building, we kind of take the water from the ocean, from the river, to kind of power the entire factory. If that
the energy from the steam turning the turbines is sold back to Con Ed, not the steam itself.
And how does that become an architectural issue?
I believe that it is not a completely architectural issue, but it is our responsibility to understand what it means to kind of when we put these things in our cities. Because the conversation was that ideally, if we were to put a factory in this location, it would become a main part of the grid where the city would force it to kind of become a main source of energy. So there are levels of like during the day and during the night, energy levels rise and they have to do something with that grid to kind of like balance out the whole entire thing. So that was kind of our way of approaching that. And we do think it is like an architectural responsibility of us to kind of consider these factors.
Mark, I saw you.
Yeah, I was very, well, firstly, thanks again to the students for such a range of rich and sort of varied projects. There seemed to be a kind of element binding them all, which was this concern with sort of the temporality. I mean, in one sense, you're creating these massive pieces of infrastructure, which are going to become these kind of urban monuments to our existing time, our existing moment. And yet they're also all going to be susceptible to flooding. And there seems a little bit of a sort of binary of like the building now, and then there's the building that's then potentially, well, not all of them, but most of you guys sort of talked about the building, how it responds to being flooded. And I think there's something about dealing more with that transition. So, you know, the flooding, the rising seawater will occur over many years, decades. And I think I'd really like to hear from the students how that will affect their building and how that understands, you know, affects the understanding of this huge urban monument, which is probably not going to be repurposed, given that that land is probably only going to go down in value, given that the waterfront is receding, with the eventual outcome that these will be these kind of floating monuments with everything abandoned around them. And what does that mean for these objects? How do these buildings and their programs change as the lower levels start to become unusable, as the use of them and where you can dock on them changes, as they become much more sort of symbolic in different ways. They become sort of partially abandoned and function in very different ways. And particularly given the material choices, how that's going to, you know, change how we experience them. So I'd love to hear from the students that sort of sense of the temporality of 100 years, given they're creating these sort of permanent monuments.
students' responses?
Yeah, for us, I think, you know, thinking about the flood was important not only to think about how you can survive it, but how you can appropriate it, so to speak, and have a piece of architecture that instead of just builds a wall, that actually invites the flood in and hopefully sets some sort of an example for how we might kind of generate some harmony with these impending disasters as opposed to just simply fighting against it. And, you know, we did that by flooding the site, bringing the water up into the project. And we thought a lot about examples like the Javits Center turning into a hospital or a stadium turning into a shelter of some kind, and how you can build a place that's really a symbol of hope in crisis rather than something that's more typically static.
Yeah, and another kind of important thing was like we're able to know the height of the flood. So the flood line is 12 feet above the current sea level. So in the project, all the layers of the public space are two-tiered. The first tier is kind of the current the current water level situation. And then the second tier matches the second, the flood line, so that if the flood was to reach its potential height, the same kind of spaces beneath and the kind of ferry terminals would still be able to operate properly.
For our project, the monumentality is a very important thing since the beginning. And the reason why we keep the existing structure is actually existing structure, we left it unconditioned and also returned back to public, where, you know, when the flood actually comes, that's where it's gonna go, cover half of the existing building. So the structure that we designed, the scheme that we designed, remain on top of it. That you could say, in a sense, remains as a monument for the city.
I think this idea of the monument, it's very interesting and important, especially given the function of the building, given how you're in general trying to match it with other uses that engage more the city, and also because of their scale, right? So I think that as a departure point it's really interesting. I would say, you know, it's not always clear a monument to what, right? And maybe in this group compared to the previous one, especially in terms of the choice of materials and technologies that you're working with, it's less maybe clear the strategy as it looks. There's more and a strategy towards beautifying or making the industrial look more like other. Some of these buildings look maybe more from the outside as a museum or as a terminal more than the industrial, right? Except for these chimneys that suddenly start to pop up, right? And then thinking about, you know, a conversation that we had before about the idea of waste and how this plays in the building, in the choice of materials. I wonder if this is not, in some of the proposal, looks like, you know, like maybe too wasteful of in the sense of how materials are used or applied without necessarily referring to the opportunity of actually working with waste and how waste could play in the material flow, right? From I think it's in the sense of the second group, it was Will and Michael, how you're trying to think about energy flows. I think this is really, you know, really interesting in the sense of the group of Olivia and Natalie, how the park suddenly becomes part of this architecture, but it looks like any other park that is built nowadays. So I wonder what would be a park that is built on top of an incinerator. Is there an opportunity maybe for this park to be reusing some of the materials, to be proposing other kind of nature, to really take on the fact that there is already a lot of material opportunities because of what's being produced there.
Yeah, something that Natalie and I thought about a lot was the materials that we used. And some of our proposed ideas were having like a community garden on the green roof that is made from compostable food waste. So that's not just being burned and put out into the atmosphere, even though it is the most clean way of getting rid of waste. There's also ideas of making the green roof similar to the park in France, where it's a park built on a landfill. So is there a way to incorporate that into the roof as well? And then we found a concrete material that absorbs the admittance of 300 gas-powered cars a year. So that was important to us with the train going by, the highway next to us, and then also the large amount of machinery that we have on our site.
I mean, I think this brings up something we didn't touch. It was danced around a little bit in the first discussion, but is maybe something we could focus on in this second part. It seems to me that there are 3 ways that this could be handled. You could try to bury it, cover it up, and beautify it, which is kind of one strategy of trying to make the infrastructure and the trash go away. We talked a little bit about that in the last session. You could expose it and try to heighten people's awareness of it, which is the kind of enlightenment, non-denial model. I think that the third model, which Deborah was touching upon, and I think Michael and Will, you guys maybe do this the most with water, but it's really one that starts to introduce alternative secondary and tertiary processes to process the material of the waste into other types of natures or subnatures or recreations that we don't understand to be part of the current collection of ways that we develop park or what are called pleasure grounds. And Olivia, you were touching upon some of those in terms of ways you guys might have thought about the park, but it's really, you may not know that was ever trash, and it would present other dimensions to recreation that, while they might be in close proximity to one another, it's not necessarily exposing it to us or making us more aware of it, which I think, could be interesting. What we see in these 4 schemes is things like horticulture and grass are complemented with building, let's say, to try to diffuse its objectness in the case of 2 of the 4 schemes that we see here. There's a big grass component, and then, which are the 2 on the top, 2 different sites, but they both have lawns, if you will, or they're texture mapping horticulture into them, which I think is a way to introduce some existing understanding of nature, or might be to make it more friendly. I'm not sure. The lower 2 also use facade to try to make it unclear where the thing is. They're kind of hatchy, screen-like facades that in many ways diffuse the monumentality of the thing itself, which I think is an interesting way to think about it. But all of them have to answer to, and I think a little bit of what Mac was asking for is, how do those materials and the way that they process other materials that are coming out of here or not contribute back to a discussion about how they intersect with public life and the communities that they engage. Are you trying to hide them? Are you trying to make them more friendly? Are you trying to cover them up? Do you feel uncomfortable with all 3 of those scenarios? I think those are things maybe the students could speak to a bit more bluntly, if you can.
Yeah, so in Olivia and I's project on the bottom right, we really wanted to create an environment that brought people into the building. And we did that by elevating the existing parkway and creating this dynamic roofscape. But then also when you get into the interior of the building, a lot of the machinery is exposed through glass facades. And so you can see what's going on as you move from the bridge into the building and into the public spaces. You can see that machinery.
Which is the kind of drop-in scenario that we talked about that's kind of unique to the Bronx site. But you're saying those are juxtaposed. Is that right? That one is the exterior is about concealing it and the interior is about exposing it. Is that fair to say, Natalie?
The exterior definitely conceals it. However, we wanted to invite people in. And so I think that the green roofscape really helps bring people in, even though it does conceal. And then once you're there, you can see the inner workings of the machinery.
Because I mean, I find one of the assets of your scheme is the fact that it could less invite people in as much as I might accidentally end up next to an incinerator. Like I didn't mean to go to an incinerator. I went to go to a park, which looks kind of like a normal park. I mean, this is a way that you could take Deborah's implicitly critical comment and say you're intentionally making it look like a normal park today, but through the section and through the intersection with some of these components, you kind of accidentally find yourself in the middle of a fire or a very hot area. I mean, Mark touched upon some of the thermal and temporal aspects, which all of you are dealing with. But you know, if it's a hot summer day, I go into this park and I accidentally end up in an area where I'm just profusely sweating and didn't intend to go there. I mean, I think you guys maybe weren't thinking about it that way. The way you're talking about it is much more polite. We're going to invite you in, come and see our equipment, and here's what you need to learn about the future environment. I think you could be a bit more sneaky and aggressive. I mean, the population of people that want to go learn about this is very small. It's mostly K through 12. It's not people who are going to a park on a daily basis, for example.
I disagree, David, about that. I think people are dying to go into factories and look at the process of things. I think they love it. I think it's an incredible attractor. You know, you want to go see how they're like squashing all that trash together and so forth into these huge blocks, etc. I think it's incredibly magnetic. But it typically is hard to do because it messes up the process, and it's inefficient to bring the public in who are all staring over the factory floor or whatever.
All safety.
But I think what's interesting about the park is, and I agree with what Mark was saying earlier too about, I was taken quite a bit by this being swept into a tropical area out of a sort of fairly medium climate to a more intensified climate. And I was thinking that sweeping, that you're trying to get the park to sweep them into this is really interesting and could be really turn into a incredible park to begin with, I suppose, although the park would be subordinate to the sweep. And it's already kind of in there somewhere. I can see it, but in a way it is polite, as you said, David. It's kind of holding back because it doesn't want to force people and so forth. But I'm wondering what makes a park sweep people into something. And I think it would be really interesting to just begin to, because it's not just it's not just a nice effect. It's actually we all find those places in nature where we are swept into things in some way. We suddenly, the path, suddenly you don't see it and suddenly you're in this incredible, So I don't mean that it would be a kind of fake Disneyland experience particularly, but it seems to me quite the way in which the building has to look back on that sweep would be very interesting, I think. The way it would curate it and bring it forward would be very interesting.
I think that's really important, Catherine. I mean, to habituate it, you have to have this, and to give it a duration, there has to be a repeated sense of discovery that can't be themed. I mean, to really make it something that the neighborhood can live with. And I think yeah, sweeping you into it is a great way to define that. Yep. Somebody else was going to make a comment.
I just wonder whether, despite all their really aggressive forms, maybe they're too passive in their actions. It's all about drawing people in. It's about what the flood will do to the building. And I wonder whether, actually it could be much richer if it's about what will the building do to its surrounding environment, very physically and tangibly to the nature as it is flooded. For example, with Defu and Hangzhou's project, like the sense that, suddenly the nightclub will be up at water level. And maybe, if you can structurally create it so it can actually vibrate the water, so it can actually, you can then sort of have party boats out in the water. I don't know. With Mike and Will's project, with all the louvers, they actually, when it starts to get flooded, they'll create new kind of coral reefs, new kind of maritime environments all around it. And that will start to then reshape the program and its uses in different ways. And then I think with, Natalie and Olivia's project, what happens as that water raises and these sweeps start to become totally different in what they're doing and where they're guiding you. You start to get these kind of dead ends, you start to get these enclaves of water, and how maybe that could generate a whole different sort of ecosystem as well. And then finally with Taylor and David's project, that sense of sort of enclosing the park and that relationship to urban form where, what does it mean when all those heat processes can start to sort of warm up the water around it? That's going to change the ecosystem dramatically. It's going to change how it looks, how it smells, how it feels. So I wonder whether, exploring that, I wonder if the students had any thought on that. And also just sort of going back to my earlier point about the temporality, I think it's partly just a representation issue that in some ways you need to behave like landscape architects and, show us where it's going to be in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 years and have a series of representations of the same thing over time.
I think this is a really important point, Mark, and I'll hand it over to the students in a second, and then we'll take some final comments. But there's two important things that I think contribute to the discussion here that are really helpful. And I guess the most important is that it flips that ontology. These are not so much absorbing or accommodating nature as much as they are generating it. And I think, and I have this in the chat, but that's this kind of post-processed sensibility, I would say, if you will, that it makes water and heat and climate behave in different ways more than accommodating or absorbing the processes as they currently exist. And that gives it a future potential that I think is quite rich in each of the schemes. And you pointed out some really great details of how they could do that. Do any students, we'll open it up to students and critics for 4 minutes of any final comments.
I wanted to say one thing, David, on the Bronx project on the lower corner there. I think that's Michael's project, Will. There was this discussion last time we were together about the presentation, not just enlightenment and not trying to hide away, but actually the social aspect of presenting this process as an active part of the city and elevating the sort of the status, the theatricality of operating one of these places and the people who are dedicated to it. I thought that was really a pretty interesting aspect that hadn't been touched on any of the other projects. It starts presentation when it raises out of the water. It starts making layers of occupation, and then the treatment of the skin and the way it becomes a kind of, at night it illuminates a part of the city that's normally in darkness. And so I was really taken by that aspect. It's not a question, it's just a comment that didn't get discussed this time around about that particular project.
Do any students have comments about that? None?
Yeah, so I mean, the kind of idea behind that was like a commenting on like how we like kind of view and want to view this object. And the whole idea was based around like the stigma of something entering the city of this body that has been like normally pushed out of urban walls that is being brought to the city. So the kind of concept was like during the day, it dresses up to kind of fit in, but at night kind of reveals its silhouette of its industrial kind of counterparts. So it was that kind of theatrical play of day and light that was important to the project.
I mean, I think one thing that, sorry, go ahead. Did somebody else have a comment? No? One thing that's important this year and that that I'm hearing coming out of the comments is that the size of the program was reduced significantly from last year, with the idea that that these facilities would have a much more intimate relationship with the community. I think materially in some of the ways that Meryl was just talking about at the level of labor and work practices, and also in terms of luminosity and skyline. However, I think unlike the existing, power plants that salt and pepper the East River along similar sites, these aren't intended necessarily to be supplying for the entire borough. They're really meant to be more localized facilities, at least in their cultural aspirations, and that you could see more of them that you're living with rather than big centralized ones. And so I think the delicacy of them and some of the material aspects Meryl was just touching upon become important to the schemes, and we see them coming out of some of these four in very different ways. Unless there's any final comments from the students and the faculty, I'm going to suggest that we congratulate these, I always get confused. It's a total of 8 students. Is that right? 8 students and 8 projects, or is it more than that? 16 students and 8 projects?
Yeah.
Right, 16 students and 8 projects on the, on the challenges you've taken on and the complexity of the discussion in the studio. And I hope it, throughout the Critic at Large sessions and some of the jury comments today that have built upon those, that it helps you all as you're moving into semester 5. So thank you. I'm going to give the students a round of applause. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break for the critics and the students, and while the other group gets set up here. So if I can ask the next designated driver to get ready, and anybody who needs to take a break, please do so. Peter? Is Peter Macapia here?
Yep.
Are you guys all set for the next session?
I think so. I think everything.
Yeah, we're good to go, David. Matthews.
Matthew, thanks a lot for getting it all. I guess you had everything. But,
yeah, I had everything. Yeah. I had
okay, I just wasn't sure. I've got 3 kids, one confirming her college applications today, and
I'm going to mute for a minute. We're going to come back in 2 minutes.
But
Matt.
Thanks, Matthew.
Get
Really
ready.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Matthew, do you want to pull up the content?
Yes, I can do that now.
Okay, I'll stop.
And I'm matching the order that's on the poster, correct?
Yeah, that would work fine. Let me just stop I'm sharing right now.
Okay, I can take over.
Am I sharing right now?
No, I'm sharing.
You're sharing. Okay.
You want me to unshare?
Yeah, let Matthew take over. Thanks, Sarah.
No problem.
Also, Matthew and David, Johnny's presentation, the first minute where he's just showing the rest of the studio, it will be silent. So if you don't hear anything, that's because I don't think he's actually narrating that first minute. He's just showing with some text the studio work.
Okay.
And then after the first minute, his narrative voice should come on.
All right. Hey, Matthew, I'm going to just introduce this, what we're looking at here first. Before
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Go on and go live. Let me make sure we have most of the jury back in play here. I don't know if Mac and Merrill are back. I see Thomas. I see Shulon, Tomas, Phil, and Peter are all here. Welcome. Mac and Merrill have stepped out for a minute. Just wait for them to come back. Sanford and Catherine as well. Hey, Sarah, are you pausing the live stream?
No, I can though.
Yeah, you should pause it in these breaks. Just put the be right back up on there. Or leave
Actually, I don't know if you can pause it. It only says to stop. Do you want me to just stop it entirely?
No, you can pause the recording though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we spoke with Hart and there wasn't a way to just pause. We'd have to stop and restart. So I think it's better to just keep it going.
Yeah, I paused the recording.
Okay, so we are, this is the wrong slide. Oh no, that was right. Sorry. Right. Okay. Just waiting for some of the critics to return. See, Deborah's back. I don't know if Mark is back yet or not.
Hi.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Great. Well, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and start just to try to keep things relatively on time. Mac and Merrill are familiar with these four studios. They've seen them before. So we are now pivoting to the Master of Architecture in their final year. These are the first four studios that we'll see. We'll be looking at some additional studios at the end of the day. These are taught by Peter Macapia and Eric Lee, Phil Parker and Alex Tahinos, Shulon and Amir Ashtiani, and Tomas Leeser and Catherine Wilms. Thank you, faculty, for joining us this morning. We are going to have four back-to-back presentations presented by Jiaming Zhang, Sophia Kuntakis, Madura, I'm going to skip to Udaya Kuma, and Matthew, your middle name, Uka Nakiri.
Yeah, you don't have to do the middle name. Udaya Kuma works.
And Matthew Mitchell. Matthew is going to be the driver for this section. These are option studios. They're looking at a variety of different issues that kind of span between new concepts of visual culture, the picturesque and the pictorial in Tomas and Shulon's studios, and different formats of institutionality and justice that you will see in Phil and Peter's studios. All of the critics were given the briefs. I don't know if they've had time to look at them in great depth, but hopefully they have. And of course, Mac and Merrill have been introduced to it in greater depth. I would invite the jury again to look through those documents if you want more content about the courses, as well as to pull up the Google Plus website if you'd like to see more content from the studios. And with that, Matthew, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and jump in and play the four videos. Afterward, I would like the four students to just reintroduce themselves, tell us again which studio you're in, and Matthew, you can orient us to the screen, the tiling of the screens.
Sorry, this isn't going full screen at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just.
It's supposed to be silent here, I believe.
Yeah, this is not going full screen.
I can't hear. Can you hear?
We can't quite hear that, Matthew. Is it playing? You're muted, I think. We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all right now.
You can't hear me right now?
Now we can. Now we can.
Project address.
Here you go. Can you start it over?
Yes.
Censorship and the Chinese public sue and alternative.
Sorry about that.
Start over the sound part, not the silent part. Just jump to Gumming's presentation, please.
Read it in China. My goal of the project is creating a space to visualize feature of censorship, and in order to encourage people to express themselves and reflect on the problem of truth. The conflict in justice is the system of censorship in China. Because we cannot push a judicial core for freedom of expression under Chinese government as the system exists now. The project addressed the struggle of Chinese artists in face censorship and the Chinese public through an alternative judicial space, the MXM censorship. One of the major differences is that a lot of anger issues in other countries have to do with the social justice issues. In China, these debates also exist. A lot of issues become framed and shift to national humanization and Chinese nationalism works. In addition, other narratives are blocked by Chinese government censors. Post and outrage in favor of social justice, LGBTQ rights, feminism, and democracy are much more likely to be blocked. To counter people's access to alternative viewpoints, the government has developed a formidable system of censorship to restrict the content of the media available for public consumption. And last year, China even experienced this firsthand when over 100,000 protesters took to the street in Hong Kong to directly challenge its authority. For a long time, and even until now, people in China are afraid to speak their minds. When people never have the chance to touch or do not realize about this topic, they're just like tourists who are visiting and playing. Once people are destroyed by the censorship, the result is irreversible. In this project, I built my building by the construction waste that was forced to demolish by the censorship. In a city like Beijing, a lot of artists must leave their work studio every year because the government need to use their land to develop the city. The real purpose to do this because the government are afraid of the influence which builds by gathering these artists. In this space, I record and play back sounds of construction and sounds of demolition of the buildings. It is hard to distinguish which is which, because one cannot quickly tell. One has to spend time listening to the difference. And these two recordings are played throughout the building and shift from one to the other. Some of the sounds, however, are live and recorded directly from the city. In this way, the audience is asked to listen to the city and consider the sound of construction and the sound of the destruction as sometimes the same or nearly identical, and sometimes not, and then reflect on the censorship and the freedom of speech. Censorship is not only happening in China, but it also lives in other countries, just like the feminism that Gorilla Girls was representative for. Shane Nisha also talked about the fear of the art, the relationship between the censorship and self-itself. Should art ever be censored? The only way to solve problems is to face problems. Then we will carry the path to water and nurture our country day after day. Thank you.
And now I will bring up Philip Parker's studio. It's presented by Sophia Kontakis.
Coincidence of materials and cultural practices to form, lose their bounding structures, and to collapse and move into one another. Studio Museum, Dissipation and Condensation, Bodies and Atmospheres addresses the coincidence of materials and cultural practices to form, lose their bounding structures, and to collapse and move into one another. It proposes a new museum as an extension to Dia Beacon, where the physical and institutional closure are reconfigured with new grounds. Projects are built off of material experiments, digital simulation, image manipulation, and invented program narratives. Each project looks at a different set of experimentations to yield different outcomes. Some produce spatial cavities and structures compress the body. Other projects privilege the interior space. Some produce thickened osmotic cellular membranes, while others look into solidifying particles into occupied and dissipative clouds. My project is called Material Space. This project is developed by transposing the material of the orange, the gold leaf, the leaf, and the copper into another context. When dissipation occurs, the boundaries of one state of a body are relaxed, less strong or less singular, and material or energy leaks from that body. When something dissipates, its boundaries and interiors change. Here with the metals, fruit, and foliage, these changes in the boundaries are mutual. That is, one material affects and is affected by others. This is a sympathetic relationship. This gives different tectonic and spatial qualities, where the surface inflects, breaks, and extends, sometimes going into the other boundaries and shifting between chemicals. Materials were digitally manipulated to give the ability to repeat and offer repetition, kind of like patchwork, quilting the surface materials into each other. The site is at Beacon, south of the train station, south of Dia Beacon Museum. The site is situated in a cove where a previous building existed. Referring to the original orange experimental images, they were cropped, never closed. This infers that the boundary of the site is always open. It's a loose edge. In the clusters seen here, the C shapes are representative of the actual oranges in the cropped versions that they are, producing C-shaped walls, kind of like armatures, which hold onto the materials above. The boundary walls below provide the base for the canopy of the material above. The material canopy forms over the entire site, pushing and pulling, inflecting, morphing, deforming, attaching, and covering the entire boundary walls below. This provides different experiential conditions along the entire site, letting spaces form organically for the artist to make and view art. There are no hierarchies between which material is above the other. In this site section, you'll see the spatial conditions of the canopy above inflecting itself on the boundary wall below. Sometimes this boundary goes into the ground, comes back up to hover over other boundary walls, creating more spaces where the viewers can sit, be, and view the art. This continuous edge refers to the site boundary, where the forest and the building do not have any distinguished boundary. They are infused. In this image, there are two different relationships to the transforming boundary wall. One is piercing through the boundary, in which the material is then pushed through the boundary wall itself, coming out the other side. And the second is the material hovering and extending above the ground, creating a space underneath it. These materials are mapped from the original orange experiment from the beginning slides. This is the internal relationship. Here, the top surface is slightly touching the below boundary wall. The materials are hovering and inflecting up. Movement of the surface creates a gold leaf that extends upward from the boundary, like in the original orange experiment. The permeability of the material is reflective. In this plan, you can see the above material hovering over, creating its own space. To the left, the corner boundary is veiled, with the material extending and coming into the ground. To the right, another boundary condition is hovering on top of the material that is bending and coming down over the wall boundary. This creates a space underneath for inhabitants. More singular strands of gold leaf can be seen hovering above other materials. The plans do not have any distinct interiority or exteriority. Here, the construction reveals a tighter form-fitting surface. The material comes over the corner down onto the ground, hovering, creating a new different boundary edge. The above surface material flattens itself into the boundary wall material, creating one solid material. Some apertures are created through this process. The C-shaped walls in the plan suggest different niches or small spaces where the artist can come in and do their work. Here on the left, the material seems to be attached to the boundary wall. It's coming down over the wall into the ground, pushing, while allowing for apertures to show the second material layer behind it that is on the boundary wall. The materials coming into the ground suggest a new forest building boundary where it is most likely diffused. This boundary suggests the possibility of expanding onto the rest of the site. Thank you.
The next project is from Shulan Kolatan's class by Maddie.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nadia Kumar presenting from Shulan Kolatan Studio. The studio name is Magnesium Trains on Silk Road, Infrastructure as Carrier of Culture. In the studio, we worked on high-speed train hub, starting at the beginning point of the Silk Road, which is also the ancient imperial city of Jinan. The ancient city road carried goods, and as a byproduct, it carried culture in the form of knowledge, technology, and ideas. The studio operates with an awareness of pre-modern infrastructure and its connectedness to the socio-cultural practices as on one hand and landscape on the other. The project mashes up elements of Nice's Barcelona Pavilion and traditional Chinese Garden Pavilion in order to create Silk Road 2.0 train terminal as a cultural carrier of the notions of the picturesque and the feng shui. I'm just gonna play some of the animations. So as a studio, we've been working on these horizontal scrolls, which has the elevations, and it's connecting to the landscape and these Chinese, the painting and the art. There's another one. So yeah, these are the multiple horizontal scrolls that as a studio we've been working on, connecting and looking at the inspiration and borrowing the views and the fractalness and working based off that. I'm going to talk about a bit about my project now. My project is the upside down positioning of the mashup chunk, and its lateral proliferation which produces three vertical zones. The lower zone of the train platform acts as the multi-directional thicket of rustic structural elements sourced and transformed from the Chinese pavilion. These hold up the modern zone of the thin slabs and thin cruciform columns sourced from the Barcelona pavilion itself. just gonna switch to my presentation here, which, as I mentioned before, we've been taking inspiration from the nature, landscape, and these Chinese art pieces, and working on that. So these are a few of my inspiration, the horizontal scrolls that I've used. So this is a plan render from the urban scale, where on the wing light gradation of the massing is the orientation towards the picturesque landscape of Xi'an, in particular the pyramid tombs of the Emperor Jing of Han, and there are mountains that that brings the view closer or further as one walks back and forth. We can look at closely in this plan of the opening of views and closing as it goes on. Looking at as I mentioned before, we've been gaining inspiration, and the pieces itself are from Barcelona Pavilion and the Chinese pagoda. So I'm using the structure of the Chinese pagoda as the columns for my proposal, and the first form and the material itself is from the onyx wall itself is from the Barcelona Pavilion. Looking at this is just a section which shows more about the density, the dense structure at the bottom, and the slight, the roofs and the floors at the top that shows the intricacies of the pieces. This is the bottom of render, which shows more about the material and the density itself. Looking at the platform level plan, it's mainly to look at where the connection of the massive columns to the ground, which happens in the radial fashion. And this is the first floor plan, which is the entry level plan, which is mostly the circulation level, and the connection to the bottom platform level and top floor happens at the periphery. And the stairs itself is following its organic way of following the massive columns here. This is the top floor plan, which is mostly used for the views and the common purposes. But the walls are created by extracting the veins from the roof and the floor. The material itself is the original onyx wall of the Barcelona Pavilion, and it is turned perpendicular and spawns the multi-level terminal floors. I have these few renders. This render is particularly showing the wall that's created, and in turn framing the landscape itself for the users. This is the other render, which is more at the circulation level, just showing the materiality and the views itself it's creating. This is another render, which is at the connection of the platform level to the upper floor, and the views that it's opening up for people to look at. This is a platform level plan, which is more acting like perpendicular, showing its complexity and the density of at the platform level itself. This is another platform level render, just from the user point of view, and just the space it's creating at the top and the openings, as you can see. This is an outer render, which is happens at the periphery, but also like looking at the pavilion forms itself and its relation to the main massing itself. And that's about it. Thank you.
And lastly, we are looking at Tomas Leeser's class, and the presentations given by
Mixed Messages, Architecture of Uncertainty, where Things Are Not What They Seem. Professor Tomas Leeser, Catherine Wilms, and Alijan Talam. Architecture presumes a condition of permanence, stability, and certainty that may or may not hold true.
This studio is challenging this notion and proposes a strategy of foregrounding and uncertainty of architectural resolution. An incompleteness of understanding and a challenge to the stasis of conventional architectural representation. As we move through space, we need to understand architecture as less formally static, but rather contradictory, multifaceted, ambiguous, and in a more traditional sense, incomplete. In this studio, when we are talking about uncertainty, we have to consider uncertainty as the recognition that things could be otherwise. Uncertainty can be generative of imagined alternatives, as well as the recognition that implicit promises of perfect control is an illusion. With this in mind, we are looking at architecture not primarily as making form, but to create experiences. These experiences allow for a rethinking and critical engagement of the world around us. This studio requires students to take a position and to develop an argument rather than simply to create a static object. Through this argument, a narrative appears. We are creating a vision that can only be experienced through motion. And through this motion, we are discovering challenges to our expectations and preconceived notions. These experiences have the capability of changing how we understand the world around us, and therefore confronting us with an awareness otherwise lost. Architectural constructs derived from this method are to produce an argument or critique of the existing and or established architectural representations, and will allow for a questioning of social, cultural, and religious stereotypes or other norms. The morphing condition investigated in these studies alters the perception of the familiar, mixing the narratives. The morph has a subtle deformation from frame to frame, making the continuous change perceptible while maintaining the source image throughout. As conditions change, the emergence of novel forms break through that were previously unrealized. The transition allows for the source image to slowly disappear as the target image begins to overtake it. Ultimately, the morph resolves itself in a completely new image, unrelated from the first, but consistent to our perception. As novel compositions form, new narratives emerge, and architectural projects can be conceived. Townhouse homogeneity is an investigation into the metamorphosis of form between two Baroque facades, San Carlo alle Quattro Fronton and Oratorio dei Filippini, both by Francisco Borromini. Playing on the aesthetic consistency of typical townhouses, townhouse homogeneity blends the familiar with the unfamiliar, creating an uncanny connection to the Pleasantville aesthetic. The condition resonates between the familiar and the unfamiliar, creating a sense of uncanniness. Townhouse homogeneity offers a way to reconceive the stylistic norms of the Baroque, which can be considered a metamorphosis of the Renaissance. Introducing the term metamorphosis to these studies allow for a shared agency between the designer and the context. Rural Town is a continuation into the investigation of the metamorphosis. The metamorphosis is three-dimensionalized, however maintains a sense of flattening, remaining in the world of the in-between. Narratives of the hyperdense residential building and highly industrialized megastructure go through an active metamorphosis to unite in a fully sustainable living habitat. These emerging conditions can help us reconceive social contexts and ideas of hyperdensity, blending them into other programmatic forms otherwise hidden or disregarded, like the infrastructural conditions that support society. This symbiotic environment houses all necessary utilities, from food cultivation to energy production, inserting itself within the ecology. As you come around the side of the building, the morph is expressed in a stretching condition, resolving on the corner. The ambiguity reappears as three-dimensionalized aspects interact with the flat imagery. Thank you for taking the time to consider our studio proposals.
I will pull up the 4 videos now.
Thanks, Matthew. Can you just give me the screen 1 second? I just want to remind the jurors and students and faculty to check out the Google website. So you can all, jurors, you were given access to this website yesterday. There are different, what are called communities in here, where you can see the session we were just in this morning, earlier before this, the session we're in now, and then of course the afternoon sessions. There's also additional content for each of the sessions in here. Also, and I'll just use Sophia's project as an example. Some of the students have, so most of these you upload it, and there's a navigating tool on the upper right. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, where you can zoom out and zoom in on things. You also, some students got fancy and like Sophia, and uploaded these albums, which allow you to, if I can get in here, allow you to see you can then click on these and scroll between them with the arrow on the right. And some students have also, and you see this more in the session before this, but you'll see it again later this afternoon. Some students have uploaded entire boards. Again, you can zoom in and out on these to navigate around and check out content. So I just wanted to remind everybody to looking at the content. If you want to know a little bit more about the projects, that's there while you're listening to other jury comments, etc. And thank you to the students. Those were great presentations. We don't necessarily try to force these 4 studios together. There are overlapping differences, which I often kind of try to artificially parse, the first 2 being more focused on institutionality and different modes of interacting with arts and institutions of justice in the case of Phil and Peter, and the latter 2, Shulan's and Tomas's, looking a bit more at contemporary concepts of visual culture. They could talk more about that. Those are just kind of slogans, if you will, and placeholders to give you a bit more access to how you might begin to associate them, but we also don't need to. We can take them entirely separately. They all have their own separate interests as much as they do have overlapping interests. And with that, I will turn it over to the jury, or I can start making comments if anybody has any kickoff comments.
On the upper right-hand corner, I think that's, I'm sorry, I won't say your name. Jaming, is that correct?
Yes, my name is Jami.
Yeah, please wave. I forgot to tell the students to wave. Yeah, Jaming, we just saw you wave. Maddie, can you wave? She presented before.
Yeah.
Jaming.
Hey, this is me.
Before that, Sophia, if you can give us a wave. And then Matthew, who's been driving, if you can give us a wave again. Yeah. And Matthew, can you tell us these are parsed?
Sophia is up in the top left here. Jaming's is over here in the top right. Maddie's is down in the bottom right, which is also Shulan Kolatan's. Peter's is up in the top right. And then mine is in the bottom left, which is also Tomas Leeser's.
Great. Sorry, Meryl, I forgot to orient the screen for everybody. Please continue.
No, I was just, I just would like to hear a little more about, the political, social position and its relationship or the implications for architecture in the proposition, in that proposition. Can you talk more about that or give us a little more insight?
Yes, actually, like I was mentioned before, like the goal of the space is try to visualize the feature of the censorship, and we all know like we cannot imbush the juridical course for freedom of expression in China right now. So as an architecture student, I'm also thinking about like which way I can imbush something to create a space and let people start to realize the problem itself. So I try to gather all this like rubble from or demolish, like the construction waste demolished by the censorship itself to actually create a space. Let the people not just step away from the demolished like a site or a building and try to gather people into the space.
I just want to add, Johnny, you might want to clarify that rubble, if it wasn't clear to the critics, is culled from artist studios that were destroyed by the state.
Yes, like the site in Beijing, the original site is the Ai Weiwei's old studio, and which is destroyed by the Chinese government. So I'm collecting the rubbles from his old studio.
Jiaming, maybe another way to ask Meryl's question is to what extent do you see yourself in let's say, a more traditional role as an architect here, or are you imagining and speculating upon your role here to be more that of a curator or an artist or all of the above? And maybe you could talk about, is all of the above, the differences. What Peter just pointed out, for example, would be somewhat curatorial. I'm imagining you're probably touching upon all three, but I'll let you talk about that and maybe try to share with us a little bit more about how you're wearing multiple hats in this proposition.
Yeah, like actually in this space, I also try to record the sound of the construction, like demolished building from the city. So the audience who walks through this building can actually listen to the sound itself and let the people realize what is the censorship itself and consider the sound of the construction and the destruction at the same time. So maybe that could be reflect on the censorship and the freedom of speech in China. Like the goal of my project is not try to cure the problem or try to solve the problem right now in China. It's more like to point out the problem and let the audience or let the citizen realize.
But maybe let me try to be a little more direct about this. I mean, Wang Shu collects rubble from demolished projects and won a Pritzker Prize for building buildings out of that rubble. To some extent, I mean, is that kind of, are you building upon that? He calls that studio amateur studio. There's a very sensitive alignment with the Chinese government as much as there is a critique of it. He obviously has, it's not as radical as Ai Weiwei, but it's there. I'm sure if you're a Chinese citizen, you see that in Ningbo and in other projects that Wang Shu has done. I mean, is that the kind of primary arc that you're taking here? Or is it more putting that on display as an exhibition?
I think it's kind of a little bit both, but it's more like putting the displays on the exhibition. It's like to try to visualize the problem itself.
This seems like a continuum, though, as long as the system itself is there, that it's a form of civil disobedience where you would collect and build, it would be torn down, you would collect again, you would build again. And so it goes on and on and on. And I guess, I don't know where that takes me. I mean, that's sort of how I'm viewing it.
That's interesting.
It's necessary.
Well, that's and I know Mark has his hand up, but I'll lob one towards Thomas Daniel to talk about after Mark comments. But there's a temple. I mean, there are kind of spiritual associations with destruction and recreation, and a lot of the construct of ephemerality that we see coming out of Japanese design culture, which builds upon Chinese imperialism, of course, as it migrates over to Japan, which Thomas could probably talk about a bit more. You know, there are rituals of reconstruction that we see built there, and that could be an interesting way to develop and talk about this project. But Mark, you had your hand up first, please.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting for me, a connection between these four very different projects, that perhaps they're connected by this idea that they're all doing too much, and that actually by doing a lot less or removing a process of removal, they could actually achieve their aims a lot more effectively, maybe, or in a more powerful way to some degree. I mean, firstly, with the censorship, I think there's something interesting about, you know, the power of silence in censorship, as well as you know, the power of the void, the power of not participating, the power of not responding, as well as obviously that layered, you know, I'm thinking particularly of the Winnie the Pooh motif, where you communicate something extremely critical through something seemingly very harmless, you know, and that's, you cannot, you know, I think you can't mention Winnie the Pooh now on Weibo because of the associations with the critique of the great leader. Whereas, you know, with the other, I think with each of the projects, they have this kind of incredible extravagance. You know, you think of the train station in Xi'an with these sort of incredible swathes of marble everywhere and this kind of heavy layered structure. And actually, you know, if it's about this sort of sense of the train station intersecting in this cultural hub in this city of great history, there's maybe something about exposing the perversities of that and not trying to sort of layer it and cover it up and create this massive infrastructure. And I think similarly with the sort of novel forms and that uncanniness sought by Matthew with his sort of architecture of metamorphosis, in some ways it requires an incredible amount of effort if it's to exist for the viewer, for the user. You know, you have to experience in its totality to begin to comprehend it, because it is constantly this sort of extruded metamorphosis. You know, it doesn't have clear facades, it doesn't have a singularity, because it's this kind of captured form of motion. It requires an awful lot of anyone to sort of begin to sort of any sort of way of understanding it. So I wonder whether, you know, whether the students could respond that, you know, how did they find that limit of, were they deliberately maxing out, or was there a deliberate strategy of sort of extravagance and maxing out, or did they deliberately deny the possibility of silence and the void and doing less?
So I can respond to that a little bit. In the Uncanniness project in our studio, we were certainly trying to play between this kind of realm of familiarity and unfamiliarity, where we could tap into these aspects of uncanniness. And so to your point, I think we were trying to play a fine line between kind of going into the absurd and going over the top and pulling back from it. It's definitely a difficult line to draw. And I think, you know, many students took different approaches to that in our studio. I think some of the bigger ideas were really to try and push the idea as far as possible, rather than get a complete architecture. And one thing that often talked about was incompleteness into the design itself that resulted maybe in the project.
Well, I'd like to just raise my hand in favor of the overreach of these projects, if you want to term it that way. I think it's almost impossible to react against something in a subtle condition in today's world and it actually get attention and make change. I think I see these projects as fantastic beginnings of ways in which to actually project actual work for the future of these students that not only represent positions up against a culture or a society, but are also against it. And I don't see them as so rebellious. I see them as they're almost too sophisticated to be that kind of rebellion purely out of passion and almost unreasonable positions. These things are pretty sophisticated and might even be argued kind of mild in terms of their rebellious characteristics within a culture that is so profound in its definition and its you might even say suppression. So I disagree, Mark, a little bit with the overreach here. I think that in these conditions, that's where you start.
If you look at this lower left video right now, I think that is fairly minimal and it's not trying to be excessive in any ways. It's just about kind of, frustrating expectations of how we think the world is. And I think this video maybe shows fairly clearly that even with very minimal architectural strategies, you can produce this a completely surprising result.
Yeah, I mean, I would a little bit question this notion that minimalism itself is a virtue. I'm not so sure it is, because I think minimalism is also a form of language that has been appropriated by institutionalized and corporatified, right? So I don't know that minimalism is necessarily the way to go here. As far as our project is concerned, the Xi'an train terminal, we were looking for affordance in the access, and both a kind of picturesque affordance, trying to kind of revisit that aesthetic approach for the 21st century, and look for roughness in access, which is something that's not only interesting as a maybe fresh formal language and a new kind of aesthetic in relation to nature, but also it's something that may have the potential for affordance in a kind of ecological context, because it provides all levels of scales and substrata, if you will, for different kinds of occupations. That's a latent aspect of our studio project. We didn't really have time to delve into that more than just in kind of spirit. But the excess is very much front and center in this studio. I cannot really imagine doing this kind of project in a minimalist way.
Yeah, I just to respond, I wouldn't want to use the word minimalism at all. I think it's more about maybe a control of the excess, or trying to understand how that excess has been calibrated. Because I guess my concern is with the projects that they're too monumental, they're too huge, and they don't work at a kind of more individual, smaller scale. They work as these massive objects seen from a distance in the perspective, you know, flying around them in the axo, and that sort of intimate scale of the excess. So I guess I'm interested in that calibration of how the students have calibrated that excess.
Have you been
Hi, this is Phil Parker. I would have to say, really, I mean, just to that point particularly, it's a very minor, in a certain way, project in terms of its monumentality. It's actually embedded in the ground. And I believe, to the point of excess, it's yes, it takes on excess in order to try to open up the capacity of architecture to the architect, really. That's what we need to do in the studio, is for the architect to be able to see some of the possibilities that we have suppressed in our discipline. We need to figure those out. We need to figure out how we can use them. And the studio should be an experimental site for that. That's its real ambition, I think.
I think that the excess is an interesting word here. I mean, there are a couple of things that I don't understand quite, but I think it's, I mean, what's interesting to me is these all seem like landscapes to me, rather than, partly because there's no interiority to them or no implication or gestures toward the interiority of them. And therefore they're doing new thinking, I think, in the use of the excess as a sort of new kind of expression of the field rather than the object, the relationship to the architectural, you know, sort of work, that the spread, the possibility of it spreading through repetition or through typological deformation or through various ways in which the surface evolves or devolves and so forth. And so I think it's actually another updated and more interesting surface studies in some way, I think are very valuable, partly because we went through a period where, you know, the landscape became an important feature, and then we kind of went back into big shapes and forms, and here now it's spreading again, which I think is quite interesting. But I don't know what happens next, or I don't know whether there's a way in which it now comes back into its own, you know, whether it's actually really attempting to, I mean, I go back to Merrill's original question in a way, which is, what is if it is about justice, then, or if some of these are about justice and some are about normativity and exceptional, you know, departure from normativity or something like that, that how are we to sort of give and how do they account for that in some way, rather than, I mean, it's a narrative, but how is that narrative sustained with the structures, I like the idea. I also like the idea of excess just for its own sake, just to test it out. But are these meant to be kind of testing structure, you know, sort of landscapes, or are they, I mean, do they really close in on something that I'm missing, really close in on the problem of justice in a way? Are we going to need excess? I mean, one other option might be thinking of the project about the authoritarianism in China would be to work at the level, the scale, not of the rubble, but the scale of the body, since the body is actually what is controlled. And if you begin to sort of incorporate the body into space and structure and allow space to dissolve it or something like that, you would begin to dissolve it, you would begin to loosen authoritative hold on it. And I think that's, I mean, that, you know, neither here nor there in architectural terms, but there's other options that the suggestiveness that these raise. So I think they're very interesting in that way too.
your comment about the underlying search for landscape, I would like to build on a little bit. I think that we're all looking for new narratives of landscape. This was also, I caught the tail end of the earlier session today. And obviously that's not out of nowhere. We do need to generate new notions of what landscape are. And so our project was sort of conceived as a quasi-pavilion in a landscape, or a pavilion in the garden, with the city being the garden and the terminal, the pavilion, an underlying theme both of the Barcelona pavilion as well as, of course, the Chinese garden. What we were also doing, we were tying into some 70s ideas, which I think the 70s are sort of very interesting time in this regard, because they're sort of early, and a kind of early consciousness of ecology and that sort of thing. We were looking at Matthias Unger's urban archipelago project, where he proposes for the shrinking city of Berlin at that time, an idea where neighborhoods that were morphologically important would be intensified in their identity and become islands, and the rest of the city would become a German forest. And the Chinese have a similar concept for that called shan shui, literally mountains and water. And it sort of consists of very intensified urban or town-like settlements swimming, as it were, in a sea of agriculture in that case. But our idea was to use that as a speculative notion to situate the terminal not in a kind of newly developing neoliberal city edge, but to take advantage of the fact that this is the edge of the city where there is still incomplete development, to propose a different trajectory for future development that would generate much more constructed landscape, if you will. And we were playing with the inspiration from the Chinese landscape drawings to make suggestions that wouldn't be moving in a direction of a conventional park, or even newer ideas of wetlands and such, but looking for something really different.
Interesting.
I think there's I find it very interesting how maybe trying to find a common topic to the different projects would be this idea of mediation, or the idea of dissolution, of trying to make different parties meet. In the first project, about the spatialization of sound, this kind of conversation between construction and demolition, I find it very interesting. How do you construct a project out of demolished materials? And maybe I don't know if this was explored or not, but also talking about something that is clandestine, or something that is actually displayed. I don't know exactly the project, how much it tries to hide itself, or how much it tries to become visible, because I think the question of this being a constant process, where of course the government would chase this project and demolish it. So, there could be a strategy of, through using demolished material, trying to make the project disappear under this rubble. In the second project that we saw about material space, I found very interesting this idea of the chemical reaction between materials, and how that creates or starts a material process. I think that could be even more extreme or more radical in how it constructs the structure and the spatial experience. So in this sense, it might be even a bit timid yet, but I think it's a very interesting topic to explore. I found fascinating all the drawings of the project of the Silk Road, and how there is in this case this dissolution between maybe the building and the landscape, or how very similar to these Chinese drawings, how the building starts to almost blend with the landscape and create a new landscape in itself. And the last one, mashing up styles, or mashing up languages to create this other thing that we don't know what it is, right? I would ask maybe the question of, because this all appears to be, except maybe the first one, which to me it's more clear in the strategy, this seems to be more like an experiment, right? Of what happens when you put this and this together, right? And then you explore what happens, which is, I think, always an amazing exercise. How do you value or how do you measure the success, right? Or how do you measure and then go back to the project and edit it and have a critical position as to what comes next, I would say.
Yeah, I like that comment, Deborah, also about, that it sort of lays out another project. I mean, a project that lays out many other projects having to do with precedent and typologies and new forms of relationship, or and not just the initial distortion of things in order to remind us that of the dominance of tradition, but also the distortion of things in order to, sort of experimenting when it stops being, when it goes over the boundaries, as people were saying, it goes over the boundaries of its sort of classical, historical, philosophical, architectural sort of domain into other territories. But those territories now need to be explored a little again. I mean, I think, or should be more, I feel like there should be a little bit more, at least a touch of recursivity to see how it bends back to look at itself again, to see what it's where it falls, and especially in the justice. And I mean, I'm thinking of I like Matthew's project a lot, but also I was thinking of the justice projects because of the way and how rear guard, justice is. It's like always looking at what's already there and then codifying it. And then, and so it's not something that is good at spontaneity or the immediate change of things. It's really has to take its time to sort of codify it in social terms. And so it's interesting, the delay in justice is due to the delay in that rear guard codification. And so I'm interested in how a courthouse would register such a delay, or its own contemporaneity in relationship to this rear guard practice, which affects justice immensely. But anyway, yeah.
I love this discussion. Where do people like Caesar and Leverett and Los, people like that, where do they come from? I mean, do they come from a place of rebellion, a place of isolation, or what? Where do you start when you're just simply seeing the world differently than everybody else, and you're anxious to get your ideas out there, to evolve them, and to make comment? I think it's hard to start with a whisper. I think you can, but in as slow a profession that we operate within, you may never, you never get beyond the barely audible voice. And so I think starting something like these projects for me, they're really up against the place. They're not so much against it, but up against it. And I think it's a start to the realization of some original work that actually does have everything to do with the culture of China and its evolution over a very short period of time. In recent years, incredible change. I don't know, I just think that these things speak to that situation, and maybe with too loud a voice, but that's sometimes required, I believe.
Well, maybe some of the power of the access, or the access would become, I mean, I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, access, by the way, but I think maybe some of the power or comprehensibility of the access would come when we see this very specifically in its context of, what is built around it, what happens, for example, with the Xi'an train station when it is just the endless Xi'an, 80-story concrete residential towers that you get, when you go from the airport to the main old city. And what happens when you have this museum of censorship, which is disappearing, rebuilding, and yet it's being built around in a very kind of generic way. I think that's where the real excitement could come, and maybe that's when I'd really appreciate the access, is when you really understand how its sort of environment is responding to it or not. I think that's where it would really kind of come into its own. Maybe that's part of my problem.
Mark, I just wanted to ask kind of to take that up, to clarify, maybe even for some of the students, whether some of the points that you're making also have to do with a certain economy of the investigation and the organization of the material. Because I think that it was an interesting comment that came out of the question of excess and the minimal and so on. But I think you're also talking at the level of the proposition, not just the content of what's presented, but how that's articulated in a way that maybe has more of an economy of relations. Could you clarify that, or is?
Yeah, no, I'm all for very aggressive propositions, but I think maybe they all seem, in a simple way, just very large. And I question whether they need to be that large to do what they're claiming to do. And also, very sort of, powerful, just sort of the scale of what they're doing in terms of, it just needs to be more all the time. You can't just have one facade that's doing this, or a kind of sort of this element and this idea is just happening in this part of the project. The whole project, each of the projects is very, very, each element is unique. Each element is really kind of expressive. And I guess that's where I'm interested in that calibration, which is underlying all these comments of mine. Like,
yeah,
how do you find that?
I just wanted to bring some attention to the question of, like, even at a small scale, though, in Tomas's studio, there's a certain level of monumentality, and it's an interesting problem with respect to how these projects and systems operate socially, culturally, and politically, whether or not, going towards a symbolic direction, going towards something that's an unseen direction. I think Deborah kind of brought up all these, the vacillation between the unseen, the unsaid, the silent, and the monumental is part of what really interests me about all these projects. And in Shulan's studio, I was just totally struck by the kind of transformation of a historical cultural understanding of the difference between, one tradition and another. And so it's like the projects, as they are trying to get out of Pratt, are also trying to kind of find their own relationship to history, in a certain sense, the history of architectural production, the history of architectural meaning. And I think that's really exciting, because I think that's part of what one of the earlier comments that had to do with how there's a necessary ambition in the scale of the projects, which does have to have a certain kind of pitch or magnitude, but then it does create and open a new space for rethinking these relations. And I was just, I've seen Shulan Studio unfold in many different ways, and this is one of the best versions I've seen. I really like the effects. And then if I look at Tomas's studio, I'm seeing a greater range of small and large scale projects where the small takes on these minimal qualities and the large take on, these kind of infinite Gaudi and Jujol-like, textures and relationships. And I think that part of these end of the third year studios are looking at kind of calibrating individual projects more towards this variation rather than a kind of consistent identity across the studio for morphology or a pictorial logic or typology. But I think I think the reason I was asking about your comment is because for the sake of the students, I wasn't sure they understood the kind of range of application your comment was really about in terms of what are you doing as a proposition, and in the internal logic of the architecture, what is the the magnitude of the actual operation, which might not necessarily be the same thing. There's the proposition, and then there's kind of what the architecture is actually doing, which I think is also part of the question that's being brought up again and again.
It's interesting because I think they're very different versions of materiality, and Deborah brought this up a bit, but you do see a strong interest in material, whether that's photographic material and a texture map, the material of rubble, or the material of the landscape in Shulan's studio, which gives each of the studios a kind of almost molecular strain of research that I think in many cases, and in some of the most interesting cases, begins to weaken the kind of larger monumental moves. I mean, I would shift the language in the earlier part of the conversation away from excessive and minimal into one that's talking about strong and weak form. And here I think there's different meditations on how the material sensibility and molecular strategies, if you will, might go against the strong form, that give it different levels of engagement, that flirt with landscape, that flirt with objects, that I would argue flirts with interiority because of that slip more than their alignment. And I see it happening. They're very different scaled sites, and they're coming at this from different angles, but that the space that they create and the slip between the molecular and the macro is one that I think argues for a kind of subtlety and a weak form argument that is probably excessive in its obsession and its operations, but it results in an experience that because it is a weak form argument, produces more engagement and sustained interaction, as opposed to strong form, which is iconic. We get it in a second. We need to go into the other dimensionalities of it. I mean, each of them tried, at least to me, and this is not to flatten out the differences between the studios, but there does seem to be this similar research approach of juxtaposing very small scale material moves against very large scale massing moves to find a different kind of politic, if you will, between object and landscape, between building and community. There's a lot of different frameworks that are being applied to investigate that. I don't know if students experienced that or felt that in any way, and I'd be curious to hear from them if they did, those jumps between scales, or if it felt all kind of operating at the same scale, or if there was a tension between those scales in your investigations that maybe was uncomfortable but interesting to see it not resolved. I don't know, maybe some students could speak to that.
I guess, David, just quickly, I mean, I kind of agree that for me, it's not a question of minimal or excessive. I mean, there's, as Shulan points out, that minimalism has been kind of co-opted by commercialism. I would say excessiveness has been co-opted by cultural institutions, as you see in museums by Frank Gehry and Zaha. And I think you're right. This is probably more about with a strong form or weak form. And I think in what we were trying to do is this idea of a kind of basically tripping up your expectations, that you cannot, you go into a Zaha museum or in a Frank Gehry building, you kind of buy into it, and if something is excessive nowadays, you expect it to be a museum and you accept it like this, right? What we are trying to do is to produce something that frustrates your expectations and makes you stop and suddenly realize that is not the way the world usually operates or what you usually would expect. And that, so for me, it doesn't matter whether it's excessive or whether it's minimal. For me, the form of itself doesn't really matter as long as it produces this kind of because we're so inundated with stuff that nobody pays attention to architects and buildings anymore. Right? Everybody is sort of like accepting what's out there. And that, for me, is the challenge, to produce something that suddenly provokes a kind of rethinking and re-evaluating your environment. And maybe that's what one could call weak form, could produce.
I mean, specifically in your studio, I mean, in my opinion, the Dusseldorf School of Photography looms large, and people like Thomas Demand and Gursky, and that work, it flirts with this, it's very subtle, and yet, it usually very large format. I mean, some of Gursky's prints are over 3 or 4 meters long, so they have a very sustained duration, but they're also not necessarily a field, nor are they strong form. There's a misalignment. I think very much experientially, what you see it in Candida Hoffer's work too, who's also, all those guys studied with the Beckers, where there's different dimensionalities that sustain the way one interacts with that photography, that's really distinguished it and made it important to architects, as opposed to more historical, picturesque work where it's still framed. I mean, their work is arguably experiential and highly interiorized. Crutzen is maybe more on the excessive side of that, but it still has those temporal subtleties that one could talk about in the language of visual culture, and certainly the way your studio, and I think Schulan's is using different source material, the calligraphic line and the pictorial scroll of Chinese culture, but there's a similar politic and haptic affect, I would say, that I can connect between photography and drawing and painting in those two very different time periods and different cultures, that I think, again, talks about this vibration maybe between weak form and strong form, and that slip between the molecular. When you look at how Gursky works on his prints, which is almost like a Chuck Close project. I mean, he works on like down to the millimeter on these huge prints, and I don't know that they reconcile themselves. And again, I wonder if that frustration is also part of what the students felt, as much as it might be a trajectory for the experience of the projects.
Yeah.
I would just second that, David, this idea of it came up as dissolution or dissipation, or atmospheric or molecular. There is a tendency, it seems, across the 4 projects in a way, to find smaller and smaller units to break apart these larger monumental wholes. Initially the discussion was around monumentality. It's interesting that it rolls into a kind of micro bits as opposed to the monumental. And I think there's some interesting tendencies more broadly, I think, towards trying to not to deconstruct, but to allow things to dissipate or dissolve into one another, to shift, which is to go back into the molecular level. So I think there's a tendency across them, definitely, against the monumental.
I mean, the whole project of BIM modeling and parametrics is to do that in exactly the opposite way. It's meant to be very teleological. that I can integrate from one down to the other, as opposed to them having very different misaligned characters. And this is where I find this work compelling, and why I'm trying to suggest it has a different duration. And while it's using image culture, it's not strong. It's not excessive in the sense that we get it right away as a picture. It's those misalignments that I would attribute more to Patrick than Zaha, quite honestly, if we want to get specific about BIM and parametrics and that side of that work. I think Zaha's paintings and her interest in the line and the viscous line against the canvas has a real dimensionality to it that I think is palpable in a lot of the work that she was intimately involved with. But you can see that flatten out when the parametric and the integrative takes over, and those alignments start to teleologically orchestrate. And that's where I think it just becomes flatly excessive and possibly much more efficient and minimal on an economic and consumability and marketing and political framework. You know, so I think Mark's introduction of the term excessive is important, because I think it was introduced in the spirit of it being productive. I'm really just trying to kind of fine tune that, and also recognize that none of the work aligns itself with the parametric, or I would say landscape urbanism, both of which are different forms of parametric, teleological, ratcheting down in a kind of fractal and gradient way from one scale to the other. I think there are radically juxtaposed misalignments between the molecular and the large scale work that's going on here, and that I personally find it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add into that. It's a super interesting discussion. In our studio, what I'm interested in is less the pictorial aspects of the picturesque, interestingly, but more the morphological aspects. So, you know, what happens when you hot glue pieces, elements of very different kinds of architectures together? That's one thing. So our micro unit, which gets proliferated, is actually already some sort of a misunderstood composition of elements, if you will, and the resulting sort of rough objects, and also a kind of haptic condition, right? The fact that the picturesque path always misaligns the direction of movement from the direction of the eye. And recently, there are sort of these interesting notions of haptic vision and the kind of fingery eye. I love this concept of the fingery eye. And the fingery eye doesn't gaze as much as it grazes, and it loves rough surfaces and textures. So it's more in, I think our work is more in that realm than necessarily sort of the primary value of the image.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, I think roughness is a great other angle to come into this with. And I think that coarseness, again, that's about the misalignments or the juxtapositions of these different scales of work. You know, and that's where the marble and the kind of hot gluing, you know, and then how that aggregates in your studio. I find maybe a couple of different scales of roughness and discordance that I find productive. You know, I guess I use the word pictorialism with specific reference to that project and how it launched in the early 20th century in photography. And we spoke a little bit about this in your jury, but didn't really get into it. And I do think it's important, absolutely, to delaminate that from the picturesque. And I, you know, I'm not sure where you and your students stand. I know the origins of the studio are playing more with the picturesque, but I would say again, the sustained way that I imagine engaging those projects, I find to be more aligned with the pictorial, which was when photography started departing from having anything to do with its content or the narrative structure of it, where those would start to misalign. There would be imagined spaces. It no longer became documentary. I mean, that's the big shift in pictorialism, where artists start realizing, you know, Man Ray and others, that there's other ways to use photography that is not just documentary and representing the real or what's there. There's speculative and imaginary spaces that come out of that, and you know, I see that. I guess I see that in your work, as opposed to the picturesque, which is often trying to represent the real in historically, not so much in the Chinese picturesque, but you know, we could go down a wormhole on this, but it's a very, the roughness in either case, whichever one of those you take away, I think is a really interesting common ground to have a conversation about that. If that's where you end up, no matter where the starting point is, that's an interesting spot. And I think it's evident in all 4 projects that we're seeing here in very different ways. Yeah. Somebody was going to say something and jump in, please.
You know, Catherine used the term about the complexity of the work and bending back over it. And it seems to me that these are the kind of explorations that these students are going to be bending back over for their careers. You know, this is the kind of exploration that is so rich and fearless, in a sense. No one here is fearful of the ugliful or the ugly or whatever, and what might be produced out of that, and what a new way, I guess I would say, going back to civil disobedience, or sort of architectural civil disobedience, that is this rich exploration that they've had the opportunity here to experience. You know, I think it's just so rich, I guess is the right word.
I like that, civil disobedience of architecture. I think this is sort of, you know, I think that ties these projects together in a certain way. And this is what, because I mean, we're so, you know, as I was saying earlier, there's like, you know, nobody really cares anymore, you know, unless there's something that's in the kind of, and I think subtle ways, what's the word, kind of disengages things, you know, and opens up possibilities of understanding and seeing the world in a more critical way. And you know, these projects are all, I think, about struggling against complacency. This is, for me, I think, a big issue that you know, architecture can hopefully somehow achieve. So I like that civil disobedience as you know, as an architectural kind of idea. I think it's a very interesting way of putting it.
Yeah, I agree. I've sort of rediscovered this German word, Kulturträger, which was sort of the overriding topic for the studio, and it literally means carrier of culture, and it's a term that's used quite commonly and frequently in Germany, associated with individuals or institutions generally. And the idea that individuals and institutions carry culture from one generation to the next, as it were, is a wonderful thought. And I think with all of this work, the sort of one of the questions is whether architecture still has agency to carry culture.
Mm-hmm. Yes, great. Yeah. You know, one part of that is that I think the mediums that we're working in now are in fact becoming more a part of culture of architecture, where the computer is no longer, you know, some new tool that you can just play with. I think you can. I think especially students now, I'm seeing them use the computer in ways that that touch the heart and soul of architecture in ways that I never would ever have thought that that machine would be able to inspire or to generate. And I think it's generating some really original work in ways that are very, very exciting, I think, for architecture.
This is witness
This
to
is
it.
totally witness to it. Man,
Yeah, I also want to just commend the students. I think for the final semester, in addition to the kind of civil disobedience, there is somewhat of a disciplinary disobedience here. And I think this is in a way that it does build upon the culture, prior cultural movements. I mean, there's a lot of anxiety about using the image or using the picturesque in architecture. And I think these are, as Mac is alluding to, they're kind of building it. This is what I like about the kind of molecular scale of work that's going on here. They're building it into the materiality in ways that doesn't kick it out of architecture or make it so other as it maybe was to a generation or two prior. And it becomes, visual culture becomes part of the material methods of the work as much as it might be the affect and relationships to the community. I wanted to, we have about 10 minutes left, and just invite jurors and or students to make some final comments in this session. I think, there's been a lot of kind of, let's say, larger scale discussions about the work in the discipline and how it relates with their different sites and across the 4 studios, which again, I want to commend the students and the faculty for presenting 4 projects that allow us to have that kind of a discussion. But I'd like to open it up for some final comments, if there are any. I know it's 2 a.m. in Japan right now, so Thomas is hanging on by a thread. You're muted. It's definitely 2 a.m., so we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? It's very provocative, very sophisticated work. You raised a point earlier about ephemerality and related to things that happen in Japan and traditional architecture, and I can see the relevance. But famously, they rebuild Shinto shrines at regular intervals every 20 years or so, and that's because they're building in wood and the climate is humid and there's termites and so on, and so it's kind of out of necessity. But it's not really celebrating kind of decay and patination and corrosion and so on. It's kind of fighting against it. It's trying to produce kind of very kind of clear, artificial, human-made forms that kind of resist the inevitable decay of the architecture. So again, as I said with the earlier work this morning, there's a kind of a celebration of patination and corrosion and decay and kind of collapse in the aesthetic of these buildings. And of course, I'm seduced by it as well. But I think that the balance between kind of accepting a kind of a blending and emerging back into the landscape and kind of falling apart and becoming part of kind of nature again. Also, there's a kind of needs to be balanced in terms of resisting that and making some kind of clear artificial kind of intervention in the landscape as well.
Mark had a comment.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just wanted to congratulate all the students on this, really projective thinking and really, I think wonderful exploration of incredible range of ideas. And as we've been talking about, the kind of range of representation is really exciting as well. And I think it speaks to the quality of the work that we can talk about a lot of other bigger issues. And I think just picking up on Mac's comment about the digitality and the use of the computer, I agree very much with the still images, but I think there's a lot of potential that's not explored with the moving images in the representation. They tend to be quite sort of generic fly-throughs or a bit sort of disconnected. And I think you know, if the students could focus their incredible sort of creativity and imagination on thinking what is different about using the moving image, what could they really express about the unique qualities of their specific project through the moving image, I think that would help, you know, us understand it in an interesting new way, but more importantly, push forward this discussion for them, for us, and for the discipline about architecture. Because I think, and interestingly, with all these projects, where they are this kind of like sort of landscape ruralism in some way, and very sort of interactive. There's a lot going on, as we discussed, with this idea of excess, and not in a pejorative way, but there's a lot going on. And I think, you know, maybe the moving image is a way to help us, you know, really sell us on the positive qualities of that. That it's not too much in a bad way, it's overwhelming in a good way, or it has specific enlightening qualities that you know, really push forward what we're thinking architecture can be and what it can do, and for whom. So yeah, I mean, congratulations to all the students. I think, yeah, very exciting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other final comments? Great, so we are going to pause the recording. To jurors, I know Deborah, you're coming back at 4, and Thomas, I'm assuming you might come back at the tail end for a toast. It's just like 7 a.m. your time. But to everybody else, you know, again, congratulations to the students. Incredible job, and incredible job, you know, in the circumstances as well. I really need to laud you and the faculty for that across both of these sub-sessions. We will meet back here in roughly 1 hour at about 1:50. So please take a breather. And to all the students and faculty who participated in this morning, I just want to remind you tonight at 6 o'clock, we are going to do a Zoom toast. I don't know what that is, the finale virtual. I will have a glass of something at that point, but we're going to try it out, and that won't be live stream for those of you who are watching right now, but please make sure you circle back for that. We'd love to see everybody here, and we'll have a couple jovial comments and maybe even some jokes at that point. So, okay, everybody have a good break. Sarah, can you throw up the banner? Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Neha and Valeria, are you both on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you guys all set?
Yep, we are. I am.
And who's Neha, you're just showing the whole thing, and Valeria, you are as well, right?
Yeah, so ours is a 5-minute presentation of the entire group. And after which we'll just leave an image of all the projects as one image, and then we can begin the discussion.
Okay. All right, great. I'm gonna mute myself. I have to deal with a couple things to get the critics in here.
Okay.
I will say a few things and then we will start at 2 o'clock, yeah?
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds good.
great. Aisha, are you on right now?
Yes, I am.
Great. Okay, we're gonna go live in about 8 minutes here. I was just helping Neil join us and am hoping he'll be on here soon. Same with Maine. Aisha, are you on right now? Yeah, make sure you mute that, Aisha.
Yeah, I just did.
I assume that was the YouTube.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on that on the side.
Yeah. I'm not seeing Denari on here yet. I know he's about to come on. And assuming Maine is also. Marilyn Mack are here. Catherine's still here. Deborah's coming back at 4. Aisha, you can put up the "We will start soon" panel.
There you go. We're on.
They know we're here.
Hey, Mac and Merrill. Just
Hey.
try to get Neil in here. I think Tom's coming on right at 2, he said, so.
David,
Yes.
I'm sorry we were so slow on the getting into this morning. I just wanted to tell you, I'd like to get the message to that first group that showed those projects on the waterfront.
Yeah.
They were absolutely beautiful.
Sure. Yeah, I'll pass that along. You can put it in the chat and they'll see it. A lot of them are still on right now, so.
That work was really extraordinary, and I was really struck by especially the attention to the sensitivity towards the workplace, and the way in which these projects were actually improving the workplace and the kind of workplaces that need a lot of improvement and those kinds of environments. And I should have said to them, there are people that care about that stuff a lot. And the health of the people that work in those kinds of environments, but also their productivity and how architecture can reinforce it. But anyway, I apologize. I just getting started up, I just didn't chime in quick enough. Sorry.
No problem. I'm just realizing we had an out-of-date email for Neil, so I'm just trying to get him back in here.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
I am okay. Hey, everybody. Hi, Mark. Hi, Merrill.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Mark. Mark too. Hey, how you guys?
We're good.
Where are you? Are you in LA or New York?
I'm in LA. It doesn't matter. I'm online.
You're everywhere.
There is no location anymore.
Might have something to do with your quality of life right now.
Just had a virtual meeting with my whole studio, and we're deciding where we're heading. And it looks as though 2/3 of my group want to stay home. We're going to turn into a virtual office, huh?
We're broadcasting right now, FYI.
Oh dear. Okay. This whole time I have to muzzle my real voice, huh? Oh dear.
We're on YouTube.
This means I can't use the fuck word. Oh dear.
Yeah. Sorry. I am just trying to get Neil on here with us. Bear with me 1 minute.
Hey, Anna.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. And you?
Good. Just managing, with become a preschool teacher as well as continuing in grad school. So it's pretty interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. It's tricky with the little ones at home. Definitely. Yeah, but the students have been doing amazing work. I saw their final a couple of days ago for the MS-ARC and MSAUD coming up soon. And they've really, the amount of work they've been able to do working virtually is super impressive. And I think they're going to be showing you a number of virtual platforms too that they're using. So it's really, we're developing some ideas that there's some real benefits to working in this way too. So, not the same, but they're you can't look at it all as just a disadvantage.
These juries have been interesting too. They break them down into 2.5 hour chunks. And I know I had mine on Monday and had a group for the first 2.5 hours and then shifted, and the whole conversation changes, the personalities, and it kind of hops it up again. And it's actually quite nice.
There's also a kind of intimacy too, that I think you can really focus on the work, and then the chat, people contribute ideas into the chat, that you have these parallel conversations that you can then read over. It's really great.
I'd like to suggest that had we not had time together at the start of the semester with a group, it would have been much harder because by the time we had already met with the students, what, 4, 8, 6 times something. We knew each other. So it made it, I'm not sure if you started out cold, that it would be quite as.
It's a great point, Meryl. One of the things that we did for some of the undergraduate reviews is have them submit material ahead of time for jurors to access and to pre-record some short presentations so that jurors could already become familiar with the work before having that presentation in the live review.
We did that here too. The jurors were sent a little bit of content. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Is everybody ready? I think we are on YouTube, or we're just about to go on YouTube. Yeah, I think we're on, or we've been on. Okay, welcome everybody for the second session. I am very pleased to welcome back the jury from earlier today, and we'll reintroduce them as well as some new additions. We have a great jury. Of course, we have Meryl Elam and Max Skogan, who are returning as our critics at large. They've been with us for the whole year, and I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to them once again for coming back. Both of them hold appointments at Harvard GSD. Meryl is the John Portman design critic, and Mac is the Kajima professor in practice. We are also joined today and returning from this morning by Mark Breed, who's the Director of Studies at University of Cambridge, St. John's College. Mark is an acclaimed director and architect, one of few who's made the transition between fields. So we welcome him back. We have joining us new this afternoon, Neil Denari, who can wave. Neil's at NASA again. Neil worked at NASA for some period of time, didn't you? He's flying over Earth again. We're very happy to have Neil back, and we are looking forward to having him next year, where he will be assuming the position that Mac and Meryl are departing from. This has not been widely publicly announced, but he is secretly welcomed here today in that light. Neil is a professor at UCLA and the principal of Neil Denari Architects. Catherine Ingram, I believe, is back in the room. I'm not positive. She's a professor here at Pratt. Sanford Quinters also returning off and on this afternoon, also a professor here at Pratt in the GAUD. Tom Main is back with us again. He's been with us in a number of capacities over the past few years. He kicked off the Critic at Large sequence, and we are very happy to have him here on a regular basis. Thank you, Tom, for making the time to join us again today. Tom is a distinguished faculty at SciArc and the principal of Morphosis. And Deborah Meza Molina will be joining us again. She was with us in the morning. She'll be back for the second sub-session this afternoon, starting at 4 p.m. I just want to remind everybody that that there is everybody who's on the webinar, that there's a brief toast and Zoom party after this. So I hope everyone will hang out for a little bit after 6 o'clock. We will take a short break after the MS programs present. And before I forget, I just want to remind the critics, and I'll paste this back in the chat in a minute. I want to remind the critics to make sure that you check out the Google Plus website, which I'm going to jump to here now, which is here. If you haven't gone there, again, I will. You guys all see that?
Yep.
Right. So there are different communities in here. We are kicking off this afternoon with the MS programs. You can click on the students' work. This has work that's in addition to what some of the students included. Some of these you can zoom with a navigation tool. here to check out their drawings. So if you want to have a look at what the students have done, please go to that link. Some of them may be slideshows. I'm seeing if I can dig one up here that allow you to navigate through more than one image at a time. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm not seeing one in here, but I can find one from the last session. So this is an example. You just click on the 3 photos slideshow, and these will come up, and you can click on them. And then there's like a navigator bar on the right and on the left that allows you to scroll through them. So feel free to check out the work from this morning, or just check out other work from this session as everybody's presenting. Let me just quickly orient everybody to what we're going to be looking at this afternoon. Okay, so we have 2 subsessions. The first one is the MS programs, and we are looking at these 2 groups here. Both Neha and Valeria will be presenting the MS programs at large. Ariane Marie Harrison is the coordinator of the MS programs, and there are 2 different programs here. One is the MS ARC, and the other is the urban design program. We will be starting with the MS ARC and continuing on to the urban design program. I have lost my mouse, so give me 1 second while I figure out, there we go, how to track back over here. And I believe, Neha, can you raise your hand?
Yeah, I'm here.
He is going to start. For those of you who aren't familiar with the MS programs, these are our 2 one-year post-professional programs. Neha, you can start queuing up the video. I will just say a few more words. They look at 2 different scales of work. The MS ARC program, which we're looking at first, we call oversized product design and undersized architecture. And this year they've been looking at what we call Stair Plus. Whose screen is this right now?
This is my screen.
Yeah, can you, I am seeing, this is yours, Neha?
Yes, this is mine.
Yeah, it's very zoomed in. Is everybody else seeing it that way too?
No, it looks
okay, David.
Yeah, it looks okay on
guys?
our
Okay,
side.
that must be me and my view options. Okay. In any case, this program's looking at, started by looking at how to bring community into a building by kind of hijacking it with an architectural product, if you will. These are cores and stairs that bring in other inhabitants, other forms of nature. And in the final kind of test case that they've looked at this semester, they are working on a site on Governor's Island in the New York Harbor and in some of the historic houses there, which they may talk about a bit more. Neha's gonna show a video, and then we're gonna break to discussion for about an hour total, and then we will move on around 3 o'clock to the urban design program. Nate Hume, Jeff Anderson, and Brian Ringley are all the faculty members who work with Ariane on this studio. And Ariane, I'd like to invite you or Nate, if there's anything that I forgot that you just want to mention to the jury before we kick it off, please jump in.
I think that's a great introduction. Thank you for joining us. I'll let Neha take it from here. I think the video should include most of our details and then some highlights from the semester.
Great, Neha, it's yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I would like to begin this presentation by introducing our site this semester, research context this year, studio themes followed by the studio projects. Governor's Island presents a provocative site that speaks to the studio's interests in constructed nature and adaptive reuse. Briefly about the island, it served as a defense base for the US Army and then the Coast Guard until 2003. Today it stands transformed into 43 acres of new park space, while advanced development strategies are making way to create a futuristic, educational, nonprofit, and environment-friendly community. A key component of the development master plans are the hills on Governor's Island that rise up to 70 feet above sea level and are artificially created primarily from construction debris. Development strategies for the island provide opportunity to reuse the historic houses in the northeast part of the island that were constructed in the late 19th century but have been largely unused over the last few decades. For the past couple of summers, these houses are being used by artists for art fairs, installation art, and interactive experiences. The focus of our studio is the architectural reconfiguration of house number 14 through the insertion of a circulation element which introduces new material and spatial organizations. The Trust for Governor's Island has invested heavily to provide infrastructure systems that meet the projected uses of the island. The studio explores innovative environmental and architectural systems using contemporary design technologies and contemporary design thinking. The projects aim to have both a strong external aesthetic and tectonic identity in its interiority. I'd like to now quickly introduce the research context that have framed our studio projects this year. The post-natural being the first, that is acknowledging the Anthropocene as our current environment, and in that sense, working with what is now nature. The second is the post-digital, which is moving past the digital age and re-engaging analog methods and blurring that differential. The third is the post-human that extends the scope of designing to non-human species. Presented here is the distribution of studio projects over a thematic spectrum of concealed to exposed systems of intervention. Here are some vignettes from the 8 projects. Moving from the top left to the bottom right image, we will explore through this presentation the studio pursuits in developing performative systems that vary in their frontality. This spring, we worked with 2 studio themes. The first one is the performative systems of house number 14. We think of the house as an architectural product that augments systems to generate new outcomes and microenvironments. Some of the precedents explored for this theme included the work of Rainer Banham, A Home is Not a House, where the system becomes the house. Another precedent for this theme was the photographer Thomas Struth's compilation, Nature and Politics, which explores the aesthetics of innovation and experimentation through the recording of structural complexities. His works allude to the hidden structures of control and influence exerted by these advanced technologies. The second studio theme is constructed nature. It is preceded by the idea that human activities morph their immediate and natural environment. It is a formal discourse that engages organic forms and figurations, deploying highly digital materialities. This approach heightens our awareness to the Anthropocene and human role in constructing the environment. Precedents for constructed nature include a vertical farm in Japan, developed by GE Lighting with plant physiologist Shigeharu Mirai. A project where adaptive reuse of a semiconductor factory employs special LED fixtures that facilitate plant growth with lesser energy consumption compared to outdoor fields. Another precedent for this theme is the project The Retreat at Blue Lagoon in Iceland by Basalt Architects that internalized the cracks and fissures formed in this volcanic landscape into the building layout. Exaggerated materialities is a core interest in the studio. Exploring and experimenting with physical and digital methods leads to a fruitful exchange between the 2 mediums, resulting in unique textural identities that are used as a baseline from which the formal architectural designs have been developed. Effects produced by materials and textures like peel, marbling, mossy, stratifying, and luminosity were extracted to increase the architectural experience of a space by engaging the attention of the user. Materials used in the studio range from construction debris, plastic glomerate, to organic matter like mycelium, algae, lichens, and moss. The studio's program is essentially a staircase. The objective is to redesign or reinterpret the notion of a staircase in a typical four-square house. Each proposal introduces a unique environment to the existing house and makes the user experience the space in new ways. Our projects engage stair typologies ranging from a straight flight, circular, to double helix stairs, each one with a unique textural, spatial, and formal quality. The systems explored as integrations with the architectural intervention range from systems that control light, humidity, and temperature to systems that filter gray water, host butterflies, or propagate microbial species like algae and lichens. Details in the interface of the structure of the intervention with the existing building explores moments of slotting, embedding, shearing, and strategic reviews. We'll now walk through the 8 studio projects.
While these are showing, I put a few links in the app to the jurors. If you would like to go to the Google Plus website, you have a link to it. But Nate, we forgot to
demo video of one of our studio projects through the augmented reality app.
So this model that you're seeing, everybody who's watching right now can upload this app and you can look at it in your apartment or wherever you are. So I would encourage the jurors to have a look at it because you can literally move around the model as if it's right next to you while we're looking at the projects, and you can scroll through different projects. You'll see at the bottom, you can see in here, I'll try to grab it.
I think
scroll through different schemes here.
The arrows indicate which student project it is.
Okay, we can open for a discussion.
Maybe Nate, it makes sense to suggest some of the lines of discussion that were brought into play during the review, to launch into this. I think many people were struck by the very potent materialities that students achieved, albeit working remotely and not using physical models, but having had a framework of using physical models. But that the introduction spoke to an interest in these exaggerated materialities or saturated materialities. And one question may be, have we achieved that? And what does that materiality mean for a near future that may very well be remote? There is really the idea that education and that our physical environments will continue to be a hybrid, half physical, half remote format. And what does that give us? And does this kind of saturated materiality start to speak to what we can achieve outside of the physical model and physical context?
Well, would there be a beginning discussion of even the viability of materiality seen within this format, which is completely reduced to the visual and not to the broad sensory experience? Because it seems like it asks very, very fundamental questions, even in the definition of materiality. Because I would think it might challenge the notion of materiality in any conventional sense, which would be much more haptic, but require a broader sensual. If I'm looking at any one of these images, have we in fact lost all the essence of the materiality just through the presentation technique? Is there anything left? Is there? It seems like there's an enormous ton of translation into something else that wouldn't be under normative terms called materiality as it comes through this image. That it has to do with some other qualities, but not the material. Is there any, it seems like it opens up huge kind of issues of the whole notion of how materiality is even part of a project, or how the definition of materiality becomes even part of the project statement.
When you say materiality, Tom, it sounds like you are talking about the use of materials, let's just say in construction.
Yes, but I'm in my studio right now, and I'm walking back and looking at a stressed steel, and I'm looking at an aluminum, and I'm looking at the very precise quality of the finish on an aluminum that's part of a model in this case. And it's not transferable, or if it's transferable through a photographic medium or through a digital medium, it's somehow becomes something else. It's no longer the thing. I come in here still because I have to touch stuff and I have to be connected to the material world. And I work totally digitally, and I'm totally comfortable with digital, but there's no connection to my activity physically with the work I do. That it's like making process. You actually have to make it, bend it, turn it, operate on it. If it's part of a design process, you can't talk about it. That's what certain architects do, but they have no understanding of what it means to actually work with material and cast something. And when you cast it, it's another type of invention. Mistakes happen, issues take place through the through the engagement with it's like throwing a pot. You already understand the nature of the essence of the clay and the particular characteristic of that clay that's unique to every throw based on its chemical properties, and you can feel it, right? And you have an idea of where it's headed in terms of its future transformation into a pot or something. No? Yeah. I'm just asking what it kind of reconfigures the whole notion of can we do this digitally?
So Neha, can you make sure you're scrolling through or looping the image, and can you also go to the Google Plus? It might be worthwhile before we respond to Tom's comments, which I think are very central to the discussion, but it might be worthwhile just walking through one of the projects, even yours, in more detail, showing the construction documents and how much material investigation has happened. Again, I would also invite the jurors to look at the Google Plus website as well as load up the models on your phone.
Maybe if you could, Neha, could you bring up Anshul and Mehek's drawings in their project? Because I think this particular semester, I think there's always within the work these students have been doing throughout the year, one in thinking about what are these kind of new synthetic materials and conditions, and how do they start to deal with them in representation. A lot of the year was with physical models as ways to simulate and understand these conditions or these kind of material processes and artifacts. And this became an interesting loop where the models and the photography were kind of taken off the table for the most part halfway through. And then they realized as they started to move into AR that so far just the kind of the flattening of all that and actually material being kind of more replaced by the idea of texture, or even quite literally like texture mapping. And so where that can kind of, add another wrinkle in the loop productively, but also, the limitations that does kind of present, and the kind of pushback to the work that was done more through kind of photographic or physical model means. And I think also with the drawings, a lot of these questions came up, like how do these conditions become notated or marked in the drawings, or do these become completely different domains? And you let things like the photograph and the detail play off of each other, or is there things that creep across them that change the way we would photograph a model or try to draw one of these in terms of the kind of detail at the material or the joint?
But I think I would come at it, and I'm not sure whether this is going to stand. I'm not sure where my comment's going to inflect, but it seems to me fairly clear that there's a very dedicated desire that the materiality have no effect in some sense. In other words, that it's deliberately not material, that it's not material, the force, the material that is at stake here. I'm not sure. I totally agree with Tom in the sense that this is not material. This is a picture that nobody is engaged with in a certain sense. You know, there's no traction that you get from this. And none of the occupants who are looking at it in the various images have any curiosity about it except for kind of touristic curiosity maybe. And so it's as if it's not meant for any, it's very banal. It's a very sort of homey kind of relationship to it that isn't, that suggests that it's not material, it doesn't have any of the forces or the attraction or the repulsion of the material. And so I'm curious about then why that banality, or what is that about some other conceptual framework that is governing this?
Would it also be, I'm looking at this photograph, that it starts with the kind of the classic conversation of photograph not being the essence of the thing, that the photograph is an abstraction of the thing, right? I mean, it's a kind of a classic kind of conversation, and somehow that's now being used as some trigger for some new, it's being used as some sort of an idea structure for an organization, for some quality of that as you translate it, but within the digital world, you can make another kind of leap from the more literal kind of notion of the translation of this into its two-dimensional representation. Or if it's not I would think it'd be more interesting if it's not representational, but it's actually, again, a trigger for some other kind of an idea of how you want to use this information as it gets translated to the digital.
Maybe that is a fantastic jumping off point to say that we are now looking at a series of static images of photographs and vignettes, but the students have done an extraordinary job in producing digital models that you walk around, that you experience very differently. And I think this is where materiality, and to your questions and very valid points, Tom, about the heft of the material, the heft has a very long timeline too. Like, you cannot experience the implications of some material without taking the time to build when you are using the real physical materials. And I think it's, if we could switch or encourage the jurors to all look through the digital models, there is the idea that you can start to understand the implications of physical textures differently when you're dealing with a full-scale experience of moving around a virtual model. So suddenly, maybe we're at a point where with virtual realities, we can experience the implications of certain materialities much faster than we could if we had to go through the entire building process. So suddenly, design development is not, has a different experiential quality, if you will, if we're doing it in a virtual format. And I think that if we...
Economy, right? I mean, in other words, the economy of it, regarding your ecological interests here, the economy of it is far less expensive in a certain way, right? So
exactly,
it's an economy that is more thrifty. And I don't just mean because it's virtual rather than real, but because it doesn't engage at the same level, or it doesn't require the same level of attention. It's like, and so I'm not sure if you would agree with that or not, Ariane, but I just was.
Yes, exactly. I think that there is a tremendous economy on the one hand of not needing to spend the qualities to make the physical, but also a rapidity that you can experience a physical one-to-one scalar relationship with a digital model that's very, very different. And you can experience that sooner in the design process that maybe changes, there are ways that this remote and virtual or virtual reality format of experiencing a model may speed up certain experiences or may allow us to dive into a kind of haptic experience much earlier in the design process than we're accustomed to.
We have plenty of time. Is the jury interested in loading this app? You can literally look at the model, Tom, like it's right on your table right now with your phone. If you just click on that link.
Neha, could you go to G1 and Hinook, and could you just keep your chat open so we can ask you to go to other projects, just so we don't have kind of one board out of all the work that the jurors could see?
There's a link in the chat that if you scroll up, or I can text it to you right now, Tom.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Catherine, what did you mean when you said banal? You said it was almost banal.
Well, I'm thinking through the haptic question also that Ariane referred to. Clearly, the experience is very different than it's very different if you see the virtual versus the. We see the relationship, and yet we also see the difference, the flatness and so forth, the lack of the material integrity and other things like that. So I'm trying to, I'm just sort of going into the question of, well, I always use I shouldn't do this, but I use the way in which the figures in these, presentations, the figures are a guide to like how we're supposed to react in some way, right? The figures are regard these massive, extraordinary, just bloodthirsty interruptions in this sort of domestic environment, where everything is like completely plain and what we know, and in comes these are horrific colors and all this stuff. And nobody seems fazed by that at all. Everybody's all too happy to kind of still go up and down the stairs, not fearing this incredible bloody sort of thing. And so I'm kind of curious about like how that's possible in a way, and it's only possible if we understand it to be remote or have a remoteness that it belongs to another logic.
Right.
And not the logic of the material, but the logic of that. I thought haptic, possibly the haptic that we know or something. It's familiar in a sort of bizarre way. Mm-hmm. And so it's that tension between the familiar and the unfamiliar, where the unfamiliar has no force and yet is still instructive in some other way. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out what that is. Mm-hmm. So the banality has to do with the fact that it doesn't seem to make any difference in a certain sense.
It's interesting because I would have asked the same. It seems like its transformative condition is kind of minimal. I'm looking at this guy, and they feel completely secondary, tertiary to the thing itself, and they have very little. They don't have too much effect on the redefinition of the original thing. The same here in a way.
What are you pointing to, Tom?
Can you see? Oh, are you seeing my drawings?
No.
Oh, darn. I'm drawing on these things. I thought you saw them.
Oh, I wish
we can't see them.
Oh, you can't see that.
No.
If you go to your view options and then the tab, that tab has an annotate feature. It gives you a little toolbar.
I think Tom's annotating on it. I think we need to.
Go ahead, keep going. I'll figure it out.
That everybody can annotate. Aisha, if you can double check that everyone can annotate.
All right.
In the room. I don't know.
Yep,
Draw something right now, Tom.
Go ahead with the conversation. I'll figure it out.
It's the arrow, yeah.
There's a way that these projects kind of highlight the nature of the architectural process in some way, because each of these projects is 4 projects. There's there's the imagined project of the creator where it has like a sensuality, a smell, a sound, a texture, a weight, an experience they're feeling. There's the drawn project. And what's so fascinating is that, you know, these have architectural representations. So these imagined materials have some kind of construction detail, have some kind of imagined scale, size, hanging method, intersection with the more traditional elements of architecture. So there's this sort of drawn architectural project. And then there's the kind of third project, which is what we experience through the app, which is, you know, dependent on the quality of the phone, the brand of your phone, the resolution of your phone. And then there's potentially, I guess, the kind of built project, which would be potentially this total void that only comes to life when you plug in your AR headset. I think that's really interesting. So I'd love to ask the students if they could talk about, you know, the language they use when they present these. Do they play sounds? Do they bring in substitute materials to convey some of the qualities? Do they talk about it in a certain way? Do they use a certain type of language to talk about the textures and the movements and the activities they imagine? Or is it just you present these more traditional architectural images and that is it?
Vineet and Kasturi, do you guys want to jump in as students?
Yes. So when we talk about material, so for this project, we actually, our whole concept of this project was actually, we were actually questioning what is nature today with respect to the Anthropocene. So what we were looking at was plastic agglomerate as a new building material infused with the seawall debris, which is found on the Governor's Island, and then sort of processing it into a new building material. And
so materiality sort of stems into this mixed material sort of concept where we're trying to find similarities and differences between naturally formed textures and materials as well as artificially formed textures and materials. So what you get at the end is somewhat of a hybrid between the two. And this, like our specific project, involved about using these materials as well as in a performative way that would sort of showcase the context of Governor's Island where this project is proposed, where there's a fight between this natural and artificial aspect between it. So to say we started off with a number of experimentations with regards to, you know, what is materials we can work with and what sort of textures come out of it. And then the idea was to use these experimentations as a baseline to develop it into a staircase core for this specific house.
So did you do practical material tests at a small
yes.
scale?
The photos on the right.
If you could just look at the upper corner, right, the three photographs.
Those are the actual model, 3D casting.
Yeah, so
model.
they are a mix of 3D printed and physical casting models that we did during the fall. So if you could see the seams that are formed between a white 3D PLA print hitting into, you know, a casted form which involved plastic waste trash and concrete and stone and natural elements as well as, you know, artificial elements. So it was sort of trying to understand what sort of a jump can be between these digitally outputted or printed, you know, material textural palette vis-a-vis textural palette that was formed by physical methods.
So you're trying to represent something that is real, or are you representing an imaginative leap from the real tests you've done?
Yes, yes.
Which the former or the latter?
You have to pick one.
Oh, sorry. So I think the former is how we went ahead with it.
And what can you just use some adjectives to describe this? For example, in this, like, you know, what are the sounds? What are the smells? What are the adjectives you'd use if I couldn't see your project?
Okay. That is
It's basically the
it's
rocky
damp.
part. The rocky part would be sort of rough, and the plastic part would be the glossy part. The red part was glossy. So I think it was a mixture between natural and synthetic.
And if you're talking about like senses or so, I guess damp would be a nice idea, because we had this concept about creation of microclimates and different temperature zones within the structure. So if in a way to put, I'm sorry, I think we lost the screen.
Yep.
Aisha,
You can keep talking, Vineet. It'll come back up.
might be working on getting the annotate tool to work.
Okay.
What just happened?
Okay.
No, I did not stop the share. I think you just have to restart it.
Okay. Yeah, whoever was just sharing, put it back up.
Neha, can you just share screen again?
Telling me that he's showing me how. He's saying,
Maybe Neha dropped out. Maybe that's what happened.
got the whole gang here. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent you a hello on chat.
I'll send you a virtual hug.
Don't get too personal on this here. Jeez.
Okay, Badarni's showing now. Yes, we changed users.
Yes, we can see him again.
Okay.
We could also cycle to another one while you guys keep talking. Maybe bring up Don and Neha's.
I just wonder whether it needs a new kind of poetic language. I mean, as you described the project to us, maybe it needs like, you know, soggy dog breath on a recycled seashore with like, you know, I don't know, pigeons cooing with Brussels, you know, hedgehog on my foot or something. You know, I need to feel the.
See, it's a save. Why? Do you have to?
Okay, I guess damp would be a nice word to work with for our project at least.
Because we had the lightning growing in and we had the conceptual living water. Damp would be.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You need to talk closer to the microphone.
Oh,
if you're going to talk. Yeah, we couldn't hear you at all. What did you say?
So,
is that Tom drawing?
Yes.
Okay, it's on. Go.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Anshul, maybe zoom in to that upper left corner.
Well, this project in particular that's up right now, I mean, you know, Tom, the 6th Street house has come up many times in the earlier juries. And I think for me, there's a couple things to look at. Materiality is one of them. And I think we can continue down that thread of conversation, and it's a really important one. And the image you just highlighted, Tom, I have cited the 6th Street house as this being a kind of reminiscent version of that materially. But the thing that I keep bringing up that I think is important in these schemes, and maybe these students could talk about it. This is, who is this? Don and
this is, Don and mine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the thing that I tend to look for is how the insertion of this core and its requisite materiality start to reorchestrate or reoriginate the building. How do they shift the use of the building? So, you know, I always had repeatedly referred to the move to put the shower in the middle of the house in the 6th Street house as a way of really inverting, you know, bathroom and core to living space and making that much more theatrical, putting that on display, kind of taking the bathroom out of the closet, if you will, as a move that you had done there. And I think, you know, that's a different line of inquiry for these projects. And Don, maybe you guys can talk a little bit about that in addition to addressing the questions of materiality. But, you know, how does it act on the building? How does it reshift the rituals and the habits of the building as a core? You know, if we understand these as binuclear households, how does it shift the domicile of it or the way that it's practiced into new formats that understand it as being part of a national park, part of a highly sensitive ecosystem, et cetera, and so forth.
Yeah, so I'll just start by introducing exactly what this intervention is doing. It is trying to be a performative system to the house. So we're looking at the active seasons of Governor's Island, where there would be a number of these art fairs with hand wash stations, where this is like a source of gray water, which this intervention is going to process. And we kind of looked at these bulging moments to filter this gray water and kind of then discharge it for irrigating the vast landscapes of Governor's Island. So yeah, some architectural moments from the bulging would be like, experiencing some sort of compression and release, walking up the stairs and kind of engaging the section of the walls itself with the user experience.
Right, and one other thing we might add is that, like, as it with a lot of these projects, the intervention is reconfiguring the program of the building. It started out as this domestic space, but we're transforming it into something else. It's an event space, a mixed-use space, a demonstration space, and by putting the intervention in, we restructure all of that and make it something other. And then the other part of the project is to have this system ingrained in that. So we have there's a water processing system that moves through, and I guess that was one of the things that was analogous to the House 6 project, that we have this sort of utility placed within the center of the building.
But how does it, Don? Can you just elaborate on how it changes the current patterns of use or the original patterns of use in the house?
Sure.
You still walk up the stair in what is the central bay of a 3-part binuclear scheme. So can you maybe just be specific about what shifts?
Sure. So the original structure of the building was rooms, as you mentioned, rooms aligned on either side of a central core. And it is true that this intervention sits within the building and is more or less in the central. So within that sort of context, creates sort of a right side and a left side. But at the same time, it is moving through the space and doglegging up to the left. It's creating a mezzanine off to the right halfway through. The right-hand side goes down into this space where we're looking at the.
Can we stay on their drawings, whoever's driving, because it's hard to hear Don describing this while we're looking at different drawings.
Yeah.
That's going to disorient everybody. Yeah.
That seems like
yeah. So keep going, Don.
Yeah, sure. So looking over to the right-hand side, we have the sort of the example of how the processed water is used for irrigation, taking this gray water through the system, which sort of digests it and cleans it and makes it suitable for the, in this case, we have the example of the agricultural piece in there. So it's not really, although the main intervention is centralized within the space, it's not necessarily a symmetrical building in the way that the uses are programmed and the way that the spaces are divided up. So I guess that would be my answer in terms of the program like and what it does to it.
A really direct, could you move over the axon is up here, this section here, and this guy, whoop, go the axon above this.
Can you slide up to the axon above this, whoever's driving?
Yeah, this guy right here, this guy, yeah.
Yeah, leave
That's
it there.
interesting, because you mentioned 6th Street, several things here. And then you look at the section with this, and it seems like, my reading is that it's quite straightforward. You reduce the original shell just to the context of the thing, and this thing you put in it seems to be all the specific notions of domestic environment, cooking, bathing, whatever, movement, vertical. And these are just what's left, the generic
Yeah.
And then with that, it seems like the big idea, going back to the section or this, is that you've kind of rethought part whole. And it's a series of, the 6th Street was a series of parts. And it was trying to redefine a very classical notion of Palladian. The whole is greater than the parts, and saying, no, the whole is a summation of parts. And in fact, the parts are the more important. You've reduced the envelope. You neutralize the envelope, and you've made this thing. This is the architectural event. And it's made up of a series of elements. And it looked, to me, it's less so here, because I'm not quite sure whether you see it as a continuity of things, or whether you see it as a series of elements. And that's why I looked at to me, the axon, the three-dimensional, seemed to be more indicative of they were in fact a series of elements. That these, I'm reading these somehow as separate things that are constructing this, right? And it seems kind of really straightforward. And is of course enormously transformative. You've taken this, right, and you've made this, right? I mean, it's a complete transformation of this.
I can't hear.
I can hear you, Tom. Tom, you are off.
Can't hear you.
Sound is off.
Uriatic acid, and you understand how you stop it, et cetera, you get certain effects. You're dealing with reality material, and here I'm not sure if you're looking at something that's out of that. To me, now you're in this digital environment, you're producing new kind of qualities of surface effect. I don't think it's going to come out of the realities of material, but that's not how you're working digitally. And you need to kind of advance the notion of what these are closer to a tattoo.
Sound just keeps fading in and out a little bit, Tom.
Yeah. I'm only getting very small fractions of what you're saying.
Yeah. Might be your mic. I don't know. Yep, we're not hearing anything from Tom right now.
Shame.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something going on with your sound right now, Tom. I think he'll probably get somebody to help him with it. It was kind of off and on. Do you want to scan around to other projects, other jurors? We should begin wrapping up discussion on these projects over the course of the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Why don't we bring up Babak Jayang, and we can also see Nidhi and Daria. Thank you, Anshul, for bringing these up.
I liked what Tom was saying, and you know, be curious what other critics or students think about it. I mean, on one hand, it's got to rework that binuclear structure, which I think the scheme we were just looking at does. But you know, it's also, again, on the other thread of discussion, it's a kind of imagined materiality. And I would say in every case, it's a kind of composite materiality. It's a system, it's some material that maybe you don't know yet. Maybe it's GRC, maybe it's, you know, GRP, which we know has a lot of bandwidth in terms of things that you can do with it to make it look like a lot of materials, but it's really only one material. I mean, the stuff that that Lafarge works with, you know, Corian, there's a lot of things that you can almost render materials that aren't really materials out of those things. And I guess when I look at these, they mostly look like GRC or GRP, you know, formed panels that are hung on frames that are, and maybe this is what was coming up earlier, they're representing materialities, but they're in many cases imagined materials. They're really the material effects more than the actual materials themselves. And that brings up the question of what are those material effects doing? Are they sustaining our engagement, our interest? Are they shifting our domicile? Because they're essentially image maps at that point. If we assume there's an actual material that does this, yeah, Neil.
David, yeah, to pick up on that, I mean, it's in many ways a conversation as part of the continuum, obviously, of representation, but a few things come to mind in terms of references. Godard was asked, why is there so much blood in his 1960s movies? And he said, it's not blood, it's red. So this is not blood, it's red. Or if I plug in my guitar and I put a lot of pedals in front of it, it doesn't sound like a guitar anymore, right? It's something else. Or other things like, in terms of speculative drawing, if we go back before the age of the computer, when Libeskind made Micromegas, nobody said, hey man, what's it made of? When Lebbeus made his drawings, he put enough into the images that nobody really asked what it was made of. Maybe they asked if it could fly or not. But there it was, hacked together with probably detritus and found materials, et cetera. Students today, when they go grab the texture maps or pour and play with wet materials, because almost everything you were talking about is wet, even prior to becoming a panel, as opposed to a dry assembly like aluminum, for instance. Wet assemblies that then get processed out of digital texture maps to the point where we don't know what it is. I think that's where we're in this uncanny valley. Like, it just doesn't help to try and figure it out. It might not even help to professionalize it with a substrate or a backup structure. However, this is an incredible panel of architects and critics you've assembled today, all of whom have put their hands on wall assemblies and know what wet and dry systems are. So in a way, not just coloring it black poche, but doing something else. The issue is whether or not we pay lip service to something, as students pay lip service, or whether or not it participates. And I'm beginning to think that we've come to a little bit of an impasse, in terms of the crass commercialism on the one hand of digital realism, that gets to the point where it gets past the uncanny valley and it doesn't fall into the telltale signs of, the artificial. It's incredible, exploration in that regard. But I think, as you were just kind of concluding with, for me, it's less what is the material and what's the emotional effect with this. The second thing also is thinking about stairs, which is a really kind of interesting idea. Stairs coming in the forms of anonymous egress and fire stairs, and then monumental stairs. I can't help but think of, Tom, and your projects where you've got a central stair, which you wouldn't call the core. The cores are machinery, buried into the generic. And these projects are all a classic case of needing the generic to allow, the singular, to operate. Why else would we put so much energy into saying, when you're in here, this is an immersive world of sensorial acceleration. And when I'm out, I'm in the lab working at Cooper. When I want to circulate and hang out and be in a ceramic net that's got me, thinking about other things, then that's what it's doing. So the sensorial is obviously deeply involved here in all of these projects about how the use of the existing building, is going to change. But I think the whole project carries on continuities of contrast and space making, and also the problematics of representation. It's really
I think that's interesting, Neil, because I think what I heard you saying in part is that what it's doing is that its capacity might be is to stop the chain of signification. In other words,
Yes.
Godard talks about stopping the immediate movement to blood by stopping it with red, you know, and red is all it is, and which is true. It's just a color on the screen, and that it stops the chain of signification that actually produces, you know, the sort of our normal uptake of everything we see and everything we construct and everything we structure. So I think that's true. I think that there is something true about that, and how that works in a particular context would be interesting. Is it the domestic context, or is it? And again, you could say, well, once we do that, we're back into the another kind of referential climate. But is it possible? I mean, it would be interesting to know how you bring that into enough context in order for an awareness to develop around that is also meaning, you know, that then shifts things without literally shifting them, but shifts our perception then of the entire structure, or of the bathroom, or of this, or of the stairs themselves, or of the something else. It has a kind of, it comes back on us in a certain way. And I don't know. I mean, is that in here somewhere?
Well, I think that just looking at that last project in terms of the scenography of it, the relationship between surrendering to the pixel reality in the world of immateriality, and then we're looking at aspects of you know, what we think we see in terms of architectural forms of signification, you know, chandeliers, and you know, is that a world of the now or displaced world? That last one looked like if Stanley Kubrick were alive and he ran out of ideas and he said, let's do Barry Lyndon meets Clockwork Orange. And do that.
Yeah.
That's definitely a good compliment for these students, I think. Very interesting discussion. Any final comments from Mac and Merrill or others before we move?
You know,
Yep.
I do think the radical nature of this project wasn't apparent to me until Tom said, where's the material? There is no material. And it really hit me, because he's right. He's absolutely right. Where you don't, when you take the materiality to the extent of abstraction, and it's not placeable, it's not relatable, it's no more material. So then I would say, well, maybe it's possible that it's a space maker, or it's a you know, I can't help but think about the Royal Pavilion at Brighton. That's all I can think about. Once Tom said, it's not, you know, it's not material. That's all I could come into my mind, where that room, I don't know if any of you have ever been there, it is so incredibly decorated that it is transformed into something entirely different than any kind of normative architecture. I grew up in a house that was decorated like 3 times every single year, just because my father made things for decorators. So it was constantly being redecorated. And after a while, I realized that it didn't matter I don't know why they kept changing it, because it was just the same, no matter what material they put in there. But the fact is that I think we as architects actually don't really address this issue in a very forward-looking way. That we seem to be somehow take on the responsibility to retain a kind of a conservative view towards things the materiality of projects. We operate within a very, very, very limited palette.
Can I be heard now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please,
Go back to the last slide you just had on, the last image.
The purple one, yeah.
Yeah, this guy, can I just, again, to me, there's certain just really fundamental issues that must have taken place a while ago. And one would have been the whole relationship of this thing and its host. And it doesn't seem, it seems somewhere in between that there isn't a clear dialogue between the host and the thing, or it's not hybridized. But in something like this, it appears hybridized. There's no, it seems like you're purposely interested in blurring the thing. And in other ones, it seems not at all, and I'm not clear. And the other one that goes back and forth from the part whole or the conceptual thing or this and the material seems to be kind of moving back and forth between a conceptual strategy and one more phenomenological. And it seems like the material all takes us back to the phenomenological. And to me, that's just not clear.
Well, John, don't you, but I thought this whole project was some sort of commentary on the relationship of the built world, the Manhattan, and the natural environment of the island. This was some sort of a critique. Am I wrong?
I think you could definitely see it. You could definitely see it that way, Mac. That's a.
But this ragged, the broken edge, to me, that's absolutely fundamental. Yeah. That is your willfulness in making the connection between the host, this found thing, and your intervention. And to me, that starts in the most fundamental notion of the relationship between this guy, right, and the host.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what Mac's saying, Tom, is it's almost like that was like a stone that was thrust up through the building. Yep. And it broke, it cracked the building open. I mean, that's the kind of ontology we read out of this. And it's a very specific detail. I mean, I want to say that the problem of the representation of the material versus the construction of the material versus the affect of the materiality is a really interesting space. And I think the conversation kind of bounced around, at least in my accounting of it, between those areas. And some of the most successful schemes, and I think this is an interesting image, really begin to flip over the way we understand the original building and the host on top of being able to triangulate between that fairly complex territory. So, great studies by the students. I know many of you have your own offices and come from professional backgrounds. And I think just like pushing this and not knowing what the actual material is, only to realize that you could do this with, the poured materials, as Neil was saying, but it's more an issue of what the material's doing. I think that's just a great journey and experiment for you all to take on. And I have to say, personally, I love the fact that it's at this small domestic scale. This would be a much more forgiving circumstance if it was in a big building. I think when you see it in this intimate domestic scale, it really produces an intimacy and a lot of discomfort that I'm sure was challenging for the students to take on because it is so familiar in so many ways. And so thank you to the critics for sinking your teeth into it. Thank you to the students for some excellent presentations, and we are going to take a break after the next presentation. This is kind of a doubled up session. So I'm going to ask Valeria to take command and ask Budarni to release command so that we can move over to the Wallabout area. Just to remind the jury, this is another one-year program, a different cohort of students, and these students are looking at basically a transit desert in West Brooklyn, very near Pratt's campus. And in many ways, they're trying to rethink what a street of the 21st century is when you have kind of lawless scooters and multiple modalities of transit stacked on sidewalks and invading buildings. Ferda and Ariane could, is Ferda here today, Ariane? I haven't had a chance. Oh,
Hey, Ferda, how are you doing?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good.
Good seeing you in sunny California, I guess.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
It's sunny in New York briefly right now too. Ferda and I are like 10 miles apart from each other here. So in any case, yeah, they're looking at, I'll just try to put it in a nutshell, and Ferda and Ariane build upon it. If streets always came before buildings and transit came before architecture, I think here there's a bit of an interest in flipping that over. How do buildings begin to drive transit and absorb or recapitulate the street in new ways? And Ferda, maybe you want to say a few additional words about the studio before Valeria jumps in.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
So basically, the main problem of the studio, as we phrased it, is that the onslaught of different kinds of vehicular traffic, autonomous vehicles, electrical vehicles, has the potential to change what we understand to be the urban street. And we are speculating on these possible changes, but we're speculating directly not only on the street in terms of a transportational function, but more or less on the urban space between facades and the street. So one of the questions that I asked the students to think about is if the street becomes, let's say, a less linear place, less divided into the linearity of sidewalks, cars that speed up, have a certain type of pollution they bring into the cities, etc. If that linearity falls away, and it becomes more like a potential or engages in a potential reorganization of what that space could be, how can we as architects engage this new type of space? The problem started with us looking at the Wallabout area and looking at not only the street, as I said, since this is a design, an urban design, but with focus on architecture as well, studio, that we looked at the potential of the facade, the inner part of the sort of private part of the buildings, and then the public part of the street. What I find interesting in these projects that you will see is all of them see the facades as a new kind of threshold or interface that is no longer a clear differentiator between an interior and an exterior or a public and private space, but begins to become much more porous and in a positive sense, hopefully ambiguous, allowing an in and out, both programmatically as well as spatially between these two zones. In a way, it's an interesting sort of continuity of the conversation between Robert Moses and Jane Jacobs in the tradition of the New York street. This is not so much about the top-down and the bottom-up conversation those two had, but it's sort of the continuity in terms of what is the possible quality that we can bring into the block structure of New York City, Brooklyn, Wallabout area in this particular case, as some kind of a prototype. So these projects are both speculative, but they also are prototypical in the way that they suggest potential applications in a kind of wider context of the city of New York and potentially even in other cities that are based on similar urban conditions. One more thing maybe to add is some of you know that I have been very interested in hybridization as a technique of design where we not try to sort of innovate with the concept of the new, but we try to innovate with the concept of combinatorial qualities, hybridizations of elements that are both stylistic in architecture, but also functional, that are both mundane and special. We try to basically bring together anything that is materially present on the particular site as part of a repertoire for the architect to work with. that has one aspect to it, which is a kind of a sustainable and ecological thought that we have to be smart how we work in the cities today and innovate without necessarily producing too much new material with all the issues that come with it. And then it has another part, which is the sort of mixing of images that through image proliferation and new media is happening in our culture, and try to bring that mixing of, let's say, uprooted images back in some kind of material form into the city, and see how it can be activated as such. So those would be the two, I would say, conceptual approaches that we discussed with the students. And again, the kind of automated vehicle / new streetscape is the arena within which they would be testing these ideas. Ariane, would you like to add something? Otherwise, I think we can go to Valeria.
I think we can start. I think just to remind everyone that we started with a very compressed block analysis in the summer that expanded to a much larger swath of Brooklyn. And now the students are bringing their research to focus much more clearly on this street building facade interface in again, a narrower several block or even single block area. Valeria, maybe you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna share right now the video, and then I will have the presentation looping as a background for the critic session.
Great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valeria, and I will be presenting the Urban Design Culminating Studio projects. The aim of the studio is to develop forward-thinking models for the integration of autonomous vehicle infrastructure into the urban fabric of Brooklyn, and to understand its impact on the future city, as well as to develop new models for social space as a consequence of an altered streetscape. The integration of this new technology develops a new conceptual, programmatic, and formal language which we can achieve through hybridization. Each team is developing a project along a street from the core area, which is between Flushing and Park Avenue, in between the Brooklyn Navy Yard and the Hall. Technological Mishap by Hitali and Yash Patel takes on the technology of AVs and uses a movement of vehicles to generate electricity from kinetic energy through a system of panels, which is used to charge the same vehicles. The system of kinetic stripes builds up a canopy on the existing street, which opens it up for a new landscape. This canopy extends into and onto the buildings, forming new connections that call for new entrance typologies, one leading to the canopy level and another opening to the existing street. When technology is into play, it doesn't have supremacy upon infrastructure, but on how nature will change its behavioral pattern. Hence, the existing street caters to the people a landscape which is a blend of reflections, technology, and nature. The shadow pattern of the canopy influences the geometry on the street, which blends with the experiential screen. The street becomes a hybrid of two levels. Machine Ecology by Alyssa and Aishwarya focuses on one system and its symbiotic relationship between both machine and nature. The goal is to utilize the potential of the water to generate electricity and filtrate it for the building's program. This system supplies power for the self-charging road surfaces. The filtered water is then pumped through Building 3 to service greenhouse and agricultural program. The project explores the potential of a gravity wine-based production. With the use of ramps through the existing geometry and gravity, we can eliminate the use of large machines to pump the ingredients through the system. The winemaking process becomes visible to pedestrians as the ramps are accessible and lead to different spaces. Autonomous Space by Way 2 mainly attempts to harness the city's autonomous vehicle system to redefine the existing building facade. Facade containers are shipped by autonomous vehicles on the street and conveyed on the elevation. The pixelation of containers redefines the conventional storage method and revitalizes the monotonous facade of the building. Meanwhile, the empty space between containers reforms additional balconies which offer extra function. Containers and handrails follow the original facade grid. They not merely create their own rhythm, but also consistently woven each other in harmony. Altered Carbon by Nikhil and Kang explores the idea that fossil fuel vehicles have brought the planet on the brink of collapse. Even with the introduction of electric vehicles, we still need to spend resources on managing the consequences of continued fossil fuel use. Carbon sequestration is a process through which carbon is extracted from the atmosphere and is converted into carbon rocks, which can then be sculpted into any form with modern machines. The project explores the idea of reducing the amount of carbon in the environment through this technique and the extracted carbon to develop landscapes, thereby creating a new nature, where carbon-absorbing machines substitute a major function of trees. People, mostly tangential in this space, can experience a ballet of machines, while the machines form, carve, and sculpt the gardens. Brooklyn Plastic Hybrid by Valeria and Victoria consists of a system of altered streetscape and multiple programs joined by organization. The street functions as a framed open space that replaces vehicles with a new generation of maneuverable micromobile devices, transforming the street into an open plaza where there is no rigor or linearity for the mobility of the users. The project gains vitality of urban space through the pattern and material texture produced in the plastic recycling system found in some of the building's basements. The system has ongoing transitions between scale and space, creating new architectural objects and moments. The project multiplies the space of public activity and breaks with the programmatic categories of the site. The small-scale industrial process consists of collecting, shredding, and melting used plastic to later on produce objects through molds or 3D printing. Machinic hybridization emanates through the constant collaboration between objects, formalizing an ecology between machines and buildings. Thank you very much for your time. We will now continue our session with the critics.
Thank you, Valeria. Did you see my notes to keep that looping and make sure you pull up the Google website also?
Yeah. So this presentation will be looping automatically.
So like the last presentation, the students here have put together a kind of teaser of all of the projects. There are a total of, remind me, Ferda and Valeria, there are a total of five projects here. So you're just getting kind of a glimpse of them, and there's a little bit more content for some of them also on the Google Plus website, right, Valeria? Like you have a lot of content on there.
Yeah. And the Google Plus website, we uploaded one image per team. And yeah, besides that, we have now the presentation.
There's a really interesting overlap with the previous studio's work and the sort of lack of furniture, but more importantly, the kind of generic figures put in it. I mean, there's some really fascinating, rich systems created here, but the way, you know, the representation is about the system and the object and not about the effects or how, you know, the sort of operational needs of the humans could be changed by it so much. It seems to sort of deny the human in some ways and be extremely post-human in that way. I mean, there's the odd figure, but they're sort of standing coyly and like walking in a door. I was wondering if the students could speak to that. You know, do they see it as having, you know, a sort of totally flattened affect on people, or is it deliberately that it can be visually and systematically quite aggressive, but ultimately it has no, you know, no effect or affect on us as humans?
Before the students respond, Valeria, I realized I forgot to introduce that Ferda Colaton and Amelia Landsbergis taught this studio. I know it was on the roster and we said hi to Ferda when he came in, but just wanted to give them both a shout out for the audience at large. Please go ahead, Valeria.
Well, for example, in our case on the plastic hybrid projects, which is, let me pull up the slide. This one, we do think about the user in like, not just like in a flattened experience, but how we break with the categories of what private and public is and how there's like a new density of urban space in which users can, like the project not only becomes a spectacle of the process, but also an integration between the residential, commercial, and the street life.
It's interesting. It'd go back to Federa. That to me, one of the first questions that all of you must have asked is the relationship of the shift in performance with the various technologies, and if they, other than servicing the tasks that they're supposed to service, the various efficiencies, ecological efficiencies, and again, in terms of their performance characteristics, if they have spatial, organizational, social, cultural, urban impacts, or they're in fact invisible. I happen to drive a Tesla. It's invisible. It's not. It has nothing to do with the nature of the physical thing, which is more or less generic. And it was thought about that way in terms of a design strategy. It was intentional, right? That they kept the physical thing neutralized in some sense, right? Was that, it seemed like very early on you're discussing whatever the didactic nature of it or its implications, into the terms of the broader architectural implications or possibilities. Like this one here, yeah, it's just the technology, which is now made overt. I assume all of you are interested in the Pompidou kind of question, right? Extroverting, the ephemeral, and then understanding that these all have various shelf lives, but they're within decades, right? That they're going to be, right? That they're short, that the shelf life would have something to do with, again, your broader thinking, that they're ephemeral to some degree. There's another one that made up a canopy, right? That was a tent, or it's a, right? It's something that has a shelf life that's understood. Was that part of a group discussion? Just a whole implication architecturally. I'm just asking the most basic kind of question.
I think that the two comments I'd like to make in response to that question, Tom. Also, I mean, one I think will be touching on the issue of sort of the post-humanist aspect of the projects, and where's the human? The question was brought up in the first comment. It's clearly a studio that's interested in representational questions as well, not only in questions of performance. This goes back to your Tesla comment. There is an interest in finding a kind of visual image that is not necessarily, like in the Centre Pompidou, a pure spilling the guts to the exterior kind of notion, but hopefully something where the hybridization between different types of systems, some systems of production, some systems of display, some systems that take on other, various material conditions into account. At least that's the ambition. The students may be there or they're getting there, that's a different question, but that would be the ambition. So it's no longer about any kind of binary between, let's say, the systems of a building and the content of a building and the flipping of it. But it's the attempt to hybridize and point toward the different ecological system within architectural design, which then also produces a new kind of image that represents that different ecological or collaborative system of design. I mean, that would be basically the the larger framework why these things also look a certain way, or why the technology doesn't disappear or withdraw itself.
Some seem to be very literally interested in the mechanics, and other in translating that into another kind of a language, whatever. Its description is now been translated into another language. I assume that versus the very literal ones that are fascinated with the machine. Do you differentiate this one vis-a-vis the machine ones? As just a direction?
I don't know if I would make that call, because the facade is the machine, and it's basically the mix between the conveyor system that has sensors that picks up the elements of the storage from the cars that are automatically driven, puts it into the facade, and then the rearrangement creates I mean, we didn't hear that about this project. It was just an image, but the rearrangement creates interior cavities, which then can be used for different kinds of programs. So what you see, the railway stair ramping system is then to get people from the street into the facade so they can also engage in the other ad hoc programs that happen in the cavities, which is sort of the negative, the void space that's been generated here. I would say this is also a mix between the machine becoming both productive, quote unquote, in terms of whatever it's doing, and therefore also, so agency and aesthetic is basically brought together, or that's, again, it's the ambition that's been brought together in some kind of novel, interesting way.
I mean, the Emerald Necklace, the Boulevard, the contemporary work on the High Line were all ways to camouflage and mask the machine transit or totally kill it. You know, the High Line takes an obsolete mechanism, the train, and then veneers it with a nature to kind of hide it. I mean, what I find interesting here is that it seems to be setting up an argument that the machine itself, as opposed to using horticulture and plants and the kind of typical materialities that we see associated with park, and the distribution of infrastructure off of street where it's usually hidden, that which is mechanized is masked or hidden or put behind the city, behind the park, if you will, that becomes the park in this case. I mean, I don't know, Ferda or the students, if that is fair to say, but it's kind of like I'm walking through a forest of robots, and that's supposed to be a pleasure ground and a space of consumption and contemplation and a new form of recreation and transit, all kind of meshed up into one, as opposed to binary or striated systems that we see built out in the 20th century, or masked systems. You know, it's either industry or park, or it gradates from street to building to industry. And I never get all of those things kind of happening, you know, in one space, if you will. I don't know, like that it seems to be making a proposition for a new kind of pleasure ground and a new kind of space in the city that's a new kind of highly mechanized and artificial, you know, park's the wrong word. I want to say pleasure ground or ingestive landscape, try to use more precise language that affiliates itself with the origins of parks, but maybe recapitulates itself more into the 21st century.
You know, David, just quickly, Valeria, can you go back to the image with the Kang and Nikhil's project?
Yeah, that's one that looks like that.
Yeah, because David, it's interesting you talk about park. I mean, we actually use the word garden very specifically. We said it's not a park because of the sort of larger institutional and historical elements that we associate with parks and what parks mean. The garden, both in terms of its intimacy, but also as a clearly understood artificial abstract condition, was something that we were interested in. So this would be indeed a garden in our understanding, which is continuously being reformulated by these quote unquote ballet of the machines, as the students put it rather interestingly. And I think the performative aspect of it, together with the material aspect and the machines themselves, all together would be the expression of this garden, right?
But the question is, performative for whom? I mean, like, you know, is it performative for the other machines?
No, it's the performance for people who walk by and who walk on. They're like, again, these are just one image. They're like many that would explain the project, of course, if we would have the time. But these individual lots that are open are being transformed into these gardens, and then there are sort of ramp systems for people to go over and across to sort of look at them.
Just to clarify,
that's why.
Yeah, sorry, just to your question, Mark, and just so that we can clear this up, even though a lot of the images we're seeing don't have humans in them, there's circuitry, and these are meant to be occupied by a lot of humans, I believe, Mark. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think is so interesting about the representation, that, you know, it could be generating completely new forms of activity, or, you know, it could be completely rethinking what we think of as secret, private, public, intimate, and I, you know, you can't make any judgment of that without seeing an expression of that through the representation of activities in these renderings. So, I mean, that's my question to the student. Like, what do they imagine happening here? I mean, is this a complete refiguring of how we imagine sort of public space and intimacy and explicitnthis and offensiveness and obscenity, or is it just people walking around, pointing at the nice machines and walking on?
Wow, it's too bad this wasn't done in sort of animated form. Who am I thinking of? Where am I? Is it Copenhagen? The lamps in the plaza that you activate and they find a lover on a bench. Who is it? You guys know.
West 8 project, is it?
Yeah. A while ago, really lovely. Yeah. It took this thing and made it into this incredibly kind of intimate thing. And then once I realized these robots are performing, all of a sudden, that's a really, really interesting project. That, right? You'd want it, instead of being fixed like this, wouldn't you want to now kind of expand what that is in kind of very human terms? That these things are continually transforming this public space.
They do have an animation, by the way. I mean, we didn't show that because we showed slides given the time. There is an animation. So basically, the different rotational capacity or other types of movements that the machines have create these mounts that look like these sort of ant mounts that you see. So they're being built and then they break down again, they're being rebuilt. So there's like this sort of continuous reformation that is happening.
There's time if King wants to pull that up.
Yeah.
You guys want to pull that up?
I mean, there's one animation that's relatively simple, but it kind of just shows one of those examples.
Yeah, I don't know if the students want to pull that up or not.
I wanted to ask about how you're looking at the problem of autonomy, because the autonomous vehicle is suggesting, I'm hearing, that the streets are going to be free, right? They're going to be freed up. There's new space that will be freed up. And we often associate that issue of freedom with autonomy. Human autonomy means freedom to, be a certain way. But actually, particularly if you're interested in this sort of ecological milieu, that you're in, that autonomy doesn't mean freedom in an ecological framework. It means that you have to constantly construct and reconstruct an identity in a certain sense. It's like, the way we have to do is where we recognize ourselves to be in a system that's both open and closed. So I'm wondering if this is this freedom of the street is really a way of that in some way the performance would be to reshape the autonomous in some way, or to reshape the autonomy of the street as a space of, completely dedicated to the cars, and whether there shouldn't remain to some interaction with the cars, let's say, or with the use of the street as a transport system of some kind, so that question of autonomy would stay alive in the system and not just be sort of pushed to the side and then you go ahead and you just do stuff in there, but you make use of both concepts of freedom and closure, or whatever, that is sort of the more ecological relationship. And then it wouldn't just be a playground in a certain way. And I think it would be, and it wouldn't, the machinery would not have a free field. You would have to determine now a certain kind of different role for the technological, because it would have to take over some part of that autonomous performance that everybody expects, and at the same time it would have to recognize its own kind of ecological relationships and stuff. So I'm wondering, that doesn't seem to be quite coming through. Some of that, something like that. I'm not sure how, maybe that's too large and an entirely different project, but it seems that it recognizes that the streets are not going to be free. or immediately, that there's not going to be a freedom, you know, in that release. And I think Tesla is sort of arguing for that release. And I think it's really not accurate. I think it's that they're going, you know, the ever-presentness of what, you know, it means to move around, or mobility itself and everything. There's going to be a huge amount of stuff that shifts around, but it's not going to be free. It's not going to free itself up.
It's interesting. It seems like this is kind of the wrong drawing, that you need the street, yeah? And it's this, right? And it's conventionally has sidewalks and automobile, right?
No, this is,
conversation.
it's not the street. This one is not the street, guys. Again, it's very difficult to explain the whole project with just a single image. This one is actually a parking lot, or it's a lot. So the street is running on the other side. I don't know, Valeria, if you have the total overview for this project that shows the street. Can we get that up?
They didn't share it with me, but anyways, Nikhil is going to share the animation, so he might as well show an image where you
can we actually show the main image? I think that's going to be more relevant right now to touch on
just
Catherine's
have
point.
Nikhil show his screen.
Yeah. Nikhil? Nikhil?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll do it right now.
Okay.
You'll have to.
So Nikhil, maybe you just showed the overall view, so we can just touch on a couple of these points.
Okay, I'll show the animation while I pull up the overall view. Is that okay? Actually lagging a little. Anyway, I'll pull up the chart.
It's pretty choppy. Did it just freeze?
I was freezing a little.
Yeah, so maybe just go to the presentation to pull up a couple other images, as Ferda was suggesting.
Can you stop sharing your screen, Nikhil, or do you have the image ready?
Can you see it? It's on my screen right now.
No, we can't see it. We're still on the animation.
You need to go into your screen sharing and share that specific window.
So I'd like to say something about this. First, let me say, and this is based on that earlier image, is I don't know the first thing about what carbon is or what its longevity is, or what, if this makes any sense at all in terms of that. But I find this thing very powerful as a kind of marker that might persist over time. I'm associating it with, and I think this is a color thing, you know, with like a lava flow or the tar pits or something like that, that are ancient, and they invade we've built up our cities around them. And I can imagine the city going away and this thing persisting. And then someone comes upon it, and it's like, you know, it's like abstraction and empathy, that you look at it and you try to figure out what it is, like the handprint in a cave or mark in a cave or something. You don't really know what it is, and you sit there and you think, what kind of a society could have produced this thing? I think it's very powerful. I just wanted to say that.
Let me maybe just say a couple of things to Catherine's point, because it was formulated like a question. I think the question of autonomy is, of course, a really interesting one. And I don't think we had the time or the focus to go into that really in depth. But in almost all cases, the street is never entirely, freed up as if it's like something that can be now completely reoccupied outside of any other type of requirement or with no contingencies. In most cases, and this is the image you see here a little bit, so in most cases, the street transforms and becomes more attuned to the type of vehicles in terms of scale and in terms of their systems of detection, in the way how they can detect obstacles via kind of radar type, circular lines, and then maneuver around them. What basically I think in all these cases is happening is that it transforms into a new kind of interstitial block space or arena. So there's still a lot of movement, and people can't just like take it over, but they can actually begin to impede on that realm, which was formerly entirely sort of segregated off, literally, through linearity with sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. So what you see here actually in this project, and you don't see that clearly, but the idea is that the street starts to bleed into existing lots that are open, either because they're parking lots, but they won't be used any longer as parking lots, or because they're just sort of open lots. And where they bleed into these arenas, the kind of machining activity of the robots is sort of creating these gardens. I mean, that would be the narrative. And then the other areas are still open for, small scale automated vehicles to zip by. And in some way or another, all the other projects also articulate an attitude towards the new kind of street. But since we wanted to make clear from the beginning that we were also interested in how this impacts, let's see, the activity within the buildings or within the lots or the open areas on the side of the buildings, a lot of the projects actually then went, in terms of the design, more specifically into that direction.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of politics and Enlightenment theory that talks about the street as the space of freedom, the public space of the city. And I mean, I guess I'm starting to see these schemes as something that's closer to the movie I Am Legend. It's like there's another species that's taken over the street, and it's not necessarily humans. I mean, Mark kind of alluded to this, but there is a kind of, we're okay with that being plants. We're okay with that to some extent being flooding. We might be okay with that being horticulture and jungle taking over, but this is kind of pushing that to another extremity, which is to say that it's actually machines that are growing things that might be sequestering carbon, that might be doing all of the work that we need to do in the future that trees and mitigating flooding and other things do, but it happens to be a bunch of machines. And I think that is it's a space that would obviously include humans, but it's not controlled by humans. And that makes the street a very different space than the one of the 20th century. All of its rhetoric, whether it's Moses or Jane Jacobs, all of its rhetoric is about the fluidity of capital or the fluidity of free access. And I think you touched upon this a little bit, Catherine, but here it's like it's full, and it's full of the things that are dealing with climate crisis. And we're kind of part of that and living amongst it. And it could be very beautiful watching these things grow, but it's a very different kind of interaction. I do think that, going back to Mark's point, it's not the space of inclusion and recreation that we currently imagine the street to be. I mean, this is a very different kind of interaction with those spaces. But I think there is certainly a reality for those of you that read science fiction, you know, whether it's flooding or plants or other habitat or robots, there's some speculative and scientific, you know, realism in understanding the fact that these spaces may no longer be that politic and that occupiable in the future. And so I think it's an interesting, if you think of, I like the word fair to garden, because that makes it more something that's like it's part of my house and not so much part of the whole community, or it's part of my corner, like a slot park more than Central Park, and that it can be appropriated as my stoop or as a part of my domicile, but it's not necessary. And maybe that's the interesting political space of the studio. I'm not yet clear on how you engage it. It still seems, I think I agree with Mark, it feels more alienating than having some degrees of inclusion, but I'd be interested to hear students talk about, you know, how this could be co-opted by, let's say, 3 or 4 houses, or in this case, it looks like it's 3 or 4 buildings get this kind of Brooklyn backyard of carbon fiber in that overall image that they showed us, which, you know, we all know from the brownstone blocks in Brooklyn, that's a coveted space. I mean, I don't know, Nikhil and Kong, if that's kind of what you're going after here, or if that's something you guys have thought about.
Can you repeat the question?
Is it like a backyard Brooklyn space? I mean, you show it between 4 buildings.
Yeah, it's between the hall building. It has 2 plazas on both sides. So it steps away from the street and sits in those plazas. So the streets can function as their own streets, but these plazas have this different kind of new landscape going on between them.
I want to go back and kind of address both the political side of things, but also this idea of free. You know, free has two valences. You know, the body, freedom, and then cost. And you know, if the street, and I realize this one's in a parking lot, and the parking lot's probably privately owned, and the street's public space. But let's take it as a street for the sake of argument. If public space suddenly becomes, you know, disabused of its original machinic infrastructural purpose and can become reprogrammed, of course, we would assume that that would mean that the city would have a valuable asset on its hands for developers, for instance. So being able to bridge buildings, being able to put very, very thin buildings in the street, in other words, building more floor plate. Sorry to start killing the story and the narrative of it, because on the one hand, free in this case implies something like, you know, the city will never allow certain kinds of things to be built, you know, within that public sphere because, well, it's Brooklyn, it's already dense enough. If it was LA, we're looking to build more floor plate, more housing, more units to densify and grow a city. So maybe the city does say, no, developers won't get their, you know, hands on this. And so if you look at this particular image and say the city will swap out certain kinds of infrastructural costs to build the grid and provide the robots, and they're going to lease footprint below it. You can be a gallery, you can be a Victory Garden, you could be a 7-Eleven, you could be anything, and program it however you want. Obviously, my comments are under the obligation of an architect talking about plausibility as opposed to the scenography of the future in which we can, you know, imagine anything, which is where this goes back to, you know, is this real material or not? You know, does this have a particular type of end game, you know, future somehow? I think it does, just because we imagine that the street will become commodified differently, and I go back to free commodities, etc. So backyards, will this be offered to the owners to be able to own and truly extend it as a backyard, and the co-optation of public space? I know, Ferda, that's not part of the conversation, and I also don't want to overcode the conversation with that, or that wasn't part of the impetus for let's figure out the economics before we design something. But I could see scenarios where just in this particular image, electricity is reified in this particular way. The conduit comes out of the buildings and cars become robots, et cetera, et cetera. That becomes a view that makes this completely plausible, completely logical, completely believable as we imagine people on skateboards, scooters, jetpacks, et cetera, dodging one another, you know, in a kind of mobile field. Anyway, I want to say, I also think it's pretty powerful as well, and see the same things that Merrill does too.
I'd like to.
Could I respond to that, and Neil, in terms of, it's going to take the conversation a little different direction. In terms of these types of projects, urban, infrastructural, et cetera, I found that it challenges the whole kind of thinking of, it starts with the problem statement, and that you start with a set of hunches that develop into the problem itself. And you form that problem around those hunches of what you think are relevant to that project. But in fact, that problem statement is provisional. And what becomes interesting, and it seems to be everything, I'm listening to what you're talking about, I happen to agree with them, that it starts changing the direction and the trajectory of the project, and that you're as much developing the definition of the project you as you are, quote, solving or resolving that thing. Because it seems here that you, in your terms of your conversation, it becomes extremely important to start defining between public and private, and it might have changed the parking lot, and it becomes extremely to focus on the street that Catherine was talking about and the nature of that street. And then it seems in this one that it has extremely interesting, or it is really about micro, to some degree. The street as now a phenomena of a typological condition of the city, right? That has broad kind of notions, right? But to me, it seems it kind of a project like this absolutely understands the problem statement as provisional, that you're operating on that problem statement as much as you are as you think the solution. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Me, you know, what that brings to mind to me is that, you know, the introduction of the world of fantasy within the urban context. I think there's a long history of just the human instinct to do that in cities. Barcelona is a good example. And, you know, what I keep looking at this image, no one said anything about the purple building. And to me, which came first, you know, is a fantastic overlay of cause and effect. And I'd like to think that the heart came first, and Tom Main came along and built this purple materialless building to respond to it, and there'll be others to follow.
I would like to invite the jury to make any final comments, or Ferda or Ariane or Amelia or the students.
I mean, I find that in the best possible, most exciting way, the sort of projected pointlessness of this incredibly exciting. That, you know, it requires kind of, you know, these kind of constantly moving machines doing something without any seeming purpose to stop us kind of hyper commodifying space, to create an interesting new public space when we don't need it for travel, for our personal transport, to create a kind of dynamic urban environment where it becomes kind of a source of amusement, entertainment. And I think maybe that's revealing to my original question about, you know, where are the people, that actually, you know, everything's possible, and it stops us fixating on it has to be occupied within a certain boundary of activities, or a site, even a sort of way of public or private thinking, that it completely reconfigures how we think about urban public space. And I think, you know, that's incredibly exciting and dynamic. So yeah, I'm really excited by this. Congratulations to all the students.
Any other comments by jurors or students or faculty? Great discussion.
David, just thank you, everybody. I think even though this is short, it was really an amazing, focused, beautiful little crit session. So I want to really thank everybody. And you know, just maybe one more thing in terms of what Mark has said, I think, and that was a very good way of putting it, the pointlessness, right? There's another aspect to a lot of these projects, which is sort of kind of a new materialist way of thinking, right? From the post-humanist to the new materialist, that there is, in the pointlessness of certain kinds of productive means and methods, there is a new type of potential that may arise. And that's precisely why we call these things gardens, right? Because the function of the garden we usually associate with leisure, but it's also, of course, a representation of the way how we look at culture at large, right? And that's why gardens are so different, 18th century versus 19th versus 20th. And I think we haven't yet really understood what the garden of the 21st century could be or is. So I think in that context, I really appreciate Mark's comment and the discussion at large. So just wanted to say that.
For me,
can I say next time around, if I would have shown more, I would have shown them in their more complete state and spent the time, because I know you as somebody that's, when I come to your juries, I expect a discipline and a rigor and a comprehensiveness. And I would think it would have been helpful for me if I could have seen more. If we'd had a more thorough, because they're all fairly complex projects. It'd be my comment. I'm still curious of things I didn't understand or see.
I was going to say that one thing that's, let's say even these images in particular, those last ones, that make, that set up problems and potential pressures for new aesthetics, which is this idea of everything at once all the time. And no clear divisions between anything on the one hand. You know, it spells out an anarchy, but let's say if anarchy can be organized. In other words, cities, of course, are based on public-private footprints, sites, ownership, zoning envelopes, but it's pretty primitive, right? You can do this over here and do that over there. You can drive a big metal object over here, but you can't drive it over there. And that's what it is. Then you can style it, you can do whatever you want, but it starts to become essentially very discrete. And everything that produces the idea of mixing is bodies in space. But if you look at these kinds of images, which imagine the city of the future is going to be more fine-grained, and let's say ownership will start to take on aspects of air rights more than footprint. You're not going to use that space 5 meters up in the air. I'll sell something there, or I'll say something there, or I'll live there. And you know, it on the one hand sounds like a manic form of anarchy, but mostly it's about new forms of fineness and different kinds of ecologies, which also force not only issues of representation, but actually new aesthetics to accommodate or to, you know, design for. I think, you know, the city really is, as to use Tom's term, it's, you know, a combination of forces and energies, which is going to become reified much, much more in the future, rather than, you know, primitive and you know, simple in its division between things. That's a plausible world, just based on the fact that if we're going to become sustainable, then every square millimeter is going to be both conscious in terms of preservation of resources, and also commodified. Never going to be able to get around that.
I think that's very interesting. Also, I mean, what's interesting is the cities, there's a lag between the commodification. In spite of looking like the city's controlled by commodification, commodification actually is happens. It's always making use of what happened in the past to a certain degree, what became sort of normative and then could be commodified. So I think it's like a kind of catching up going on here in these projects that begin to, which makes it possible then to remove the typology of spaces, as you say, to some degree, and to start to operate far more fluidly in the city. I mean, there still will be reification, but the reification will be more capable of multiplicities, you know, or multiple kinds of identifications potentially. That could be bad or good, I don't know. But I mean, it could be homogenizing, or it could be creating differences, new differences and everything else. So I think it's a powerful force though. And I think how that plays out is going to be really interesting.
I think that's very interesting, Catherine, because, you know, at least from my perspective, it is behind. I mean, you see this happening in Asia already. So that if you're talking about the hyper commodification of air rights and the sectional space that Neil was talking about, it's happening. And as cities densify and conserve resources and shift away from the footprint, all of those things come onto the table, and you can see it happening. You can see it happening a little bit in Mexico City. You can definitely see it happening in Tokyo, Hong Kong, pieces of Seoul, Jakarta, you know, like this is happening. That what Neil was describing
has something to say to that. I mean, it has something it can do about that to some degree.
Well, I kind of think that's a very interesting space to locate this studio, that it's engaging that and kind of, you know, I would say opportunistically trying to get New York up to speed, maybe in some ways. In any case, fantastic discussion and comments for the jury. Thank you to the faculty and the students. We are going to take a very brief 5-minute pause here for everybody to just take a breather. We will resume at 4:15. Aisha, can I ask you to throw up the "Be Right Back" banner? And I would like to welcome the Studio of Experiments faculty and the students. Are you guys all set and ready to go? I see Alessandra and Michele and Carol here and Brennan.
Hello.
I saw Dorian earlier. I don't know if Sandra's here. Is Sonia here? Yep. Oh, there's Sonia.
I'm here.
Okay. You're ready to drive?
Mara's going to be driving.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that shifted. Just based on the last 2 hours of discussion, I think you definitely should have on deck full presentations. And where is Mara? I'm not seeing her. And make sure you are able to go to the website and or give command to other students if the critics want more detail about projects. You guys, similar to the prior two studios, are giving kind of a teaser. And I think, is that correct? Each studio is giving a kind of overall teaser, not really going into any single projects in depth. Is that right? Yes. So right. We have roughly 2 hours, hour and 45 minutes. So there is enough time for a student or two to, go a little bit more into detail if you want to have them on deck and discuss that internally before we go live again at 4:15. So I would just say prepare with Mara so that she could help drive if needed. Hey, Carol, is your camera doing that on purpose? Carol Klein, you're muted.
Sorry.
Is that like machine vision looking at you?
No.
It's just
kinda
interacting.
That. It's not the same machine vision we're using, but.
Is it supposed to be like that?
It's supposed to be better, but it's hiding an unsightly background.
Okay.
So good enough.
But you're like concealed by it.
No, No,
like part of your face is part of the backdrop.
but only a little bit, right?
Right, yeah.
You can still see mouth moving.
I thought you built some avatar that did that intentionally.
When that, yeah, I did do that.
Gonna take a quick break. I'll see you guys at 4:15.
Okay.
Aisha, can you give me control again so I can throw up the panel sheet? Aisha, can you give me control? Maybe she's not there. Hey, Carol, I just got an anonymous note that you might have your settings on green screen, which
know.
might be why that's doing that, no?
It is, but my computer won't let me ungreen screen. It says it's, I don't know, won't let me ungreen screen.
I think it works for your studio.
Yeah, I'm on a laptop that says my computer is unable to do what I want it to do.
Okay.
It looks intentional.
Yeah.
It's almost doing what it's supposed
Brennan
to do.
should have like stripes all over his face.
Yeah, he should be wrapped in an elevation.
They'd be real though. Face paint.
Exactly, like a face tattoo. Okay, let me just throw this up.
Is that better?
Share screen.
This is better because it's more insect mimicry, even though we're more aquatic mimicry in the studio.
Yeah, looks good. Okay, we're missing a few critics, so I think we'll just wait a minute for everybody to reassemble. And Deborah Mesa should be.
I'm here.
Oh, you are. There you are. Okay, you're back right on time. Look at that. Okay, yeah, I think Catherine and Neil and Tom stepped away, so just give it a minute too.
I'm afraid I'm going to scare them with the studio.
There's Tom. Great. I just saw Mac and Meryl, Neil and Catherine. We'll get started in 1 second, Tom. Neil's back. Okay. Welcome everybody to the second portion of the second session of the afternoon. We are going to be looking at a studio called the Studio of Experiments. These are 3 small research groups in the final semester of the Master of Architecture program. 4 students work with 2 faculty in this studio. And over the last 2 years, the studio has been looking at density, and students have been doing, with faculty, directed research comparing other cities to New York. Last year, it was Santiago, Chile, Hong Kong, and New York City. And this year, it's London, Delhi, and New York City. Each year, the faculty kind of bring research that they've been doing from their practices in teaching and creative work into the fold and challenge students with it. All 3 of these studios have had some exchanges with other entities, which maybe those studios will talk about a little bit. They weren't able to travel this year because of COVID, but many of them had exchanges. The one that's in Delhi is working with a Knott University. London was supposed to have a bunch of meetings with people there. I think some of those still happen. And for the Governor's Island site here in New York City, there were some exchanges with Governor's Island that took place, and the students got to go to site there before things shut down. I will let the students and the faculty talk a bit more about it. We are going to stop in an hour and 40 minutes at 6 o'clock. I would like to make sure and invite all the faculty and students to stick around a bit, as well as all the critics. Please stick around for a brief toast just to everybody's efforts today and throughout the semester and year. I really like to think of this studio as a think tank. It's orchestrated along one of our directed research lines. And the way that I understand these 3 studios is Delhi's really what I call dense lots. They're looking at Lechen's plans for an area of Delhi and looking at the scale of a 5-acre lot. The London studio is really looking at multiple blocks and a street in South Quay, which I call dense blocks. And the 3rd studio is looking at what I call dense territories, and that's the studio taught by Carol Klein and Sandra Nutoff, which is looking at Governor's Island. London is Alessandra Cianchetta and Michele Busirivici, and Delhi is Brennan Buck and Dorian Booth. I don't know what order they're being presented in. I'll let Mara share that with us. And Mara, if you can, when you tile the screen, make sure and kind of point out what's looping on what screen. You can all see the student names in the bottom of these posters here. There's 4 students per group, and I will let them introduce themselves when they begin speaking. Maybe you can raise your hand so we can see where you are in the room. Let me ask, actually, I will go ahead and just introduce them. It takes 1 second. So Brennan's Studios, Samantha, Jonathan, Bhargav, and Gigi, can you guys raise your hands or wave to everybody? All right. Post-Brexit London Hyperdensity is Sonia, Evelina, David, and Parker. Can you guys wave your hands so we can see who you are? Thanks, Sonia. And in Carol Klein and Sandra's studio. We have Mara, Brett, Brandon, and Hao Yuan, if you guys can raise your hands for us. So hopefully the students and faculty will be jumping in, and I'll leave it over to Mara, who's gonna drive for us here. I'm gonna stop my screen and it's all yours, Mara.
Okay, great. We're gonna start with India and then go to London and then end with New York. So I'm gonna go ahead and play all three, or go through all three presentations one at a time and then have the discussion afterwards.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting on behalf of Brendan Buck and Dorian Booth's studio titled Constructing Identities.
Can everyone see my screen?
No, I'm still seeing the file page.
Oh.
Mara.
Okay.
We could hear my voice though.
Yeah, we could hear you, but we could not see the video.
Okay.
Looks like Sonia took over.
I will be presenting on behalf of Brendan Buck and Dorian Booth's studio titled Constructing Identities.
Is that okay?
It's good.
Yes. Yeah, it's good.
The studio proposes the redevelopment of a colonial era house in Devon into an AI training live-work campus. These projects are a test case for the densification of the Lutyens bungalow zone, a sparse residential area designed by British architects for government officials. The 4 projects of the studio are split between 2 sites, the Jaipur and the Bigna House. Both buildings currently house public programming and represent a monolithic colonial identity. We problematize the singular nature of this identity, in addition to that of India's current populist government. The projects constitute our attempts at producing architectural identities that are multiplicitous and open. We refer to the ubiquity of images and visual artifacts in contemporary politics and culture as we go about constructing these identities. Our point of departure was to collect and create images that represent the diversity of daily life in India. I will read descriptions of individual projects in the order of Gigi and Bhargav, whose site is the Bigna House, followed by Samantha and myself, whose site is the Jaipur House. And these are some of the images we used to rent about our project. Gigi's plan follows out the existing building and creates multiple courtyard spaces. This allows social space for the community to balance their work and leisure life. Overall, programs are radiated in the center of the large social courtyard. Bhargav's plan draws strong inspiration from the existing layout and facade of the house. Live and work spaces are strategically laid out in the new walled areas to highlight the importance of zone programs. New walls provide privacy from the larger field of spaces and pushes the idea of working and living together. For SAMS, inspired by the imagery projected onto the facade, Plan's organization focuses on creating a smaller community within the interconnected building. This is achieved by the use of courtyards as transition spaces, creating a distinction between live and work within the campus. My plan shows the conserved house with collective resources surrounded by a sporadic field of live-work pavilions. I have called out the interiority-reducing typologies of stoop, alley, and courtyard that are used in conjunction with image embeds to produce buildings. The arches in Gigi's project are repeated in different scales, in many dimensions, to create a sense of openness compared to the existing building. The images are broken up by the new geometry to create an infinite fragmented reality. The image in Bhargav's combines the qualities of steppe wells in India and riverfront cities. The new wrapper strongly reflects the architectural qualities of the house and the depth from the overlaid image mapping. Steps in the image act as massive slivers, and the windows in the image morph with the existing window pattern of the Bigger house. Sam contrasts the colonial facade of the Jaipur house, imagery of courtyards and doorways of Indian homes, in order to represent the fluid transition between live and work environments. The project fuses what is existing building or imagery by printing imagery of the building back onto the facade. I show the system of circulation, decentralized courtyards that neighbor communal kitchens, the density coping mechanism and collective tactile resource of the Indian commuter train can be seen in these image artifacts. Resulting pavilions produce an informal path network. For Gigi, the new ignition will be enveloped with layers of perforated aluminium sheets in a curtain wall system. The scale of perforation is based on the color of the image, and the thickness of the wall is varied based on the program to create different environments. Bhargav's section showcases the layering of walls that are mapped by the same image projection. The layers and scale difference between walls create micro courtyard spaces that are peculiar to Indian architecture. Walls are divided into glass and stone facade to provide relief in the habitable areas and lights to enter the small spaces. Sam uses the layering of imagery on the facade to create a closer interaction with the projected image on a spatial level. The image is printed onto concrete with a translucent layer of imagery printed onto vinyl fabric that articulates and distorts the viewer's perception of depth. My project aims to produce a myriad of roof, balcony, and canopy conditions from image qualities. As pavilions receive different image projections, their cladding of printed glass, plywood, and cement board is variably subdivided based on image materials. Finally, here are a few snapshots of each of our projects. Thank you.
Hey, Mara, you're going to the next studio now. Is there any way to improve the sound quality? Because like
I'm not sure.
when you talk, it's great, but when you're playing it, it sounds like it's in the bottom of a steel barrel.
Huh. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be better for this next video. Actually, Sunny is going to share her screen for this next video.
Okay.
And then we'll transition back.
Yeah.
Also, apologies. Both of our names are currently Sonia. Mara is currently the driver. I will be the driver next. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
South Quay is located in East London on the Isle of Dogs, a peninsula originally developed as the West India Docks. In the late 80s, the Docklands underwent a divisive period of regeneration, turning the disused docks into the second largest financial district in London, Canary Wharf. As a result of the rapid growth of Canary Wharf, South Quay has recently seen a surge of developer interest and has been projected to achieve a density comparable to Hong Kong in the next decade.
The first research exercise was to collect an archive of sources that deal with the current social and cultural real estate market trends. We identified key buzzwords and selected Battery Park, Moscow City, and downtown Singapore as comparable global markets to that of Canary Wharf. Under each keyword, we compiled advertising images, landing docs, historical images, art, essays, books, real estate marketing promos and adverts, media coverage, and film excerpts from the 4 test case cities. The end result is a set of 12 books and a compiled total of over 400 sources that provide a look and feel of contemporary real estate trends.
The second exercise was to create a blueprint of typological precedents at the urban scale of global high density zones. Continuing our research within Canary Wharf and our 3 test cases, the resulting matrix of diagrams provide a set of references for master plan intents, build conditions, axes and site mobility, built and public programming, density data, and porosity in each city. The collective axis provides a framework for interpreting specific data sets across dense global cities and allowed us to identify global similarities and key differences in each city to be used as reference points for the projection phase of the project. The third exercise dealt with projecting future scenarios of urban strategies. These speculative collages departed from our strictly data-based research up until this point, and instead imagined near future or further future scenarios and the resulting material and immaterial transformations. The compositions speculate on the physical urban fabric, mobility across the site, and tensions between public and private spaces. The results interpret a wide range of scenarios from realistically futuristic to wildly speculative, and among them respond to post-Brexit isolationist tendencies, environmental concerns, technology, parasitic and informal settlements, typological transfers, and then speculative quarantined cities. The final phase of the studio is to propose hyperdense models for South Key that work within the framework of the current real estate market and policies. The goal being to envision new urban and architectural models for the built environment, global cities, and CBDs. These proposals shape an expansive visionary idea of smart, sustainable frameworks for globalized cities and examine the role such models can play in the planning and development of hyperdense urban areas. Each student responded to the prompt with an approach to hyperdensity. Parker emphasized the opportunity to improve shared infrastructure. He took the existing path of the DLR train and activated it with a continuous greenway, public programming underneath, and moved existing car traffic underground to create a porous spine. Evelina addressed the wellness of the population in a dense urban environment. She emphasizes efficient mixed-use spaces to encourage interaction and mitigate anonymity, and examines the psychology of natural green spaces to stimulate involuntary attention and promote psychological relief. Dave chose to maintain all existing buildings in favor of a parasitic model. He emphasizes the importance of maintaining existing buildings so as not to displace existing populations and businesses. The proposed buildings graph to and create connections between existing buildings. And I examined interstitial spaces to address the perception of density. Focusing on the user as the moderator of public space, I implemented a connective topological loop of public programming, which links major gathering spaces like the waterfront to smaller scale enclaves throughout South Key. Ultimately, our framework proposals posit 4 unique models for hyperdensity at the urban scale. Each framework improves site mobility, increases public programming, and adds green space to the existing South Key, while projecting a residential density over 400 habitable rooms per hectare and an FAR between 4 and 6, making a substantial case for smart, sustainable framework models that can inform the planning and development of hyperdense urban areas. Thank you.
Okay. And the Klein Studio?
Yep, I'm going to share my screen again.
Make sure you optimize it for video, Mara.
Okay, yeah, I just checked that.
Yeah.
It should be better now. Sorry about that. Welcome to Carol Klein's Studio of Experiments, Machine Myrmecomorphy. The main topics we've dealt with this semester are the surreal, the sublime, and the marvelous. We've dealt with questions of ecology and mimicry, natural versus artificial, biological versus tectonic, and ideas of features and edges. This studio expands the potential of architectural work with a neural network style transfer algorithm, seeing artificial intelligence as a design partner and collaborator instead of a CAD tool. With a constantly iterative process, tweaking content and style inputs, and learning to finesse successful results, all of our projects are intensely hybridized. The machine's automated processes of seeing are built to resemble the structure of humans' visual systems. Successful results are uncanny, absurd misalignments and combinations that are still highly legible and oddly realistic. These images suggest possible new architectural forms and expressions, new landscapes and grounds upon which new architecture could occupy. The outputs from this process evoke aspects of a synthetic sublime. We grapple with questions about features, figures, and fields, entities, and space. From this process, we've produced hierarchical fields, rich landscapes of qualities and possibilities. These are not groundless objects, but rather anti-object groundscapes. Our brains have an affinity for biological forms. Our planet demands a new relationship between humans and nature. The neural network's capability to produce precise, weirdly realistic hybridizations and strong mimetic qualities imbues the newly refeatured images with a peculiar relationship between figure and field. Our site is Governor's Island. Governor's Island is unique in that it is both natural and synthetic, historic and contemporary, urban and rural, terrestrial and aquatic. Our work focuses on the interstitial space between these distinct categories. We'll now zoom in to each of our individual projects on the site. This project deals with coevolution and decomposition. Through evolution, death defines the adaptations of all life on Earth. Here, users have the opportunity to donate themselves and loved ones to science in order to have their remains decomposed in the flooded landscape. This next project speculates on an adaptive architectural and landscape response to sea level rise in New York City. A tectonic filtration system augments and mimics the existing function of a saltwater marsh, a proposed habitat that makes up a large portion of the site. This project deals with sustainable food production. This project investigates systems of sustainable food production and productive aquaculture within structures that are in intimate contact with marine ecosystems. This reconfigures the typical built relationship between humans, non-humans, land, and water. This project deals with art and public engagement. A new morphology for inspiring spaces comes from mixing elements from marine creatures to architectural features, machine details, and plant attributes. This project creates new, oddly textured ground surfaces and new relationships and connections between architectural spaces and artificial land. This research into artificial intelligence architectural collaboration is fruitful and far from over. Different scales of drawing and different modeling techniques and representations yield new and interesting results, continuously improving with iteration. The question remains, how can we push collaboration with artificial intelligence further to create new potentials in hybridization and machine learning in architecture? Thank you.
Can you tile the three videos, Mara?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sound was much better. Brennan, and Dorian, do you guys want a replay? Is that going to annoy the jury if we replay it? Or are you guys okay with it? What do you want to do?
I think we're okay. Happy to answer any questions
Okay.
about things that were not so clear.
Yeah, can you set those up so that they're tiled and looping?
Yes, I don't have the London video.
So the
But-
London video is very large, but if you open the PDF and just put it on auto loop, that should work because it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because none of them have sound, so. Yeah.
Sorry, where's auto loop?
Under the pages, under page navigation, I believe. On the top left.
Sorry.
can
I'm
also.
sorry, we should have probably.
Yeah.
I think you just need, if you go back to the PDF, you just need to click that arrow on the left of the frame and it'll bring all the pages. So that arrow that's on the left that pulls out all the pages down. If you go down the middle of the
middle left.
Yeah.
Go there. But then you want to set it up to loop. Okay, get the other two looping, and then you're going to have to figure that out in the background with Sonia.
Okay, sorry.
Sonia, can you guys just chat together to get that set up? Make sure the sound's off on the, muted on the videos so that they're visible but not audible.
Mara, I'm going to download the two videos and we can just transition over once I have them downloaded, if that works for you.
Okay.
Again, sorry about that.
So loop, we get these two looping.
Sonia, or one of the Sonias, if you can download the PDFs too, I think they may be, we may want to switch at some point to the PDF.
Okay, yeah, I have all three PDFs.
But you need to tile them and loop them without them going full screen.
Okay, sorry.
I think in preferences is where you can choose loop. Under edit?
Yep.
Could I ask a question of the students?
Yeah, please, Mark, jump in.
So thank you very much for your different presentations. Very, very exciting, very imaginative range of projects. I guess one interesting theme that connects them for me is the idea of the party and fun. So for example, in the post-Brexit London one, it was very hyper-rational and what are all the measurable metrics we can do to kind of create the optimized city. And there was sort of no mention of the importance of the party and fun that makes London and its diversity and what actually pulls in all young people. I mean, I think, you know, if it didn't feel it had the best party in the UK, then it would probably slowly die as a city. You can have all the most optimized metrics and make it the most perfect neoliberal city, but I'm not sure it would work as London, certainly, if not a vibrant sort of capital. And similarly, but in a different way with the kind of collaboration with AI, like how do you have fun and how do you have a party with artificial intelligence? And I'm sure it relates a bit more to the first studio as well, but I'm still working on that. So I don't know if the students could respond to that.
Any of the students from post-Brexit want to talk about that?
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Sonia. Hi. So one of the things that a lot of us were looking at was public space and the role of kind of the community that is being established in South Key, because there's also kind of the controversy of the previous development of Canary Wharf, which kind of came in and was sort of a sweeping move. So one of the things that all of us were looking at was kind of how to create like a different type of intervention, something that is community minded. I know that a bunch of us looked into that with our projects. And I'm sure maybe David or Evelina can speak to theirs, but I can speak to mine. But I was looking at sort of interstitial spaces as opportunity spaces for different types of public interactions. So it's not as rigid. I'm not giving you just, this is a basketball court, this is a picnic space, this is like hard lines. There's more flexibility for like a variety of scales of spaces, for scales of gathering spaces, something that's a little more flexible as a built framework. I'm not sure that answered your question, but as far as the party idea, how to socially interact in a large urban scale was definitely a part of the consideration.
There's no screen up right now. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. We can't see any work.
So
I guess we'll just briefly to maybe engage a bit more specifically about the London studio, and that, you know, that the area of Canary Wharf is particularly fascinating because you have simultaneously the highest per capita income, but also the lowest or the highest level of poverty. A fascinating and sort of terrifying juxtaposition. I think some of the lowest education attainments as well, along with Tower Hamlets in London. And so I wonder how much, you know, you've got to rethink the idea of community and party and whether you create separate parties. And you have to have quite a clear sort of proposition for what your project is going to do, who for, and on what boundaries. And so I guess a quite aggressive sort of urban strategy as well. But yeah, I'd love to also hear the students from AI studio as well, their thoughts on how you can have fun with AI or a party with AI.
Well, I think for me, what was like fun about collaborating with the AI was just these images that we can produce rapidly in so many iterations, and that the AI is able to combine very high resolution images in a very believable yet not realistic, because it's nothing that like exists in real life, but it's fun because it's kind of an exciting, oh, what is it going to do if I give it this and this and this? What's the image going to look like? And we were just able to produce many interesting images, and for me that was a fun part of collaborating with the AI.
Are we getting these up on the screen, or we're going to loop through them individually?
We're getting them up.
Okay, great. So that we can see all three at once?
Yes.
Good. You know, Mark, the line of inquiry about the party, I mean, I think that's one way to get into the work of these studios. One thing that has been discussed before is how two of them are literally talking about image and pixel density and the density of content, and then experimenting with that at two very different scales. The Delhi studios kind of looking at that not only at the scale of a lot, but at the scale of domestic program. And really, you know, it seems like the scale of micromassing and ornament almost at the scale of the house. Whereas in the Klein studio on Governor's Island, they're really dealing with that at the scale of kind of landforms and territories and ecological habitat. That's kind of one way to come at density. The other is to look at the marketing and the geopolitics and the optics of density, and allow that to begin to drive pretty rigorous and quantitatively thought through plans, which seems to be more the position of Alessandra and Michele's studio, which is, I think, a different concept of how the image is driving it. You don't so much see the image in the plan as much as the politics of the space are informed by, or a critique of the imagery that usually comes after the buildings are done, certainly in Canary Wharf and in other parts of London. That, in any of those cases, you know, I suppose you could talk about pixel density and the density of people and the marketing images. You know, all the ones that Alessandra and Michele were looking at are kind of austere, minimalistic. You know, those marketing videos aren't really about a party, although they're very, the innuendo is very erotic. So, you know, I don't know if that's kind of part of the London party scene, but they don't really talk about the social interaction. But I mean, I wonder if students or faculty could talk about image density or density of content and how that begins to set up different scripts for these different types of spaces or the types of interactions. I know that's a space that this 3 studios started in very different ways, but I'm wondering what the result is of that in the kind of outcomes of where each of the propositions have gotten to. It would be tremendously helpful to have 3 sets of images up to help us talk about this. If somebody can get those up. Finally.
David, I can talk about that a little bit for our studio. I think we had both an urban density question. The Lutyens bungalow zone in New Delhi is very sparse. It has these very large residences. It's right in the middle of the city. And so there's been an interest on the part of the city of densifying that and diversifying the residential demographics of that neighborhood. So that's on the one hand, but absolutely the idea of pixel density, I think we're very literal and direct about it, and thinking about imagery as an architectural material and perspectival projection as a big part of that in the case of this studio, but as a way to build up multiple identities for the architecture that isn't as monolithic maybe as the colonial architecture that was built, or the image of contemporary India that Narendra Modi is interested in creating. So it's really about kind of building up multiple understandings of the architectural and therefore identity of the people in the new live work campus.
Can I say also in the kind of the spirit of the broadest notion of critique of what these lessons are supposed to be about? For me, it asks such really fundamental questions about the nature of architecture's agency within the urban, which is just about zero. And I have to say that looking at these 3 projects, it advances an understanding of that, because it seems extremely difficult to understand of any commonality, any connectivity of some essential critical mass of problems or definition of the nature of urbanism in the 21st century. And I mean, you only, or any even interest in the history of urbanism, let's say starting with some sort of coherency in CIAM and Team 10, when you could absolutely produce a coherent program, agreed or disagreed. There was a coherency of a collective effort by architects in defining projects that were decided, that had an urgency, that were compelling, that there was an agreement on those projects. And it's just fascinating to me because the 3 of them are so completely antithetical. I'd be interested even how the conversations went between the different groups, et cetera. In terms of what that, if there's any critical mass, if there's any agreement, the first one having to do with some notion of imagery, it's not my project, I can't relate to it. The second, the most maybe kind of conventional and it's beginning with an analytical kind of study, but not quite clear what they were really finally analyzing in the hyperdensity, because the solutions seem to be absolutely generic at the end. And then the last one, something clearly part of the currency of architecture today, but making some sort of a conceptual leap between some very, very formed idea and its obligations urbanistically, or it's the task is playing, and some sort of an agreement that they can make that leap between this a priori language and a series of problems, social, cultural, infrastructural, urban, et cetera, et cetera. Is that, I know Neil, you and I have touched on this, David, we've talked about it over the time, and et cetera, but it seems so fundamental here that it really just asks questions of the nature, even pedagogically, of our role in this type of a problem, or whether it's, or we're just at a time when we're just searching, and that search doesn't allow even any minimum connectivity between each of the various studies or what we're focusing on. But even at that level, if we're looking at three very different, somehow isolations of particular problems that connect to the urban construct, that again, now it seems like the notion of problem formation, the articulation of the problem we're trying to solve, would become absolutely essential to have a any kind of an articulate critique of how what the investigation is vis-a-vis each project. Am I by myself on this one? Uh-oh. I guess so. Okay.
No, actually, you're not. If I may, I wanted to jump in, Tom. In fact, I thought it would be, I mean, the lack of any collective narrative is that we can kind of construct is a real big problem, not only a problem of architecture. And I was actually thinking as you were speaking, that I mean, I don't know if David will go there, but it may be really interesting to do one of these where the three studios would have to write a kind of collective narrative. And they would have to, from each of the very different viewpoints, they would have to kind of contend with the other viewpoints and try to kind of derive a narrative. I think that would be a super interesting experiment.
Yeah,
Isn't the obligatory? I mean, the fact that you completely ignore any obligation, and I look at the last one, and the forms, the thing itself, I find intriguing and quite beautiful, but I find the lack of any interest in obligation actually beyond irresponsible. We're doing 2 or 3 of these things a year now, and I'm obligated to solve very particular problems. And I would have said there's some of the most engaging pieces of work architecture can be confronted with today, having to do with the role of the urban environment on so many levels, right? And especially if you're a character that's interested in the qualitative, the aesthetic notion of the city, right? The cultural kind of fabrication of the city that's not purely analytic, that comes out of analysis, et cetera, that's only interested in the performative. And but it seems it's impossible to escape some notion of the definition of the problem within real terms, social, cultural, economic, political, ecological, et cetera, or even identify what are the basic issues today that we're even tackling within the academic institution. What are the issues that seem to be the compelling, that are going to drive us, or the next generation, let's say, of you people that are in your young 20s, that are going to be the compelling issues of the rest of the century.
Yeah, well, I want to jump in here and just, while they're sorting out these technical issues, maybe respond to a couple of issues and ask the faculty and the students to jump in. You know, I think the issue of a combined narrative across the 3 sections certainly could be interesting. It's very softly done in these studios, and this year more so than last year, they've kind of gone in their own directions in terms of scale and how they're investigating things. But I do think, Shulan, that's an interesting comment and something to think about. You know, Tom, I don't know why, well, first of all, the artificial intelligence studio, I think, is the weakest if we talk about it just in terms of artificial intelligence. I think what they're doing on Governor's Island, which is difficult to see because of some of the technical issues, but you know, I want to believe that they've done a reasonably good job making that leap that you talked about. And some architects don't operate that way. They don't start with something and then shove it into a different context. Some do. But for those who work that way and want to make that leap, I think there's some very good thinking in those schemes that the students could probably speak to in terms of how they're being sensitive to the coastline, those development areas, certain ideas of mitigation, and even the production of economics and funding for Governor's Island that, you know, that I've heard them talk about in the past that didn't necessarily come through in the presentation. Needless to say, I think the idea there and maybe in all 3 studios is to say that the image begins to drive the content more than the content driving the image. And I think that is a very different way of working, and maybe it is a bit open-ended and we don't have a lot of answers for it, but I think that's very appropriate in a culture where you know, where Instagram and looking at images is largely what informs us about our surroundings and the way we interact with cities. I think that is a legitimate problem that architects should be asking, is how does the image inform different scales of work? And it's very different than the idea that I go off and do a lot of work and then that has an image associated with it. So I see it as valid. You and I may disagree on that point, but I see it as equally valid, not more valid than past practices, but also something that is attenuated to the contemporary ways in which many people currently navigate cities, which is through images. They go places because of what they're seeing on Instagram, and there is a plasticity to how one can you know, style map and mix certain content from different places as a new discourse, let's say, or emerging discourse on context.
But David, on the Governor's Island project, you were just on my studio, and we had some connection to starting with a clearly non sequitur, an organizational idea that has its own internal kind of set of ideas. The studio, the thesis is to prove that you can make an alignment because it's a provocation from the typical analytical approach, let's say. That last one would be a radical provocation. But now the proof of that is in fact to align it with obligation. If not, you start again. You say that whole approach is not working and you start with some other idea.
Well, we had that discussion the other day.
The failure is kind of a really major part of an experiment.
Well, yeah, we had that discussion a bit the other day, though, on a different review at a different school, Tom, not your review, which was about, you know, developing formal methods and organizational methods that maybe one doesn't know yet how they align with other opportunities. And I'm not so, you know, fixed on saying that you have to know what those opportunities are in order to drive the form. There's a kind of, you know, within an academic environment, an urgency to push students to challenge themselves to explore and push what they've known before and begin to find a language for that. I do think, and Carol's students should speak up, and I think Brennan's should too, with some specificity about some of the ways that you have been testing and trying to align those. Because I believe, unless I'm totally out to lunch on my perception of what's been happening in both studios, that they've been struggling with that. I don't think there's any resolution, but I don't think it's either studio's absent from that struggle. And I'll invite faculty and students to talk about that if they can. Brennan or Carol or Dorian or any of the students in those sections.
Well, this, I mean, I could say a couple of things. It might not help my case at all, I'm realizing, so I don't know, gambling at jumping into this particular kind of critique. But I think our studio is trying to investigate multiple things. Some of them have to do with specificity of site or specificity of program. But there's other things that are being investigated in terms of ways in which you see, or I see, opportunities of these particular kind of image technologies kind of opening up questions for me that were, it seemed like a way to kind of start to engage other discourses as well. Discourses that might have to do with ideas of new kinds of sublime or artificial natures, beginning to imagine a kind of, or speculate upon kind of strange relationships between object and field, or architecture in its context, and using texts and using the tools to begin to see how we might challenge those kinds of questions now. They're not necessarily new questions, but we can see potentially the question being asked, or provocations to the question being shown or illustrated with these new ways of seeing, I guess. So on the one hand, there's that kind of scale of investigation or curiosity or desire to kind of tease something out with the studio. And then there's also the kind of specificity of the place and the specificity of scale and the specificity of something like program. So we're kind of expanding and contracting between very abstract investigations and very precise investigations, I suppose, and they don't always align. And I definitely understand, especially if you're kind of focused specifically on the kind of things like the questions about the proposal at the site, or proposal relative to kind of specific ideas of what these features, how these features are functioning relative to program or relative to site, that it definitely can look irresponsible. I think that's the word you used, Tom.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you jumped in, Carol, because I was surprised at David's comment that the least interesting part of it is the artificial intelligence, because I mean, it's obviously through the use of the artificial intelligence that you are pushing the sublime agenda, and that you're trying to expand our notions, our aesthetic sensibilities. And so to the degree that it does that, I think that's its most interesting aspect right now. And to me, the citing and the precision with regards to programming seems more an afterthought that's beginning to be incorporated. And it's not that it can't be incorporated, but it's just the objects are very compelling, but also extremely specific. And their specificity seems to have very little to do with the site or the program. Not that they couldn't accommodate the site or the program, but it just seems that really that's not what's being investigated. What's being investigated is primarily the aesthetic agenda in the collaboration with the AI software. So, I mean, I would like to actually hear more about that investigation. Like, what do you deem success? What are you looking for in terms of these developing images? what are you sourcing from? Because that becomes a very critical aspect as well. And what is it about the outcomes? You have given us just the final curation, but it would be really interesting to see how throughout the semester you and the students were evaluating the different kinds of outputs.
Yeah, it's tricky because it is to some degree, well, insofar as we call it a collaboration, it might be true in that there's some, there's something that's out of your hands. There's a bit that's out of your control. So there's a little bit of a kind of figuring out how to manage outcomes, right? In terms of thinking, in terms of the question about like the kinds of inputs that you use, like what actually it does somehow seem to be successful is a little bit about, is tied up in pixels and image, but in term, it is definitely, there's definitely an aesthetic agenda. It's very, very difficult to evaluate these outcomes without that being part of the agenda. Meaning it's hard to, at least in these kinds of images, it's hard to kind of understand an output. We were looking at very specific features, biological features, and tectonic features, architectural features. And we were trying to see how, in terms of thinking about ground, thinking about mimicry, thinking about kind of artificiality and a new kind of sublime that might be part of a different kind of nature. Thinking about how these hybrids might be, how they might be manifest in a way, like how we might be able to program them. So there was that agenda, and we did know that we were aquatic. We did know that we were on this site. So we were, from the beginning, trying to find the opportunities to kind of marry different kind of function technologies that live in the world in terms of how these features might operate. And then we were trying to figure out how to deploy these features so that they begin to describe a new kind of nature. So that was kind of the agenda. So if we were density, I think I would have called us like density in terms of features, as a kind of, when you get to a point of accumulating features so that you kind of have a kind of change in, like something else happens. You get a kind of phase change, like water turning into steam. You get something else happens where you get other kinds of microclimates that have to do with nature. So we were trying to understand these features so that we could understand them at the scale of a single feature and understand what they might mean. But then we were also trying to understand them in terms of their kind of large accumulations. You know, this island is very discrete and it's actually not huge, but we were still trying to tease out ideas of scale in terms of like the large accumulations of features and their effects, their phase changed effects, and kind of smaller local designing of them. But I also definitely acknowledge that it's still an aesthetic, there's still an aesthetic agenda.
Well, Carol, I have a question to that. You know, because, you know, I mean, these images are stunningly beautiful, and but they also have a certain kind of language to them. And I would assume, you know, that this all has to do with the input that you're putting into the software, and it has to probably creates the possibility of endless outputs. How do you make a decision which one is sort of like this proposal for that, let's say, new sort of artificial nature? But, you know, is it something that you kind of just pick what you think is maybe the most beautiful image, or is there a certain kind of strategy by which you decide which of the images may sort of work and represent the ideas the best?
I think I would probably answer, this may not be the answer, this may be a tricky answer, but it's such an iterative process that you kind of develop a relationship between the ingredients. It's like cooking in a way. You start to kind of understand that a little bit more of this ingredient affects the outcome in this way. So you're kind of cooking in a way, and in this kind of experimental way, a kind of developing recipes. And I think you acquire a kind of intelligence, and you acquire a kind of intuition about how you've been understanding the relationships of the ingredients to the output and the kind of outputs that you're getting in a way. So I don't know that at any point or from the beginning, a priori, that there is some sort of set of, there's a kind of agenda by which to evaluate the output. You start to develop perhaps an understanding of the potentials of whatever these kind of hybrid features might be, right? So that, you know, you find something that you can kind of hold on to and maybe develop, and then you start to kind of tease out more. So I don't think I'm really answering your question, except I would perhaps say that it's, you kind of develop a kind of expertise, and it's a cooking problem, I think.
Right. How would you evaluate the contribution of the AI? I'm curious because, for example, in something like Robbie Barrett's work for Balenciaga or his portraits, right. One of the things that he seems to value is where the computer kind of fails, where the computer misunderstands. And so the portrait is both familiar, but also strange. It really pushes our idea of portraiture. Or the Balenciaga collection is legible and then not legible. It's not, accessories blend into the coats and strange things happen. And so that again, it sort of pushes our understanding of certain conventions, both programmatically as well as aesthetically, I guess. So in your case, what aspect of the collaboration do you value?
Probably something similar. Like the studios have been, this is the first time the studio hasn't been specifically about thinking about a kind of architectural collaboration. It kind of shifted towards recognizing that the AI is doing something very specific to itself every time, and it seemed to align itself with the mimicry and legendary psychasthenia text that I brought to the studio, and also the terms that Kaiwa uses in that text, and some Bataille terms in terms of notions of excess in his the accursed share text. Okay, so recognizing that the AI was doing something very specific that seemed to align itself, we were able to potentially start maybe using the same kind of tools and the same kinds of imagery to touch on other kinds of discourse, where it's not just about the tool itself, it's not just about the estranging of images. But I have to say that there's still the kind of, that the AI produces something that none of us could produce without it. And that it has, perhaps at its best, that uncanny quality, the being familiar and unfamiliar simultaneously, and in that way that is a kind of strange condition. We definitely embrace that. I mean, I think that perhaps is where I'm imagining that that the discovery happens. It's in that uncanny place. It's the being able to recognize and not recognize at the same time, that you perhaps discover whatever this kind of new nature is, or the new feature that can be deployed across a field as a kind of new nature. So it might be similar to the Robbie Barrett appreciation.
Carol, can I continue asking? I think Tom, if I understood you right, because they're incredibly beautiful things, but it seems as though that's the kind of danger, and that you could just about absolutely anticipate that the physiognomic, especially the surface effect, etc., would not transport into the project. And they're using some organizational idea that's translating either into the landscape world or the man-made world as it challenges the way we reorganize the problems as you define them, or that you're interested in Governor's Island. And so do you understand that the actual look of the thing is going to disappear, and you're using some aspect of its, or some organizational idea, some structural idea? And wouldn't that be really key for especially a student's understanding of not to confuse the compellingness of the object and the beauty of the thing with its task that you're putting it to, but you're now going to put it to work. And you're again challenging normative notions of restructuring the problem in some way, however you're defining, whatever you define as the problem.
I mean,
that would be extremely kind of interesting, that the thing that seems to be most kind of obvious when you absorb the thing in its beauty or its characteristics, or however you want to talk about it, isn't the thing you're using. It's going to work in challenging some organizational idea, some notion of how you're restructuring the island.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like the way that in which we used these development zones in the island, they're kind of blank slates, and they don't necessarily, even as zones, they don't necessarily challenge the current organization of the island. They become islands unto themselves on the island. And I think it's true that we kind of stayed to some degree in the bounds of that. And what I would say is, I think you're right. And I think perhaps it would have been useful to kind of take a step back and think about the kind of structure, there could have been different kinds of organizational diagrams that might have been able to kind of challenge the organization of these features, is what I keep calling them. I keep referring to them as features. And it may have been that we could have assembled a kind of different set of ingredients, some of which were familiar now to the project. Some might have been new and a little bit more familiar in terms of, I don't know, on the one hand, maybe you only recognize the challenge to the organization if you can kind of recognize some of the elements.
It seems like it makes it, the more I think about it, that it actually makes it extremely kind of interesting that the thing that seems that the obvious thing that's so compelling about their status visually isn't the thing that you're even using to solve the problem. And it's very Duchampian, actually. I think wasn't Duchamp that was very clear in falling in love with the visual aspects of his work, and he claimed he'd never paint again when he was interested in an operational strategy of the painting that was about a much larger kind of focus that was, in his case, cultural and political, and et cetera, and not the beauty. And it seems like there's some of the same conversation here, that it becomes quite clever, that you look at the thing and you fall in love with the object, and it's an incredibly compelling object. That's not even what the main idea of the thing. That's kind of you've got to, the real focus is actually solving a much bigger problem that has, that has political, social, cultural dimensions. And it seems like it makes it just extremely kind of interesting when you understand that the real intention of the thing isn't the thing that you see.
I think I would like to talk about this some more. I know Neil has to leave soon, so I wanted to invite him to maybe make a couple comments before he heads out, and then I will build upon them.
Thinking about urban problems today, and yeah, Tom and I have spent a lot of time talking and teaching about this and understanding what the pitfalls are. And if you think about, let's say, what problems potentially there are, the conventional problems, like let's say what we have in LA is, low density city. And so our idea is how to find ways to, produce density in, novel ways. In other types of cities, there might be other, problems that are universal or axiomatic to solve. But on the one hand, even if you can't find, the problem and you invent one, which of course is where we deal with urban speculation, the issue of the relationship between the illustrative aspect of that problem and the problem itself is as old as, urban speculation. So if you think of Santilia going, the city's getting faster, so I'm going to draw a fast city, or Garnier going, I need to separate living from industrial, so I'll draw a line and make a really long city, or Archigram going, I wish cities were like nature because they are impermanent, so let's make a project in that case out of hardware. If I were to look at Carol's studio, it's essentially about, let's say, what's the city as a landscape, but at the same time, it's a kind of contemporary, a kind of a contemporary metabolism where we understand growth and impermanence. And in the case of Archigram, NASA and the space race provided all of the imagery. They took it, you know, isomorphically and drew it into the city. And, you know, software allows us to do certain things, which is not to say that aesthetics are, you know, designing themselves somehow, but that's what always has been, I believe, one of the why we do urban projects and we put our hand on the flame again and again is because we must think that there's another way to either visualize existing problems or invent problems that are, you know, legitimate and tangentially connected to the gravity of that. So one last year with the wood research, the mass timber research, which I think Chris Ben Aranda did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, you take a material and then you deploy it to the point where it's like, you know, abstract urban matter, but it's coming out of the idea that we should build in wood, right? And so at some level, the leap of faith in there, I'm doing that project in my studio this year. You know, city's a forest, not the most novel metaphor, but it's a metaphor enough to drive massing and materiality and anarchy and wildness and you know, things growing, but I'm using a different formal language than, you know, than Carol. So I do think that it's not easy to find provocative urban problems besides the ones that are metrically driven. And we can fall into autonomous forms of representation, but I think everybody's got a little bit of a grasp on the tenets of what matters here. So anyway, I have to step away. So thanks a lot.
Yeah,
congrats
thanks
to the students.
Yeah.
Neil, take care.
Okay, bye.
Just building on that, you know, this, to my mind, I think it is that interpretive act. And, you know, Carol very generously, you know, agreed to experiment with something this semester. You know, her studios haven't had clear sites, and her and I have been, you know, share a mutual interest in the ways I think AI might allow us to see things differently, and we come at it from different angles. And so she was willing to kind of test this out as a studio. It's very different than the studio that she did a year and a half ago when she was teaching with us in the fall option studios. And, you know, I think that why I said the AI is the least important part is, you know, like the Balenciaga case that you raised, Shulan, it's how it's being interpreted and how it's getting you to see different possible relationships. And I think the obsession with the beauty of the artifacts as they stand, or the desire to glamorize the technology itself isn't helpful or productive. I actually think that it is the challenging part of it is how you begin to get into the messiness of giving that other agendas and other sources. And, you know, I see it in like the model that's up on the screen right now. I mean, we all have to realize the AI is pretty limited, at least what I know of it. It's only giving you images. It doesn't give you the models. The students have a tremendous interpretive component to that. And I think that the instructor and the students are picking, as Tomas brought up, picking intelligently thought through source material for the AI. It's not random. Even though it may be misaligned to other people, there were discussions early on in Carol's studio, and I'm sure in the other two studios, about how, you know, how you could have, I forget the word that we used, Carol, in that early review. It was a really good word. It was not ventricular, but it was something like that. Certain types of behavior that you would see in gills that could be associated with shorelines, et cetera, and so forth. In any case, I find it admirable, and the students went out on a limb. And I think I like the discussion between Shulon and Tom and Neil. And I guess I just want to say that that really bolsters the interpretive component of it. And the students seem to recognize that there's a lot of potential to continue interpreting that. We can continue to talk about the Klein Studio, but I'd like to invite the critics to pivot and expand the discussion into Alessandra and Michele's studio, or into Dorian and Brennan's studio, to again, maybe come back to the similarities and differences, or ways they could be compatible. I know we were circling around that a bit at the beginning, but I would like to invite critics or students or faculty to include those two projects. We have about a half hour left before we need to wrap it up.
Maybe for the Delhi project, I would like to ask, because it seems, I'm not sure if I quite understood what the methodology of the studio is, but it seems that the image is used to mask an existing fixed building, but at the same time, there's new architecture being created. And I didn't really understand what were the, let's say, the guidelines to produce this new architecture, because that also, you know, has a, you know, it's different to project an image into something that has been already done than to project it into a new architecture that is also part of the brief and the party. So if somebody could maybe elaborate a bit more on this.
I can speak to that. So we actually were producing new architectures. There was an existing building on the site, and different students altered the building at different levels. But really what we were doing was choosing an image that we thought was relevant to like the context and the program, specifically calling on the collective consciousness of Indians and the types of Indians that would be using this site. And then we produced new architecture with the projection of those images. So it could be an alteration to the existing building. My specific project was to conserve the building and create pavilions around each, which was produced in a different way through the projection of those images.
Yeah, so then is the mask or the new identity of the building this new art? I mean, my question maybe is, why do you need both? Why do you need the projection plus the new architecture? You know, could not the new architecture just create or build this mask by itself? Or other, you know, if it's a more economical means to change the architecture, then just use the image instead of both. Like, I didn't understand what is the relation between the image being projected plus plus the new architecture being built.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we thought about it as a mask so much, or that the image and the addition to the existing building were two separate things, but really that they were one thing. And so we looked at printing technologies that allow for printing on architectural materials, and there's a super wide array of them, of materials that can be printed on. And then the ways that image as a geometric and spatial medium, let's say, projection cones, that sort of thing, could inform the layout and three-dimensional configuration of the building. So I think it was very much one thing in our mind that, or my mind anyway, that was this addition to the existing. Which, by the way, has any number of very graphic fenestration. You know, one of these structures has a banding of stone in terms of the fenestration. There's a lot of graphic elements to the fenestration stuff of the existing buildings that we were adding on to.
Yeah, going into the London hyperdensity, I wanted to know if any of our students, maybe David or Evelina or Parker, as Sonia introduced the studio, but you might have noticed that Tom Main, during his initial comment, used the word generic to describe your approach, the approach of the studio to hyperdensity. So maybe you can read that as maybe not provocative enough or not extreme enough. Any of you guys want to address that comment?
Tom, would you mind repeating, if you could remember what you said, so we can respond more directly?
I can help, Sonia. Basically, it was he clearly said that there was a sort of a more generic approach to hyperdensity, and that was the word. So I think it's interesting. It's important for you to react if you want to react, or if you want to describe. If you agree that the approach is generic, if you agree that what we see in your project is not necessarily a provocative approach to hyperdensity.
Well, I would add briefly, like kind of generic in a sense of conventional, not radical enough. So
I think that's what Tom Main meant.
Can confirm.
My response.
No, it's funny. The direction of you seem like you focused on the image, and it just is. I'm not the right critic here, because I'm gonna make an argument that it's the most subjective, the most difficult thing to claim architecturally, and besides the fact that I think the notion of these urban ensembles, this urban structure, are very much results of the forces that make them. And they don't start a priori with some physiognomic. And it'd be the weakest place to make a case, to make your argument, and that it's going to be the most subjective. And for me, I don't want to, that's not where I want to start my argument, because it's the most culturally, the aesthetics is already a cultural phenomena, and it's going to be very hard to make an agreement on the aesthetics of a project. And I'm going to want to make it a case for the look of the thing as a response to a series. And I'm going to argue the performances, and here I mean in the largest sense, social, cultural, political, economic, as well as the direct kind of architectonic urban ones. And so for me, it'd be kind of much more of a strategic or tactical conversation also. I'm looking at Meryl and Mac, and I'm approaching, how do you approach this as a project? And I would want to argue somehow the basis of the thing I'm looking at that derives the thing in terms of its look, or what do you want to talk about, the physiognomic? And I wouldn't want to have to argue the look, because I'm going to find that much more private and a difficult, again, culturally specific.
So the approach of the framework plan for us was that the buildings are really, it's more of setting a guideline. So these are potential forms for this place based on, I know in mine, they're based on existing buildings built by London firms. So I'm not positing that these are the buildings, it's more the form or the way the space works. So I would say it's to our advantage that it's necessarily generic. That way it can really function at like the surrounding space. Like it's more about the ground that everything sits on. I mean, maybe that's a weakness of the project in itself, but I would say for this scale of development, to say that you're going to come in and design a full city and put it down, I think is irresponsible.
But that it won't even have a continuity because the issue of urban settlements at this scale is that there could be highly differentiated forces behind the various components, the aggregates, which in itself will form various aesthetics.
Right.
Can I say something kind of broader? Because I don't want to end this thing. I'm feeling like the bad guy here, and I honor all of your work, and I am here because I'm interested in what you're doing, and I recognize you put huge energy in this, and I see this session as being useful, that we can argue and disagree, and that you're not lining up everybody that says great job. I already say that I wouldn't be here. Right? I really respect your energy and your hard work and your interest in here. I'm just discussing it, and hopefully it's useful that we walk away, and it's how we work in my studio. And we're not patting each other on the back. We're absolutely challenging the projects, and hopefully they change for the better, or they develop, or we even help articulating what the argument is. What are we fighting for? And half the time we're completely lost. I'll claim that. No different than I'm talking to you and asking you the basis of the fundamentals of the project. We're asking ourselves, and we have to be fairly ruthless, or let's say honest about it. Otherwise, it's a waste of time, right? We're doing this. We're doing this because we're trying to locate something that we can fight for. And so again, I don't want to be in a place that it's in no way connected to any kind of negativity. It's just discussing a kind of, you're talking to a group of people that have different alignments or lack of alignments, or they're just discussing the notion of the absolute, the essence of the problem. And I think in this group of projects, I think it's the most complicated and a set of problems that there's no agreement in the profession. So you're already entering a place, I'm seeing these guys shake their head, Marilyn Mack, no one has a clue. And one of the reasons I'm so interested in this project in our own studio is that I believe that we can fill a void, that there's a dearth of ideas that have to do with defining a contemporary urban condition and how we translate that as architects and how we regain agency as architects. I see this as your future, much more than architecture. I think the most compelling projects in the 21st century will be urban and infrastructural. And so I'm completely fighting for you, but it doesn't mean I have to agree with you, right? And because we're just discussing the nature of the location of the problem. And by the way, quote, failure or reaching a dead end, you're gonna look back someday in your career, and that's the most important things that ever happened to you. If I'm gonna go backwards, it's when I hit dead ends that I'm going to say that's when something happened that allowed me to move somewhere that was absolutely fundamental in my development, and being able to face the fact that I had to make a change, right? That I'd reached some sort of an impasse, or other people engaging me. It's not about me. It's about opening up and listening to the various arguments that in fact do affect you and shift kind of how you define the problem. Because again, I started this thing saying there would seem to be no agreement. And there isn't an agreement. You'd have to go back to the 50s. Again, that's Team 10 and SIAM. And that is what we're talking about. And here we're looking again, it's kind of obvious. 3 different instructors, 3 different student groups, and you couldn't have defined the project more differently. By the way, the generic thing, somehow got misinterpreted. It was the second one that I was discussing, the more generic. Finally, you looked at the solution, it looked like it's something that was kind of typical that would come out of a big office that just is run off economic parameters, et cetera. Because again, the second one also, it was a really interesting, I would have just said the analysis needed to go a little further, and you had to give implications of the things you looked at, but you spent quite a bit of time really kind of investigating the nature of these conditions that made total sense. And it needed to be a little more aggressive in terms of somehow your critique of this, that would have led to something a little more aggressive, in my opinion, in terms of your solution. And now, again, you talk about you're lucky to go through these projects and take them to a conclusion where you can now evaluate these things and go backwards.
Yes.
You look at what you've done and follow the cookie crumbs backwards and decide, well, next time I'm going to kind of rethink at some point, or I'm going to redefine the project that's going to take me someplace that had to do with some critique of this. Because again, on the second one, on the Canary Island, I would have said, finally, when you look at the final solution, it's maybe not kind of pushed far enough, oh, and now you connect it to the last one, to the Governor's Island, and go, I need more of the ambition of those projects, which can't maybe solve the problems yet, but they're super ambitious, right? And you can start connecting what you guys are doing. And I need more of something that takes me someplace that doesn't get me where I am, because my own critique is it's a little too normative, let's say. You haven't kind of located potential, kind of the expansion of the project and what you are capable of doing, which is the second one is dozen spades. So everybody can agree that one has huge ambitions with a formal language that we're trying to figure out now. This is going to take us someplace, and we're asking, where is it going to take us, right? Because it seems, again, all three of these offer really different looks of kind of defining the problem. Elam, help me out.
Well, I don't think you could have said this any better. You know what? The idea of taking let's say designing a part of a city, an entire section of a city around one kind of pedagogy that is going to be somewhat predictable in the end, I think is the value of it is that you actually have different groups, exactly what Tom said, where now you step back and you look at what it's produced, and you almost need to figure out what has been discovered, not from a holistic standpoint, but from the few items, few things that you think have liberated your ideas in urban design through the whole process. You know, I think we do get obsessed to talking about the way things look here. I would think that you would, as urban designers, now step back from these projects and talk about how they would be experienced, literally experienced, and discover the ways to actually liberate yourself from your own tyranny, to really make something that you would call urban, that is going to respond to the textural condition, the multicultural textural condition of today's world and today's urban occupation. So I agree with Tom. You'd once want to, you're compelled to almost over criticize these processes, but the expectation should be to get maybe one or two ideas about the evolution of the making of a city and the occupation of the city. These certainly do not represent a kind of career, future in vocabulary of urban design, but I also think that they do represent a number of really interesting approaches that all I can think of to use the word that liberate your ideas about urban context and urban occupation.
Yeah, it's funny, Mac, I would think that it wouldn't have been too long ago that I'm looking at these three images, that these three groups have been really fighting it out. In the environment I'm used to at SciArc, boy, we would be at it, these three groups, right? The one using much more literal history, number one. The number two, using a more convention notion of analytical kind of ideas. The third one being a provocation and kind of approaching it from a, let's say, more artistic or a conceptual kind of position. And there is a conversation here, and they seem to all offer different kind of aspects of the problem. Carol, are you still there? Is Carol there?
I'm here.
Oh, I just got your note that urban design should be, and because I find it incredibly provocative, that one image. And I'm just asking for the next step. Maybe it needs to be worked on another 15 weeks, that you take this idea now and actually make it somehow perform it. You define what are you engaged with in terms of the problem you're solving, given this notion. this, if it's a strategy or you're producing it into, you're making it into a strategy or a tactic or something.
I mean, I would say there is a undercurrent of a desire for heterogeneity, if not heterotopia, across all three studios in terms of the diversity of content. I think that Michele and Alessandra and their students are kind of, looking at that through the lens of a framework, but there's different building typologies, different capacities, towers and bridges and podiums that are kind of being mashed up in those frameworks when I see them, that seem to be speaking to different constituencies and certainly an interest in bringing in more coarseness into an area that there seems to be anxiety will be smoothed out. And maybe that's back to Mark's comment, that would kill the party. The whole interest in affordable housing and bringing in these other things is to keep the kind of vitality of London fresh and not do what Canary Wharf has done, which is just make it all, one set, one typology, one race of people, and kind of has a strong interest in that heterogeneity. I think in all three of them, there's an interest in that difference in heterogeneity having different modalities of inclusion. Certainly in the Klein studio, that's a kind of ecological porosity or inclusiveness that it could support. And I think in Brennan and Dorian's studio, there is an idea that the humane component, the kind of scalar issues of the trompe-l'oeil. I mean, if you think about what the trompe-l'oeil did to churches, it actually is a very similar project, I think, to what Brennan and Dorian are working with, which is taking big alienating objects and giving them a way that people could relate to them. And you certainly see that in the textural narratives of India. I haven't been, these guys studied it much more intensively and they're collaborating with people there. But I think the kind of fineness of it that they're introducing here, the dexterity, let's say, of those image maps, has less to do with the source that they're from and probably more to do just with the way that you interact with that content. I would say it's the kind of haptic dimension of it. But as much as they could be arguing, I also think there's shared overlaps. And Tom, I loved your idea. I mean, you didn't say this, but I think it could be an interesting thing for us as a faculty to think about. And it comes back a little bit to what Shulan brought up. But I was hearing, could these three studios work together? Could the AI be a source for the kind of block-like planning that we're seeing in the Chianchetta studio, and could that somehow, drive the fenestration or the textural qualities that we're seeing come out of the Buck studio at a more fine level? I don't know if we'd be able to do that, but I don't know if students or faculty can speak to that. Like it seems like there's an interest across all three in heterogeneity, even though there are very different outcomes. I'd love to hear from some of Brennan and Dorian's students or more from Sonia and other. We spoke about it a bit in Klein's. I'd be interested before we end here to just hear a bit more from other students about that, or some of those faculty about that. Any takers? Weren't interested in heterogeneity? I'm totally off on this and making it up.
Well,
I mean, that combinatorial urbanism, Tom, is that. It's a heterotopic dream. There is a belief there that it's not totally generic and that some form introduces that level of ecological, political, and social heterogeneity.
Right.
And there is an aesthetic and a beauty to that. On juries last week, we heard people, I don't remember the term, somebody called it more foidal, I think Wes said that, but
I would think the meeting of the three groups would be essential, and maybe they should all read Team 10, the meetings. They're hysterical. They're going at it, and then you have beers later. well, we can't do the beer right now. We can do it virtually, but whatever. You do the argument and then whatever afterwards. But a much more kind of confrontational, kind of just really find a position and fight for it. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. I mean, beyond that also, really, I think it's interesting. For example, the master plan as a concept is dead, right? And this kind of heterotopia seems to suggest a very different kind of approach to urbanism. But the danger in that, I think that's what Tom was sort of alluding to, is that there is no more common ground whatsoever. So that's sort of the question. Is there no common ground, or is there actually common ground that can be found? And would it be important to establish some common ground? I mean, is that, in the first place, the question is that important? Do we desire to find some kind of common ground, which is based on our current condition, not as a kind of retrieval of the common ground in the master plan, and not that grand narrative of architecture in a kind of now obsolete way. Is it possible to find a new kind of common ground, or to construct a new kind of common ground? And is that important? Do we all feel the need for that, or do some of us not feel the need for that? Personally, I do feel the need for that. I think that that would be a really good thing to establish, or at least to struggle for.
I think there is, without common ground, there's probably just chaos. So I think you're right, but I think trying to define what common ground means, is it a new origin, or is it a neutral condition?
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, please. I don't think you're interrupting.
Well, I'm seeing here common ground across these three projects is a really close reading by the students of their situation, of the place they are, and that's across the board. I would call that a common ground of sorts. And then I'm all in support of them finding differences and having different approaches. I think that adds to a richness of within the discipline, and and recognizing diversity is a common ground, I would say, and where that leads you on any specific undertaking.
Oh, another big sheet of pot. Yeah,
Somebody needs to mute their screen. I don't know who's, yeah. Please continue, Meryl.
I know Carol was talking about the recipe. Everybody had their own recipe here. How far did they push it? You know, how it becomes, how long did they cook it? How, you know, but there was a kind of intensity, and I think this idea of following your cookie crumbs backwards, I think Tom said that, and then seeing what you did and where you left off and how you can then push that again is a really important aspect to this discussion.
I think we're really critiquing the pedagogy more than anything else now, which I find refreshing for sure. You know, how the studios are organized, and how the individual students enter into that organization and their expectations of what they're going to bring out of it versus that of the faculty and of the institution. I think that's really what we're discussing now, not so much the project, but the pedagogy of the discipline of urban design or the discipline of architecture.
Great.
But the common ground of diversity across these projects is so positive. that, in my opinion, and I'm not.
I mean, what I like about that, Meryl, and just that discussion is, and Shulon kind of touched upon it, but you know, the common ground is obviously not the 19th century literal common ground where everybody's on the same horizontal plane.
No,
it's just, you know, for the, I don't think the critics are suggesting that, but so students are clear on that. Nor is it necessarily arguing that every studio agrees, but it's maybe shared interests, that there is definitely an interest in sustained engagement, of dexterity, of heterogeneity, that might be a conversation across the three studios that allows these type of explorations to occur, and that might inflect you know, pedagogy and curriculum in interesting ways. I mean, I think all of you have had some comments about that are getting me thinking about that, and that's valuable, and I hope valuable to the students.
Dave, I wasn't, in terms of Team 10 or SIAM, I wasn't arguing for a monolithic or a singular, a kind of dialogue or connectivity. I am arguing for some threshold.
Yeah.
No, I think we all understood that.
You can form an argument that there has to be some terms, right, that we can agree upon that we're arguing about. Right?
Well, Team 10, you know, they decisively argued against Corb and Gideon. You know, they killed SIAM, and that galvanized a whole, but they were similar arguments: the branching, the interdisciplinary collaborations. A lot of those elements were about inclusivity, heterogeneity, you know, and they ended up chasing that down, but some of those ended up in some pretty not so desirable public spaces. So, you know, I mean, I think there's an interesting and necessary analog to Team 10 here. It's a similar moment in history that requires a kind of, you know, equally decisive break and momentum if we're going to overcome things like pandemics, some of the climatological, political, and economic issues we're seeing, that requires some cohesion, but also a lot of debate and discussion and argument that's very different than SIAM or a lot of the congresses we continue to see that have I think, reinscribed a lot of what SIAM was. I mean, you know, Team 10 was definitely more rough, more punk, and you know, definitely a bit more rebellious and out there. Certainly the Golden Lane project that the Smithsons specifically showed in '54 at SIAM 9 that killed SIAM was a radical critique of the Athens Charter and everything else that Corb and Gideon were fighting for. And so I don't think we're quite there yet. I mean, I think what we might be witnessing are the seeds of that thinking and a lot of emotion and interest in new forms of heterogeneity that these students are, as you said, they're kind of reaching for, but they're not quite, the argument hasn't been made yet. I don't know. Students or faculty could share some thoughts on that. We have a couple minutes left before we transition into the toast. I would like to make sure that Mac and Meryl have a moment to have a last word, and I'm going to mute because I have some family events going on behind me, if everybody couldn't tell. So being the critic at large this year, I'd like Mac and Meryl at least offer a few reflective comments, and would invite other faculty and students as well for any closing comments.
Well, I just want to say that the one thing I heard today, well, let me say, it's just been a real pleasure to be there, the energy of the school, and to be with the students who are so dedicated and hardworking and are digging away at possibility there at Pratt. I think it's great. But the thing I think I'll take with me was something Thomas Lesser said earlier today about the agency of architecture and the need for us to strike against complacency. The complacency is just, and we've been talking about it all afternoon. Tom's been talking about it, Carol's been talking, we've all been talking about it. And just, and at Pratt's a place where you do strike against complacency.
Well, I just want to second that. It has been really joy to walk into that building and feel the energy, the just sheer energy of the place. And it's a physical thing. I mean, it's, you know, the students are all over the place. David is impossible to find. He emerges and submerges within the body of the population in very, very positive in ways. And you can just feel the energy in the school. And I think that's a great accomplishment. And it has to do with faculty, and it has also to do with the community there in New York. And I think it's really impressive how all of those things have come together in the school. And the other part of it is it also felt about these are important issues that are being talked about, especially today. I really enjoyed the day. We kind of sat back and listened most of the time, but it has been a really nice series of conversations and debates around possibilities of urban design and architecture, and the array and breadth of these possibilities that have been put on the table has been very, very impressive. So we really enjoyed being there, and we're still going to be there a little bit next year, and look forward to that opportunity as well.
Yeah, the students, you know, because it hasn't all been firmed up, but we're hoping Mac and Merrill are coming back for some events in the fall that you'll all be invited back to. Tom and Deborah and any other critics that are with us, Sanford, and or faculty or students, any closing comments? We have a few more minutes before we're going to shut down the live broadcast. Please.
It's really impressive. The students and faculty working under such adversarial conditions. If we didn't know this was happening, given the work, we'd never known it.
That's right.
The work was produced in a way that just makes it invisible. And it's very, very impressive because all of us totally understand the difficulty that's taking place right now. And that, although I have to say, good training for a very adversarial profession. So you're well prepared to work under the worst of contingency. But it's very, very amazing to see this work. And the density and the quality and the comprehensiveness of it, again, especially in these conditions, it made it extremely enjoyable.
Thank you.
Anybody
I can
else?
say that I I fully support the idea of experimentation. I fully believe in the agency of the architects, and that we are responsible to generate visions. Maybe, and that's why I especially like in Pratt this studio of experiments framework. I was lucky to teach it a couple of years ago, so. I know the kind of freedom that is given to propose a brief and develop it with, assuming a risk of failing. And I think this is very important, to assume that when you experiment, you can fail. But then I think it's very important, and this is what made it more difficult for me to understand maybe the three studios that were presented. One, because of the different approaches, the complexity of the topics, and then the short time in presenting. But the other one, because, when you experiment, there's, a process, there's a recipe, but then it's very important to, to taste the recipe and really speak to how it tastes, and assume that there might be failures, right? Or there might be things that do not really work. And I think this has been mentioned along the way. So I think very important in all of these studios is to actually, have that result assessed and assume that maybe the failure is part of the result.
Great. Other comments?
I just wanted to thank all the students for an impressive array of approaches, methodologies, real sort of richness of social, political, cultural concerns. And yeah, it's been fantastic to see such a range of projects. And to echo Tom, that, given that this is all produced from, outside of studio, I think it's really exciting to think what will happen when we get back to studio, to see these skills, these kind of collaborative remote efforts then brought together when back in a studio environment. So yeah, congratulations to everyone, and it's been a real pleasure to see that and engage with this range and tease of the whole range of projects that's been produced. So thank you very much.
Great. Are there any other comments before we close the session?
One thing maybe that I think, these difficult circumstances enable something else, which I think is really fantastic, which is this kind of broad spectrum of critics to be able to come in from all over the world, which is not possible in a kind of physical environment. So there's also a positive side to this, I think, because it allows for really broad discussion, and I think it was actually very great.
Great. Well, thank you I'm going to ask all the students and all the faculty and all the critics to hang out. We're just going to go off of being live here and let everybody take a break for a minute or two. And then I'm going to ask everybody to get a drink of something, and we'll have a brief celebratory toast before we call it an evening. So Aisha,